and a little square. It's a nice female. Really hits the mark for me, and I'll use her to win this lineup. The female that goes 2, there's a more concise female that's packaged really well, but kind of wedged from a size standpoint in the second. Not going to overwhelm you in any category, but she's smooth and she's good in her composition. I like her structurally too, standing really square on both ends. To make her better for me in this lineup, I want to make more of her, bigger, size-wise, to match up with some of the cattle that we stand around her. It's a female that, again, as she matures out and gets bigger and older, I imagine her better days are still yet to come. Then we go into 3. There's your big bolsterous female, high performer that has all the bulk and mass and density that you could want in one. She's broody, but maybe a little less genuine out here in terms of her condition. Maybe you want to tone her back, kind of study her with me there through her neckline, a little bit more there than I like. So I'd like to lean her up and give her that reward and move her higher when we see all that big midsection in her. That's undeniably one of her best attributes. A real pretty profiling female goes into 4th, who doesn't travel as accurate or as good or the consistency-wise as some of the other cattle when she's set out here in motion. But I do like her in terms of that length of top line, how smooth it is, and just the transition from shoulder to middle to hip on her. There's some really good parts and pieces to her. Star-headed female goes next, who doesn't have as much natural width to her, maybe a bit narrower through her chest, but I love her up-headedness. There's the eye-catching female of that particular pair that certainly has some extra appearance and quality about the neck presentation and head carriage. But again, picking on her, just not as bolsterous and needs to have more natural turn there to her mid-body. Good female here that goes out of the next slot that wants to break there behind her shoulders and gets just a little lighter bone and structurally wise doesn't have that extra power or construction and build other cattle ahead of her do. She's got the really intriguing front end. Very good feminine points about her in terms of the big bright eye and the triangular pole shape that she has. There's good cattle as we progress through this lineup that bring things to the ring here that, again, are good and maybe some areas to improve. I want to reward them all. I wish I could. Let's give them a round of applause. That's what we'll do for them.
One on the run.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Our results for class number 5 are as follows. In 11th place, entry number 129, Riley Murphy, Upshur County 4-H. 10th place is entry number 138. Parker Patrick, McLeod FFA. 9th place is entry number 63. Hunter Brewer, Rockwall FFA. 8th place is entry 23. Hunter Canterbury, Caldwell FFA. 7th place is entry 89. Elisa Jones, Luis FFA. 6th place is entry 161. Mackenzie Sebastian, Snook FFA. In 5th place is entry number 103. Garrett Lawson, Cy-Fair FFA. 4th place goes to entry number 119. Tyler McCrudy, Waller FFA. 3rd place goes to entry 176. Carter Tomplet, Kirbyville FFA. And in 2nd place is entry number 193. Mason Wurzbach, Marion FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 73. Emily Harvard, Barbers Hill FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors, coming in the west side, class 6.
Well, as we get to the British side again, a nice set of fallborns to work through here as we get the Novembers and Decembers, I believe. I think a nice trio to start with. And I joked with the young lady that leads off the class. As the heifer hit the ring, she thought it was a race because she couldn't get her checked up and get her shown. But I think it's just because she knew she needed to win the class. Because look at her now. I think we've got a nice, big-bodied female to lead off here. Just really functional in her skeleton. I think she's one of those that's just robust as you study her down in her heart, back into her flank. And I think this is a heifer that probably gets her neck out of the top of her shoulder a bit more attractive than the Hereford heifer that she beats. A female that I like quite a bit in terms of rib shape and power and maternal look. And I think still one that's very sound as she goes. The Hereford heifer hit the ring. I thought, here's my class winner. She's one of those that's just really good and from the side. I really like that square build in her. I like the depth of body. She has an advantage in terms of length of side than the class winner. She's a bit quicker in her maturity pattern, a bit more moderate. A female that maybe a bit more conventional as you read her up front, but a female that is really sound as she goes. I think a good kind of a female to be in the top pair. This red heifer kind of works her way up in terms of soundness, and as you watch this female go, I love her foot and bone size. I think when she reaches out off both ends, she's certainly sound. She's really laid back to the angle of that shoulder, and I think you can kind of see that's why she's so up-headed there. A nice rib in her as well. I think she gets a bit out-powered as you study the pair of heifers that beat her, but I think this is a nice made female that works her way up. The Hereford heifer's a lot like our top pair. She gets sorted out on structure, but I really like this heifer's depth of body to her. I'd like to see her more robust in terms of her forerib down in her heart. More importantly, I'd like to see her handle those back two just a bit better as she goes. Young lady gets her parked there. Boy, she gives you a good look. She's really extended. Again, one of those that just kind of sorts out in terms of structure. I like this heifer that comes next in terms of depth of body. She's a bit more, she's a bit deeper there as you study her jawline there. I'd like to clean her neck up, but a good moderate, big body kind of a female. Good built one here that comes next, and just needs a bit more rib shape down low. Really sound as she goes. Young lady does a great job. Young man's got one comes next. It's got some power to her, a bit quicker in her maturity pattern, kind of comes out in terms of performance, but I like her from the side in terms of her look. A good built kind of a female that just needs a bit more extended in her growth curve. Heifer comes next, really growthy, high performing, got some foot and bone to her. I think with we need a bit more mass on that skeleton to get any higher, but a good kind of extended female. Hereford heifer comes next, just a bit straight off both ends. I'd like to stouten her up just a bit as well. Then we get into a pair of females that just need to be more three-dimensional as you study their top side, their lower rib shape as well. But a good class to work through here as we get through the falls. Give the good British cattle a round of applause if you would.
Thank you, Shane. First place in this class goes to Faith Lester from Gonzales FFA. Second place is Alexa Rowe from Alito FFA. Third place is Lauren Gates from Willis FFA. Fourth place is Caitlin Nelson from Quinlan FFA. Fifth place, Natalie Newton from Madison County 4-H. Sixth place, Carson Webb of Waller FFA. Seventh place, Brett Yeager from Rudder FFA. Eighth place is Gillian Kaiser from North Zolt FFA. Ninth place is Braden Bascom from McLeod FFA. 10th place is Isaac Romano from Jacksonville FFA. And in 11th, Keegan Blackburn, Lindell FFA. Congratulations to them.
Going to be 670 for Garrett Fincher, 6 and 70. As we get a draw 8. Sid Miller, you're up on 344. Draw 9 going to be William Sandals on deck, and then Chris Wilcox. Be ready, Chris. That'll be 261 on the run. 261, Sid Miller. That is going to go to number 1 right now. 261. Draw number 9 going to be William Sandals. You're up. Chris Wilcox, followed by Kyla Kelly. Going to be 3-weight, Kyla.
We get into the Octobers here on their British side. Lots of differences in this these 4 females to discuss, and I think every one of them has an advantage out here that slides them up or down either way. But for me, I land on this red heifer that's the most complete in my opinion. She's one of those that she studied her at the ground. I just really like the foot shape in her, the size to her foot. Above that, I think this is where the heifer kind of leads off in terms of how bold she is at the base of her rib cage. She balances well, and I think she's got a nice enough look up front there. Just a good balance kind of a female. Again, kind of the complete female to start with. The Hereford heifer comes next. I really like this female from a length perspective. She's certainly long-bodied. She's big-footed. She's got a good skeleton underneath her there. I really like how she uses her feet and legs. She's one of those, though, with that, though, I think this heifer needs to be bolder and more robust as you study the base of her rib cage. I'd like to open that up just a bit, and we do that. I think she wins the class pretty easily. The black heifer I like in terms of her build. I'd sure like to make her a bit more conservative in her frame size, but she's got some depth of body for as big as she is. She's certainly neat in the way she handles her front end there. Just a female I need to make a bit more conservative. Young man's got one that's got a nice look when he gets her parked there. She's certainly long-bodied and got some balance to her. She's a little far behind in terms of condition. I'd like to see her move a bit better off both ends, but a good built one as well if we get her caught up on condition. Good class. Give him a good round of applause on the British side.
Thank you, Shane. First place in this class goes to Michaela Stutz from Tarkington FFA. Second place, Maddox Tedford from Alito FFA. Third place, Adriana Ogan from Hutto FFA. And in fourth, Homero Juarez from Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Next in class, 6.
So we'll get it all 11. Going to be Kyla Kelly. Sweet and Light, going to be 446. Biloxi at 315. And then Sarah Mills, you're going to be 308 at 299. 308, draw 13. $296 on that run. A 296 for Miss Kyla Kelly out of Red Deer, Alberta, here at the Big Pen. Coming over here and did a little breakaway. As we get it all 12, this is going to be 315. Biloxi Schultz, Abilene, Texas, on Captain's Playboy.
Well, I apologize taking just an extra time around out here in this lineup. I will say that the water's really deep over here in this class. Lots of challenges persist, and it is fun, though. It's fun for me as a judge to sort them out. I'm really proud for all the kids that have such good quality animals to exhibit. It's going to have a challenge for some of those judges later on today as they progress through some really deep classes, I'm sure, too. Tell you what, the female that really stamps out a long-lasting memory in your mind and a great first impression is this big-bodied Charlet female here that we lead off and initiate the lineup with. She is really mesmerizing comparatively in the group out here. Love her length, love her stride, just like her when she's parked right here. That kind of extra bulge and curve there through her middle. A lot of maternal essence about her, real broody. And then you look at that future udder development, that teat floor and that udder floor is so even and square, and all 4 of those teats are refined. So really like her potential in terms of cow potential and cowiness out here as her type and kind come together really well on both ends of her skeleton. The show heifer of the 2 is probably that one that lands second. She's got some flash to her for sure. A lot of style, really a classy individual that doesn't get as big maybe in terms of hip height as some other cattle, but I like her management style. I think she's really got some power and build there. In terms of that rib expansion, very convex in its turn. Like the extra level and squareness out of her hip. to, again, modify her, make her just a nickel square right behind her shoulders. At times, those blades just get a little more peaked up, but she's a good calf, really high quality, pulls herself together really good when she's out here, again, taxiing around the arena. Heifer that goes 3 is the one that gave me the most challenges. I've got to make a call on her. Does she have the right composition? Is she just right now in terms of how that condition lays in her neck? I'd probably say she needs to lean up just a notch. The more I've inspected her, probably even in that pelvic region, she could have just a little smoother look as it all transitions. But that female has got some glow to her, young man. I love her depth of body, the uniformity of her from the side profile. There's some really, really good parts on her. And again, if she was a bit fresher, maybe just a bit leaner up through that neckline, she would definitely jolt herself a little higher. Then you go to 4, and there's that female that does possess a better front 1/3. I really love her neck and head carriage and just how tidy she is through her chest and just the extra femininity aspects there of her throat latch and up front. Studying her as she goes back, and you see her through her top line, maybe just a bit narrower and doesn't quite have that spread that some of the other cattle have, but a good female that just has one beautiful image of a front end. Then we go into the next Simmental female here that gets just a little more hesitant, that shoulder and the way that knee goes to the ground. I'd probably relax it, tuck it back in, and maybe just have a better look in the way that it travels. But it's a good female that's very dimensional from her shoulders back. Being in that early trimester, young man's got her bred on time. You can start to see that calf's really already developing inside her. Then we go to another gray female here that young man's done an excellent job of showmanship and getting her really presented well for me. She's not really my style, just built on her construction basis. I'd like to pick her up and give her a skeletal lift kit, make her just a bit taller and just a little higher in her growth plate. But she's a good female because she's bold right through her center, a good expansion there to her middle, and he's fed her real good out here. She's looking the part as far as how it all feeds throughout. Some good females here to close it out. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Nice job.
Oh, thank you so much, Ryan. We appreciate that. Our results for class number 6 are as follows. In 11th place, Brianna Robert, Hallettsville FFA. 10th place is entry number 53, Dalton Edwards, Rockwall FFA. 9th place is entry 196, Tanner Youth, Klein Collins FFA. And in 8th place, entry number 30, Justin Chisholm, Cy-Fair FFA. 7th place is entry number 86, Caroline Johnson, Smithville FFA. 6th place is entry number 168, Mason Smoot, Kendall County 4-H. 5th place is entry 13, Cody Boone, Crowley FFA. 4th place is entry number 108, Jace Metcat, Austin County 4-H. 3rd place goes to entry number 79, Jacob Herron, Ridge Point FFA. 2nd place is entry number 16, Hugh Britton, Groom FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 191, Travis William, Chapel Hill FFA. Tyler.
Nice class of Septembers here on the British side. Some differences in these 4 females. I tell you how I see them. I think this top pair of cattle are pretty close in my opinion. I think the heifer that leads off is one of those that's probably a little stouter in her pin set. She's a little neater as she gets her neck out of the top of her shoulder there. I think both these heifers are powerful in terms of their rib cage. They're good built cattle, a cattle that I think relatively sound, especially the shorthorn heifer that leads off. Good place to land there. This red heifer that comes to, as I commented, gets a little narrower as you study her pin set comparatively, but from the side, I really like this heifer's body depth. I really like how functional she is as she goes. A female that just gives a bit more conventional up front, but a good functional kind of a female in the top pair. We come to the next young man's got one that just slides into 3rd, just being a bit deeper sided. She's a big-footed heifer. I need her to balance up just a bit better compared to the cattle that beat her, but a good, moderate, deep-sided kind of a female. Growthy one that concludes young man does a good job with. She's big-footed. It's got some extension. I'd sure like to see a little bit more rib shape and power in that particular heifer for this stage in her life and to be more competitive in this class. But a good class. September's here. Give them a good round of applause if you would.
3rd call.
Thank you, Shane. First place in this class is Madison Gonzalez. Second place is Katie Burnett from Cooper FFA. Third place is Carson Kraus from Bridgeland FFA. And fourth place, Rylan Cruz from Hutto FFA.
Shiner, Texas on Sparks Lady San. Okay, it is going to be draw 18. Draw 18 is here. Judges, draw 18 is here. This is going to be draw 18, number 358. Haley's Freckles Link's going to be Marcel Marmeladillo. We're going to be no top. All right, let's go to draw 19. Draw 19 now going to be Andre Thibodeau on Sparks Lady San. Going to be number 654. Draw 20, Cully Morgan. Now we're on draw 19, draw 20, Cully, and then draw 22, Joni, be ready. Joni Gabriel, you're 3 away, Joni. Mackenzie Ray, you're 4 away, and then Emily Barton, you are 5 away. And it is going to be 404 on that run. 404, Andre Thibodeau. Draw 19. Let's go to draw 20, going to be number 330, Cully Morgan, and meet me at the tank.
Well, maybe one of my more favorite classes of the day comes in. Just a lot of fun out here to judge, and I think as these cattle come in and get situated in this lineup, we progress and again describe them out here and sort them out. Some good lineups here are going to be presenting themselves here shortly in our big finale. Heifer with just a lot of ambience and radiance about her, ties in here in this top spot, and although she's got a little cantankerous attitude, that particular female is just the one that I lock into on my radar, and I start seeing those surrounding her, and none of them catch up to her in terms of the quality and the look and the stretch of rib there from the side. This female's deep enough, very maternal in her look, strides out really good there on both ends, but easily the longer profiling, a more extended female that just generates a ton of performance out here. Really like her symmetrical value versus 2, a neater tailhead setting, a really nice neckline that situates at the top of her shoulder blade, and just the levelness and evenness of both sides of her there in her top and through her underline. Just a really well-made female that's neatly made, neatly designed, and wins it out here for being even a bit more crisp in her tone and just the way her composition is. You know, this red female's definitely got some aurora to her as well. I think she commands an extra look as you're studying these cattle. I like her neck. I don't like her chest. Down through her brisket region, it does stick out just a little bit farther forward than it should. So we need to tuck that back into her skeleton, probably pick that top of her spine up just ever so much and even it up behind her shoulders. But it's a really powerful female beyond that. That thing there as she goes around is a good beef critter. I like her big-bodiedness, easy keeping, and high doability look there through her center. There's some good parts and pieces on her. You know, this black-nosed female here that goes next, young man's done a great job on her too. And, you know, you talk about putting her in that front pasture and letting lots of people see her. That's what I would do with her. She's made really good. And, again, I like the extra rib and curvature that she possesses. She's bold and powerfully designed. Maybe not as neat of a front end on her in terms of the thickness of her shoulder, even the way her neck is laced. It does have just a little rounder image to that top of her neckline. But she's a good female. And, again, from her shoulders back, that's the kind that we like. You know, this good Charlet female the young man shows has really got cowiness written into her already. A little plainer and more generic out here in her look from the side, through her shoulder, and just the design of her overall. Doesn't overwhelm you, and she doesn't have as much power generating through her skeleton. But, you know, that big, easy, soft middle that she has there through her midsection with the calf that's developing. Young man's done a good job. He says that he believes she is bred, and I'll run with that with him. Good female there for him and his herd. Then we go into a good black female there that, again, has some good components to her. Deep-bodied and good fleshing. A little shorter coupled, a little smaller than I prefer. I don't like cattle to be huge, but I want them to have some comparable size to them, respective of their age. Maybe she's just a nickel littler in terms of the overall growth plate and pattern. A good Charlet female to end it. It gets a little round on both ends of her skeleton, but I told y'all the waters were deep out here. The challenges persisted. You know, this type of female in a big Charlet field, you'd like her, and you'd want to write her ear tag number down. Maybe in this show ring, we could just even her up just ever so much. Good job. That's a good class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Ryan. Our results for class number 7 are as follows. In 6th place, entry number 163, James Shoemate, Redwater FFA. 5th place is entry number 39, Lane Davidson, Porter FFA. 4th place is entry number 2, Wyatt Ardle, Giddings FFA. 3rd place is entry number 133, Nathan Nicholson, Clear Springs FFA. 2nd place is entry number 19, Carly Burks, Brownwood FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 5, Claire Baker, Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors.
90, Ducks, Divido, Cat. Let's get it on 27 now.
Another nice group on the British side. I really like this class winner quite well. I think a pretty logical place to start with this female. Love this heifer's foot size. I love the way she handles it on the go. Above that, here's one that's got plenty of shape to her body, and I think for this stage in her life, one that's pretty ideal in terms of condition, in my opinion. Really good and balanced female. It's got a nice look, a good place to start. I think there's a decision to make here between 2 and 3. I land on the young man's red heifer that I think's a bit softer, a bit stouter in her pins. I wouldn't argue with you. I'd sure like to lean her up, especially over that tail head, but a good deep-sided maternal female. It's got a nice look from the side. The young man's short-horn appearing heifer there. Boy, she's got the show look to her in my mind. She's big-footed. She's certainly got a good balance to her. I think she gets a bit narrow as you get behind her, a bit flatter as you study her base, but I think a good built kind of a female. He does a good job getting her presented. Young man's got a growthy Hereford heifer here that concludes. Sure got some foot and bone under. I think she just needs to be farther along in terms of condition to be more competitive with the cattle ahead of her. But a good class. Give him a good round of applause if you would.
Thank you, Shane. First place in this class goes to Slade Beerwinkle from Spring Lake FFA. 2nd place is Connerly Ruiz from Onalaska FFA. 3rd place, Jason Smith from Ector FFA. And in 4th, Aiden Mix from Fayette County 4-H. Attention exhibitors, if you leave the arena and go into the concourse to get food or potty break or whatever it may be, please make sure that you have your exhibitor card to enter back in. There's some agents there that are checking that, some staff that are checking that So just please make sure that you have that on you if you leave the arena and go into concourse for whatever reason. Thank you.
Gonna wave it off. Gonna be no time, Jennifer. Let's go to draw 29, 383, played the banjo. Gonna be Carl Leggiata Doosan. Freddie Vest on deck, followed by Sid Miller, and then Emily Barton, Morgan Culpepper. Be thinking about it, Morgan. Be thinking about it. You're gonna be 5 away. All right, Mr. Carl, let's stick one on here. Gonna be no top. No top. It didn't drop over the note. Well, let's get it on number 30. Gonna be number 320. Gonna be Cedar Play Lulu. This is gonna be Freddie Vest out of Pilot Point, Texas. Sid, you're gonna be on deck. 31, 32 is Emily. This is back number 320. Now we're gonna be Freddie Vest.
All right, we got him in there.
Gonna be no top.
Get into the 2-year-old class here on the British side. Some differences in these 4. Definitely some differences in maturity and growth and performance. I land on the black heifer to start. I just think she's the most fault-free in my opinion. I really like her skeleton, like the size and shape to her foot. I think that female gets out and goes really well. She's bold-centered. I think she's a heifer that's got a nice look. I wouldn't argue. I'd sure like to lay that tail head in there just a bit neater just to give her a better look from the side. But again, I think that's the most complete heifer to start with. The Hereford heifer comes next. Again, a good-bodied one that's a bit quicker in her maturity pattern. I'd like to lean her up just a hair. And I think with the extra condition she offers you, I'd sure like to pull her apart in her lower rib cage, make her a bit bolder there. But a good balance kind of a female that's got some depth to her. And then it follows that class winner quite well. This red heifer comes next. Female that sure needs to relax in that spine as she goes. A female that probably just didn't quite mature right. I really like the foot and bone underneath her. Again, a female I'd sure like to just put a bit more mass on her skeleton compared to the cattle ahead of her, but a good, attractive kind of a female. Same with the red and white heifer. She's got a good foot in her, a bit quicker in her maturity pattern there. I'd sure like to see a little more performance in that particular female. Young man's done a good job getting her presented. Give him a good round of applause if you would.
Thank you, Shane. First place is Jillian Milam from Whitney FFA. Second place is Mark Myriad from Montgomery County 4-H. Third place, Lindley Self from Perrin FFA. And in fourth, Kylie Carter, Cy-Fair FFA. Congratulations to them. We'll now have our Supreme champion over on our British side. Correction on the placements in that last class. First place is Lindley Self. Second place is Jillian Milam. Third place was Kylie Carter. And fourth place, Mark Muirhead. Our apologies.
Incredible class here, and we'll get them all set in. This top heifer, number 100, the young lady is showing. I tell you what, there's a couple of females in this lineup, cattle that just really hold some high regards and are extremely frame-worthy. And then you have this female who takes it even to another level from the side profile. Tremendous amount of depth in this female, and she beats a really deep-ribbed female that, again, both of them just come together so well from their shoulders back. The separation point of them is the pin development, the hooks to pin setting, and then the neck length of this female. And she just has more to her in terms of look and presence. High quality, up-headed female that if you look away from this lineup and you look back at it, she's easily the first one you see and notice, and it's because of her striking image. Number 2, some may not have her as high, but I like her. Really like this female because she's solid, really thick, made really good in terms of compositional traits. Not going to be the longest or maybe the leanest fronted heifer of any of these here in the top 3 or 4. But you talk about cow potential, brood cow potential written into her, the rib expansion, the depth, the mold of her. She's just created for longevity, good durability and versatility there to her feet and leg design. Just a nice female that, for me, needs to be leaner and longer fronted and just have more presence about the front 1/3 of her skeleton. I have a lot of good options here as I march down this lineup. Number 3 there is a female that I love the potential udder placement on her. One that's got some dynamics already in place with a calf that's developing and really starting to show what this female is made of. Love her when she strides. A comfortable calf out here that, again, has those right mechanics to her, structurally, moves sound. It's a good female there. Then we go into another one, and I think we'll say that as we go and through and describe. Big ribbed, wide open chest floor, just a real roomy middled female here that generates a lot of muscle, maybe not as neatly as of a package as some of the other females there ahead of her, maybe a little rounder through that forearm and a little rounder through her pin set. We could see her maybe merge all of that a little more even, but I love the power that she has. The big older female in the lineup, she's got some presence to her, a lot of length of body, one that has some good joints to her and good turn there at her lower hock. Maybe a little plainer over her top side, especially up through her chest. The chest kind of sticks out again, a little more than it should.
we
But a
are
really, really special female for him. As we go through this lineup, there's a bunch of really high caliber females. I'm proud for the kids. Let's give it for them out here. A nice round of applause.
Oh, Ryan, thank you so much. Our results for class number 8 are as follows. In 9th place is entry number 117, Lane McCrae, Needville FFA. 8th place is entry number 32, Kayla Conant, Kingwood FFA. 7th place is entry number 143, Carolyn Prehota, Schulenburg FFA. In 6th place is entry number 98, Isabel Conch, Lindale FFA 1. 5th place is entry number 164, Shay Sigmund, Giddings FFA. And in 4th place is entry number 50, Dylan Earls, Abilene FFA. 3rd place is entry number 48, Abby Dupain, Fannondale FFA. And in 2nd place is entry number 33, Easton Consul, Brenham FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 100, Jalen Lamb, Bandera County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Next in the ring will be our champion and reserve champion, Continental Supreme Drive.
Culpepper on Colonel's Rowdy Whiz.
Well, if you would, put your hands together on the British side for these British Scramble exhibitors.
35 is Amber Blanchard.
As we come out and I select our champion, as Ryan opened, Rodeo Houston's a part of his story. It's part of mine too, and I think I had a chance to scramble one of the last times in the Astrodome, and I brought a Simmental heifer back to Houston and showed her, I think, in the Astro Hall or Arena or whatever that was we showed over there, and that would have been about 99 or year 2000, right before we came over to this complex, and so it's a great program. It's a program that has a big part of who I am as a person, and I know it will feed into what you guys are doing here. When you leave here today, I hope that when you walked out of the ring, and if you're standing back ringside, know that if you're not standing out here in the champion drive, I hope you don't feel as a failure, because these are high quality cattle. I think Matt and I were talking over there. The quality of this show is incredible, and it's gotten really high. There's cattle out here that all these cattle could win this division and look really sharp. But when you walk out of here today, I hope that you take hold your head high and know that the qualities that you're learning, the skills that you're learning through this program are going to take you much farther in life than these ribbons, these banners, these buckles. Although those are the great things, the great parts of this, and it makes you feel successful, almost competitive as anybody. But when you walk out of here, I hope that you understand that the character traits that you're learning by taking care of these cattle are going to take you much further in life, and don't put so much weight on that champion heifer or that class winner or that ribbon that you got. Be proud of yourself. It's a great program. As you talked about, the volunteers that run this program, second to none. One of the first class shows in the nation. It wouldn't happen without the volunteers. I've had an opportunity to work with a lot of volunteers in my career, and without them, they wouldn't make these shows go on. So give them a big round of applause, if you would, for what they do for this program.
Well, let's go to top 35.
Again, I thought the cattle were great. We started with a pair of heifers in the first class. This black heifer lead it off. I thought she was perfect in terms of her build. I really like that. For a green one out here, she sure got a nice look. Good build. I think her better days are ahead of her, but a good sound structured, big body kind of a female. The shorthorn heifer I liked out of Class 2 quite a bit. I think one of those that a pretty hard contender out here, in my opinion. Big foot in her. She's big middled. She's stout in terms of her pins, and she still keeps it very attractive as she comes out the top of her shoulder blade there. She's maybe not as far along in terms of condition as some of the other cattle out here, but that's okay. I think that's right where we need to have her. It's an awfully nice female. I like this Hereford heifer out of Class 3 as well. This one don't give you quite that skinny, attractive, fancy look up front. But boy, there's lots of cow power in that Hereford heifer. I really like the big rib that she brings. She's stout-ended. She balances extremely well. And again, yeah, she don't give you that long, skinny neck, but she's got a nice neck. That's an awfully good Hereford heifer, especially for this breed. The red heifer that comes next, she got a hard time getting this one shown, but once we get her parked there now and we got her showing, she decided she wanted to be a show cow. She gives you a good look. That's a big middle, big-footed heifer. That's got some power to her as well. As you study her, maybe not as long-bodied as some others out here, But boy, I like that rib shape. I like that balance. I like the maternal look that heifer has. A lot of quality in that one. The one that comes next, that wins that next class, one that the complete heifer out of that group, female that maybe as you study her out here, maybe she gives up some extra flash, maybe some extra power. Not quite as much ESTs in this particular heifer, but just a complete good functional kind of a female. Same with the shorthorn heifer. Big body, she's stout. She's one of those that you got to appreciate from that standpoint. Maybe as we get in these older classes, probably falls out in terms of performance, but a good functional kind of a female. I like this Hereford heifer next. Young man does a great job presenting her. She's big-footed, she's stout, and really gives you a good look from the side, and I don't even know that we're getting all out of this heifer that we can get out of her. I think we could probably put just a shot more shape in her lower rib, although I don't call her flat. I think that heifer's got plenty of three-dimensional shape to her body, but I think we could get a little more out of her, but just a good balanced kind of a female. And the older heifer that wins, the bred heifer there, just a good complete one in that particular class that was big middle and big bodied and functional, as I commented. I sure like to lay that tail head in a little better to make her a bit more attractive out here. But a good class, again, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be out here. Kind of a quick day on the 45 or 50 head or so, but the quality's been great. The kids have been even better. Appreciate the show. It's been an honor again. Give me a round of applause. I'm going to go pick you a couple of my favorite ones.
And let's give a round of applause to Shane Jennings, our judge today. He's just done a magnificent job sorting through these scramble heifers. Again, give him a round of applause.
14 now. All right, let's go to draw 39. Here's going to be Rhett Fanning. Rhett, you're going to be next to go.
And our British champion is Slade Beerwinkle from Spring Lake, Erath, FFA.
Right, on 39 is going to be Rhett Fanning. Are you here? 388.
Moving into contention, Connor Lee Ruiz from Onalaska.
Second call, third call, Rhett Fanning. We're going to scratch draw 39. Scratch draw 39. Let's go to draw 40. Sid Miller. We know Sid's here. Taylor Ingesser, you are going to be on deck, followed by DJ Smith and then Molly Falconer. Folks, we've got about 6 or 7 to go here in the breakaway. For the senior, we're going to roll into that youth. So youth, be ready.
And reserve, Cash Smith from Fayette County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. That concludes our British Breed Scramble Heifer show today. We want to thank all of the exhibitors and all the folks who took the time to help these young people get to the arena today. We will start the action again over on the east side with Herefords in about at 10 o'clock, so in about half an hour.
All right, folks, sorry for the little delay. I tell you what, let's give them a nice round of applause over here on this side. It's been a lot of fun, and again, I started today explaining that what you see in me is a lot what you see out here in the show ring. You see exhibitors that are developing their own cow herds by way of the calf scramble presentation you'll see later, and just being a part of the program. Sure, thank the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo for the opportunity. I've been able to be here on these green shavings a couple of times now, judging the calf scramble show. It never gets old. I still love it. I still get some tingling going on in my veins out here as I'm judging, because again, I remember when I was here, these kiddos are going to really have some remarkable herds of cattle because of the quality that we've seen presented today. So it's been awesome. I've enjoyed it, and again, I told on my Facebook post today, I said I'm happy. You know, you're happy when you're here. There's something about the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo that just is enjoyable. We look forward to it. It doesn't matter if you live long ways from here or if you live right down the street. You want to come here and show, and so we're going to keep that heritage going. And I really, again, appreciate all the showmen. I'm not going to go back through them all. We have described them and given you some real good details, I think, today. But I'm going to go out and select a big-time winner Again, thank you to Dr. Bowman and all of those behind the scenes to make this happen. You crowd have been awesome.
Gotcha.
I really appreciate some good grandparents that are out here supporting your kids. I've seen you. I've been looking in the stands. You parents are the heroes as well, making it happen for them. Thank y'all for that. And the ag teachers, I don't want to leave them out. 4-H agents, I love you guys. I'm not an ag teacher any longer. I've stepped out of it, but my hat's off to you. You're fighting the good fight. Let's give a big round of applause. Let's stand up for them. I'm going to name you a champion. Here we go.
Out of class number 4, your champion goes to entry number 185, Abigail Wells, Barbers Hill, FFA.
All right, we are going to go 43. We got the arena clear. This is going to be number 1160.
Coming into contention for reserve is Brigitte Batiste.
Bet she's a hot spot. Out of Nomanji, Texas. Going to be no time. At draw 43, no tempo. All right, we're going to go to 435. Mr. Clayton Eggers on he's a high driving CD. Mingus, Texas. Now Clayton drew up back to back, folks. Now 46, the last horse in this senior is a scratch, so we got 2 to go. Now we're going to go to our youth. Be ready, draw 1. Going to be Morgan Culpepper, Emily Barton, and Biloxi Schultz.
And out of class number 6, entry number 191, Travis Williams, Chapel Hill, FFA Tyler. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. Mr. Ryan Cummings, thank you so much. Let's give our judge a round of applause. Thank you so much. We'll start our junior breeding beef heifer show at 10 a.m. on the west side.
All right, now we're going to let Clayton change horses. Thanks, Clayton. We'll grab your rope, buddy. Well, folks, we got 1 to go. And then we're going to move right over into the youth breakaway. We're going to keep right on rolling. We're going to go to the youth. Morgan, be ready. Emily Barton, Biloxi Schultz. This is going to be 436 now. Buena Skipper, Clayton Eggers, 436.
Ladies and gentlemen, for all of our young people, and we've got our showmanship winners and all that from our scramble show, so I would encourage you, stick around. All of our scramble contestants. I want to remind you, all of our scramble contestants, in a couple of minutes, we're going to make the announcements for our showmanship winners. So stay close to the arena so you can hear and come up and get your awards.
That is going to be 309, Clayton 309.
All the scramble awards are going to be done in just a moment. So just exhibitors, come on back up. Scramble exhibitors, come on back up to the arena so you can hear the awards for the scramble show.
All right, everybody, we are going to keep rolling. Let's go to draw number 1, 431. This is going to be the youth breakaway. Morgan Culpepper going to be riding Colonel's Rowdy Wheels. Emily Martin, Biloxi Schultz, Audrey Thibodeau, and Ryan Gellinger. Gonna be no time. We're gonna wave it off here. Gonna be no time. As we get it on 2 now, gonna be Emily Barton. You're up, number 1209.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. If I can have your attention, please. I'm going to announce the Scramble Heifer Awards. We're going to announce the Scramble Awards. So these are for our young people. We're going to have the business plan, the calf essay, the best overall. So everybody, let me have your attention. You can pick your awards up behind the stage here in the main arena. Our best overall stall display goes to Keegan George. Keegan George of Kirbyville FFA is our best overall stall display winner. In our calf essay division, in third place, Alyssa Hamilton, Klein Kane FFA. That's third place calf essay, Alyssa Hamilton, Klein Kane FFA. Second place is Cooper Mao, Fayette County 4-H. Second place is Cooper Mao, Fayette County 4-H. And in first place in the calf essay division is Justin Chisholm from Sci-Fair FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Our business plan division, our third place winner is Justin Chisholm, Sci-Fair FFA. Justin Chisholm, Sci-Fair FFA, business plan, third place. Second place is Jillian Milam, Whitney FFA. Second place in the business plan is Jillian Milam, Whitney FFA. And in first place in our business plan division is Alyssa Hamilton, Klein Kane FFA. Alyssa Hamilton, Klein Kane FFA, first place in the business plan. Our year-end essay winners are as follows in third place. Lane McCrae from Needville FFA. That's Lane McCrae, Needville FFA, third place year-end essay winner. Second place year-end essay winner is Alyssa Hamilton from Klein Kane. Klein Kane, Alyssa Hamilton, Klein Kane is your second place year-end essay winner. First place year-end essay winner goes to Jillian Milam, Whitney FFA. That's Jillian Milam, Whitney FFA is our first place year-end essay winner. Our showmanship goes third place to entry 32, Kaylee Canott, Kingwood FFA. That's third place is entry 32. Kaylee Canott, Kingwood FFA is your third place showmanship winner. Second place showmanship is Amelia Harvard from Barbers Hill. Amelia Harvard, Barbers Hill FFA is your second place winner. And in first place, your first place showmanship winner goes to Travis Williams of Chapel Hill FFA Tyler. That's Travis Williams, Chapel Hill FFA Tyler. Our Supreme Scramble. Your Supreme Scramble winners, third place is Jillian Milam, Whitney FFA. That's Jillian Milam, Whitney FFA is your Supreme Scramble third place winner. Second place winner is Alyssa Hamilton, Klein Kane. That's Alyssa Hamilton. Klein Kane is your second place Supreme Scramble winner. And in first place, your Supreme Scramble first place winner goes to Cooper Mao, Fayette County 4-H. That's first place Supreme Scramble, Cooper Mao, Fayette County 4-H. To all Scramble exhibitors, you're all winners in our eyes. Congratulations and thank you so much.
About you, Cowboy. 372 on that run. 372. Going to be draw 5. Let's get it all 6. Going to be 663. Rookie Cat and Rendon Pallage. Draw 8. Rylan Bradford. And then Jet Garrett. You're going to be 3 away. Jet, 3 away. Gonna be no time. Let's go to draw 8. Now, draw 7 is a scratch. Draw 8, Ron and Bradford, number 447. You're up. Jet Garrett, you're going to be on deck. And then Sarah Mills, you're 3 away. And draw 10. Sarah, you're 3 away. All right, Ron and Bradford, number 447 on Hannah Shiner. You going to rebuild? Going to be no time. Again, breakaway ropers, if you kindly would. If you are not going to rebuild, just kind of shake your head at our flagger, please. We would greatly appreciate it. All right, let's go to draw 9. Going to be Jet Garrett. Sarah Mills on deck, followed by Garrett Reed, and then Hannah Willis. We're on draw 9. Going down to draw 20. Right now, I've got 19 that's going to rope. All right, going to be 243. Going to be 2 and 43. Jet, nice run. Cowboy, you are going to go to number 1 right now. We got a 243 and a 254. All right, draw 10, going to be Sarah Mills. You are going to be next, number 299, CW Spark and Shine. Garrett Reed, and then Hannah Willis at draw 12. All right, going to be 6 and 67 on the run. 667 for CW Spark and Shine. Sarah Mills. Let's go to draw 11 now. Going to be Garrett Reed. Garrett, you're up. Hannah Willis on deck, and then Taylor Hirsch. You're 3 away. Taylor at 13. Any of our team ropers, again, team ropers, all your help horses, they're going to need to be in a stall, gentlemen. Our help horses, not in the practice pen, please. They'll need a stall. That is going to be 417 on the run, Garrett Reed, 417. All right, everybody, we're going to go down through 20 now. We will drag at the end of the youth breakaway. We will drag at the end of the youth. Watch out. Draw number 12, 367 is going to be Hannah Willis, Taylor Hirsch, and Charlie Piggott. Gonna be no time. All right, let's get it off 13. Gonna be Taylor Hirsch. Gonna be no time at they're off 13. Let's get it off 14. Gonna be a scratch. Call 1, call 2, call 3. We are gonna scratch draw number 14. 1190. Let's get it off 15. Emily Barton, you are up. Followed by Bryce Ellinger. You're on deck at 16. Then Ryan Ellinger. Now again, folks, we're going to drag at the end of the youth breakaway. And then we'll get into our junior tie down. Junior tie down ropers. Hey, let's be getting them tight. Let's get them on. She's going to wave it out. Guys, we're going to bring Kivs back in 2. We're going to rope 16 and 17, Bryce and Ryan. And then we're going to bring Kivs back. And then we're going to run 3 breakawayers, and then we will drag. So again, folks, going to be draw 16, draw 17. Going to wave it off, no time at 16. We're going to rope 17, and then we will bring Kivs back in 1. Now we'll bring Kivs back. Now after the Kivs come back, we are going to rope 3. It is going to be Justin Burkhalter, Biloxi Schultz, and Gareth Falsek. Copy that. You gonna rope, Cowboy? Gonna wave it off. Gonna be no time. All right, everybody. We will bring Kevs back. Gonna bring Kevs back. All right. Draw 19, Biloxi Schultz. 316, Biloxi. We believe you are scratching that horse, so we are gonna rope 2. We're gonna rope 18, Justin Burkhalter, and then we're gonna rope 20, Gareth Faltisek at 20, and then we're gonna drag, and we will go to the junior tie down. Shane Hanchey, Jackson Massey, Bradley Boyd, James Randall Martin, and Daniel Brashear. Now on the drag, I'll read you some results. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start with these results while we're getting Kevs back. In the senior breakaway, first place, congratulating Big Play Gun Sid Miller with a 216. Second with a 229, best of both, DJ Smith. Third with a 258, Caddo Creek Missy, Jet Garrett. Fourth place with a 261 is Big Smokin' Hawk, Sid Miller. Fifth place with a 279, Salt and Pepper, James Randall Barton. Sixth is going to be a 281, 319, Giddy Up, 409, Freddie Vest. In seventh with a 282, A.R. Lena's Cat T. Ray, Lauren Barton. Eighth with a 289, Brazos Joe Song, Lauren Barton. And ninth place in the senior breakaway, 294, is going to be Cat's Blue Royal. And Christopher Wilcox, owned by Mike and Holly Major. Again, be sure to go to the awards booth out in the hallway, everybody, to get your prizes. All right, everybody, we are going to go to draw 18, going to be Justin Burkhalter. And then we're going to go to draw 20. Now, we know draw 19 is a scratch. Now, we're going to drag in 2, everybody. We'll drag in 2, and then we're going to go to our junior trot out, Shane Hanchey. Jackson Massey and Bradley Boyd. All right, breakawayers, Justin Burkhalter on Shiny Pikachu. We are ready. They're up here. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to wave it off here. That is going to be no time at 18. Let's go to first call for Biloxi Schultz. Second call. Third call. We're going to scratch. Draw 19, Biloxi Schultz. Let's go to draw 20. Now, folks, this is going to be our final youth breakaway. We're going to be Gareth Faltisek on Fancy Schmancy, number 432. Now, we will drag. We will drag. After that drag, we're going to move to our junior tie-down. We've got about 15 horses in that junior tie-down, folks. We're going to try to get through all of our tie-down, and then we'll take our lunch break after the tie-down. That is going to be 435 on that run, 4 and 35.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get our junior breeding beef heifer show started on the west side of the arena. We've got our Charlet. Our Charlets, we are pleased to have back with us today Mr. Cody Sankey of Economy, Indiana. He has his BS in Animal Science from Oklahoma State University, his master's in ruminant nutrition from Oklahoma State University. He is a fifth-generation cattleman. He grew up on the Sankey 6N Ranch in Council Grove, Kansas. His family is the second oldest Angus herd in the United States with over 122 years in the registered Angus business. Cody and his wife continued the tradition by owning and operating the Sankey Angus, where they raise seed stock Angus cattle. Their production goals are to be the best producers of high-quality seed stock that excel in all environments. He also works for Gen X Beef and Senior Director for Beef Programs. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Cody Sankey to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Thank you, Todd. And up on the east side, we're just about to start our Hereford show. Our judge today is Mr. Mark Core from Pleasantville, Iowa. He has a Bachelor's of Science degree in Ag Ed from Iowa State. Mark, along with his wife, Deb, and daughters, Bailey and Kennedy, and his son-in-law, Jared, collectively operate board, core, and multi-breed cow-calf operation focused on creating positive experience in the youth show heifer industry. Breeds that they rep include Angus, Charlet, Maine, Chianina, Simmental, and Hereford. Mark serves as the Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer for Vermeer Corporation in Pella, Iowa. He's judged major shows including Houston, Fort Worth, Louisville, the Royal, Denver, San Antonio, Austin, San Angelo, and numerous national junior shows and state fairs. His wife, Deb, was with us earlier this week judging the Americans in the first wave of our show. His daughters, Bailey and Kennedy Phillips, we've already spoken about. He has 3 granddaughters with one more on the way. His hobbies are few other than cattle and sprint cars. Let's give Mark a round of applause, please. Thank you. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Nothing over here. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. The Texas Junior Limousines will have a meeting at 11 o'clock today in room 206. Texas Junior Limousines will have a meeting at 11 a.m. in room 206 today. Thank you.
All right, first place, folks, here in our youth breakaway with a 2:43. Congratulating Caddo Creek Missy and Jet Garrett. In second place with a 2:54, going to be A.R. Lena's Cat T. Ray to Lauren Barton. Placing third with a 3:72 is going to be Smart Boogie Boons Mall Ryan Ellinger at 4:09. In fourth with a 4:17, number 380, Tease Alley Cat Garrett Reed. In fifth is going to be number 435. In fifth with a 435 is going to be Fancy Schmancy and Gareth Faltisek. And your sixth place in the youth breakaway with a 6:67 is CW Spark and Shine and Sarah Mills. All right, everybody. We are going to move to our junior tie down. Well, folks, we'll be ready here in just a moment. All right, hold up for just a moment, Shane. We're going to be ready here in just a minute.
Well, good morning, and just such a privilege to be able to be back here and had a little argument in the hotel this morning. Deb wanted to keep judging today. She enjoyed the first part of the week stepping in for me so much, and we both just really enjoy the opportunity to be here from every aspect of what you do here in the state of Texas, and specifically within Houston. And so as we get our Hereford show started, I think the one that we've got out here front with the young lady is a logical one to start with, and she certainly at this point in time doesn't have quite as much expression in her middle 1/3 perhaps as what we hope we'll see as a bred female. But I think of the two that are the more elite in their look, this is the one that's nicer designed than her top and longer back out through her hip and more level there, and how her tail head sits, one that gets out and moves really well on both ends. And again, as we take a look at just sheer length of spine, length of body, attractiveness, freshness in her look, I sure think that's a nice place to start. Young man, second, a bolder made female, certainly wider in their forechest, and she carries that back with more dimension. Certainly one that probably is a little bolder in her forerib as well. So we give her certainly credit for that as we compare her, and she may be more moderate and sensible in her frame size, but one that in my mind is just a little more mature looking in her head and her neck and into her shoulder, and a muscle pattern that's just a little rounder back out through her hip. But a good female for sure, and one that handles that shape and muscle well at the surface when she gets out and moves. So nice female for sure. I like a lot of things about the heifer that's in third. I think she's very complete. And if you want to argue this one's maybe more the right size in terms of what she's going to be at her mature cow perspective, I get that. One that just as we got her out here, just a little more refined in her bone work. Her foot size is good, but just a little more refined. Maybe perhaps just a little deeper in her forechest. Doesn't carry that back quite as deep into her flank. The one that comes out here next, young lady, another one that's big-topped and big-ended. I think a lot like the heifer that was in second. She, too, has got some rib shape and some power. I didn't see her balance up quite as well. I didn't see her maybe as refined and nice at the top of her shoulder. She wants to get just a little wider there and carry herself down into a little more of a masculine look, perhaps, compared to some of them that we were ahead. The pounds heavy one certainly is the young man's heifer here, deep-bodied and lots of performance and power, and so much about that that you appreciate. But with that, we get some rigidity in her movement. She wants to get just a little straighter and upright in her front 1/3. She wants to be a little more restricted from behind as we get down and look into her pastern. But hey, young man, I appreciate the power, the mass, the brood cow look that she has. As we get and talk to the next three females, I think this one's a very nice and a very complete female. The young ladies, I told her I love her jacket. She looks right today in the show ring, but the heifer just is a little plainer in her look, a little deeper in her forechest, but a female that got a body shape. She has as much forerib and as much width as skeleton in relation to her total skeletal size as any female in the class, so she needs to be proud of that. We're going to complete the class with heifers that just don't balance up quite as well. The young lady that's going to complete the class just a little farther behind at this point in time. I like her angularity. I like her soundness of structure. I like her femininity and freshness. I think that one's got a lot of future. She will catch up to the others. Let's give her and her cohorts a round of applause for a nice way to start our Hereford show.
Thank you, Mark. Sloan Bearwinkle is first in that class. Second is Lane Johnson from Alvarado FFA. Third is Caitlin Pugh from Savoy FFA. Fourth place, Riley Hollis from Callahan County 4-H. Fifth place, Cooper Walters from Carthage FFA. Sixth place is Madison Dizzy from Belleville FFA. Seventh place, Abigail Ratliff from Reynolds County 4-H. Eighth place, Kylie Swainer from Winsboro FFA.
Thank you. It is going to be Bradley Boyd on Gunners, a little bullet. Done by Josh LaFavor out of Jackson, Tennessee. Bradley Boyd. Draw 4, James Randall. Draw 5 is going to be Daniel Brashear. You're on deck, Daniel, followed by Trevor Koenig at draw number 6 here. Well, welcome everybody. It is our tie down and heading and heeling right now. Now, folks, we're going to get through the tie down. We'll take our lunch break. We'll get the arena, get the panels out, get ready for a little team roping coming up this afternoon. Well, tonight, everyone, going to be the Big Pen, Rodeo Houston.
Interesting class here to start off on our Charlet side of the arena. Glad to be back and get started here. The heifer I'm going to use to start off with probably doesn't need to be any smaller in my or for me. I think she's on the moderate side, but I think she's probably the most complete heifer out here in this class today in terms of balance and center body and the way she comes back into her rear rib and flank. Still has enough substance as you get in behind her. She's a May, so we got a little time there, but she's got as much look, and I think they're going forward. I like that about her. Like the young lady's heifer in second. Like the length, extension, the angles to her shoulder, and the way she tracks. Maybe doesn't balance up right in behind her shoulders and out from hooks to pins like the heifer that's going to lead off the class, but certainly a high-quality individual there that I think the better days are in front of her for what she has to offer. Big, stout, powerful female coming in next. I like her body and her mass and her kind. Maybe just doesn't quite flex as good out of her hip and her hind leg and down to the ground. Like to see her reach and just step down there a little freer and easier. Gets a little quicker up into her front 1/3. Young lady in fourth does an excellent job showing her calf. Like the presence of that heifer, her head up, the way she ties in high into her shoulder and comes out of her chest floor. For me, she plays out today a little into the rear rib and flank, soften her up, and maybe just rounds just a nickel from hooks to pins, but I like that kind of cattle. Young man's got a bold rib, big-bodied heifer here coming in next. Certainly a lot of good in her. Just doesn't balance up the way the heifers do that precede her in the lineup, but really a nice, high-quality individual. Young lady's heifer coming next. Heavy-muscled, round rib, body mass kind of a heifer. Gets a little plainer in her general makeup. Young lady out here sticking with it, doing a good job. Has a high-performance heifer. Pounds advantage in this class, stout and burly. Just a little too plain for me and what I'm looking for. We get in here to another heifer that comes back. A little more tubular in her rib shape, like the softener at the ground, but still a lot of length and muscle and shape. We get into a set of heifers here that we just get a little varying type in body condition, depth, and dimension compared to the ones that precede them. But let's give them a nice round of applause.
Bradley Boyd, 3 away, Bradley. Tanner Lambert, David Phelps.
Our results for class number 1 in our Charlet show are as follows. In 18th place, entry number 825, Kinsley Gordon, HSFFA. In 17th place is entry number 1174, Savannah Kelly, McLennan County 4-H. 16th place is going to be entry number 406, Jonathan Collins, HSFFA. 15th place is entry number 1787, Casey Randall, Condora Lutheran FFA. 14th place is going to be entry 592, Luke Dugan. 13th place is entry 732, Justin Fuller. In 12th place is entry number 737, Jacob Fulop. 11th place is entry number 285, Aaron Bubella. And in 10th place is entry number 46, Grace Amerthy. And in 9th place is entry number 826, Madison Gordon. 8th place is going to be entry number 1467, Michaela Mears. 7th place is entry number 185, Brayley Blackshear. 6th place goes to entry number 2056, Laney Smith. 5th place goes to entry number 1625, Peyton Oliver. And 4th place goes to entry number 1080, Drona Ingram. And in 3rd place is entry number 368, Calvin Chapman. 2nd place is entry number 72, Kinsley Etson. And in 1st place, entry number 848, Carter Greer. Congratulations.
Well, back on our Hereford side, I heard Cody say, if I heard that right, that one over there didn't need to be any smaller, and I'm going to go the opposite way, and that is the Hereford female that's going to win doesn't need to be any bigger in my mind for her age. But of these trio, besides the fact of how awesome of a job this young lady does, as soon as she walked in the ring, I could tell a passion and a capability there was at the next level. And she knows this female's faults and certainly manages that quite well. And that's a part of what showmanship's all about and exhibiting these cattle. But you peel that all back, and she just has a distinct advantage of this class. And look, a really long neck female that carries that extension back down her top and for sure out through her hip. Her rear leg structure is very appropriate. Her angle up front to allow her to keep that front knee pushed back in, to be comfortable off the front inside. And then I think she's going to stay pretty consistent in her forechest, forerib, and her flank as she moves on to be a bred female, one that gets out and moves really well. That's just a really nice female to start our class off with. I think second and third's a little closer from my perspective. Way different type of females, and they're kind. I'm going to go with the one that's just more female-like, and that is the young ladies here. If you just look at her head, her neck, the top of her neck, her muscle type and shape, I just think that at this point in time in their career, they need to be female-like, and she does that incredibly well. Now, she doesn't pull her front end together quite as appropriate. In fact, even the bigger, bolder heifer from behind, I think, has a better design in the center part of her shoulder. But she gets out and moves just fine. And certainly, I think, is a female that's nicely balanced and good looking. The heifer that's in third, young man, that heifer has use. And she is a big top, big-ended, barrel-chested, massively built female that's big-boned. And she's good at the ground in terms of just how she handles herself off both ends. So her value is high, but I think in this breeding heifer show at this point in time, she gets a little crustier neck, she gets a little rounder shouldered, a little deeper chested, and she just maybe doesn't show me the balance of power and femininity that's hard to do, but I think is more aligned to where I want to be. So a nice trio of females, certainly some differences between them.
Thank you, Mark. First place in this class is Allie Timon from Washington County 4-H. Second place is Stormy Brogan from Paradise FFA. And third place is Caden Gersh from Whitney FFA. Congratulations to them.
Okay, kids, let's be quiet, please. Let's be quiet for just now. I'll tell you. Let's be quiet, please, for just a moment.
A little more give and take in our second class. Charlotte's over here. I think the heifer we're going to use to start with just a little more of the combination female in the group in terms of structure and then the way she balances up. I like her through her front end. Her angles are right in her shoulders. She can get out and go, and her hips good enough and got some body and substance. Just a nice place to lead off. Heifer in second follows in structure. Her quality in terms of balance gets a little weaker in her top and off from hooks to pins and wants just to be a little more cow hawk from behind. So if I could fix that, I think that heifer still has enough of the good stuff to push up into this class. Heifer in three is a big, stout, powerful heifer. I'd like to change her in her shoulders. You see her stand there. She's a little more elevated up in through her front 1/3 and just lay her back and see her reach and flex better out of her shoulder and front knee. Heifer that comes in next in line for me, a similar situation. A little more vertical up there in that shoulder blade. Wants to push a little harder out of her front end. Just flex her out just a bit. Get a heifer here, stout body, got some muscle. A little too much set to that hind leg. Wants to get under herself just a bit. Square her up. Young lady, another performance-oriented Charlet, and good things in this breed. Just change her flex to the ground. Get a heifer here that gives up a little too much in terms of mass and muscle with the top end. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 2 are as follows. In 7th place is entry number 2059, Madison Smith, Chapel Hill FFA. 6th place is entry number 1515, Emily Menstria, Cameron Yo FFA. 5th place is entry 2388, Emily Williams, Commerce FFA. And 4th place is entry number 1419, Peyton McCarty, Santa Fe FFA. 3rd place is entry 2322, Evan Watson, Wolf City FFA. 2nd place is entry 810, Callie Goforth, Rowlett FFA. And in 1st place, entry 2325, Michaela Watson, Bland FFA. Coming into the ring now, class 3. Late winter heifer calves.
Going to be number 326, Rebellish. Going to be owned by the Double Dove Ranch, owned by Shane Hansey, Chris Wilcox, and Bradley Boyd. We're coming back to you. We're going to bring Kev's back. We're going to be bringing him back here shortly. I'll let you know. We got about 3 more tie-down ropers. All right, Tim. We got a while. We're good. Thank you. That is going to be number 326, Shane Hanchey from the Double Dove Ranch, Rebellish. Draw number 11. Draw number 12, Chris Wilcox, you're up, buddy. Bradley Boyd on deck, and then Chase Taylor, you're 308. 12, we are going to get all the way through our junior, and then we're going to get underway in that amateur before we bring Kibbs.
Well, on the Hereford show, the longer I look, actually, I think the tighter decision becomes between second and third, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But the heifer that wins the class, she does that in a variety of ways. She's longer and more extended from end to end. I think she's quite a bit fresher in her makeup at this point in time in her career. Does she have quite as much middle shape, quite as much explosiveness right behind her shoulder and back into her stifle? Is she as horizontally wide? She's not. I think her big advantage is angulation of shoulder, and most importantly is base width. And my wife and I have plenty of arguments over base width, and she doesn't like him too narrow, and I get that. But I think as I compare these two, she's the most right as she comes down and meets the surface. And I think long-term, skeletally, she's going to have plenty of width and dimension. She's going to stay a little sounder than the one that's in second. Now, this is the deep-ribbed, big-bodied, massively built one for sure here in second. That's a lot of pounds, and her advantage over the one in third is just sheer that, and that is just production at this point in time and pounds. One that I'd like to change in the front angle of her shoulder, and one that I'd like to group together a little bit better. When you look at her from behind, you can see this female is outside of her structure, even from the side, and it's not to the point where she won't be a competitive show heifer and a good cow by any stretch of the imagination, but as I evaluate her compared to the class winner, that's the difference in my mind. It's just sheer freshness, sheer structure at the surface. Young lady, I told you, this one is going to just get better every day. And, perhaps she needs to be ahead of the heifer in second because of her build and her kind and what she does at the surface. And that's why it become very close to me. She gives up so much at this point in time just from a sheer performance perspective. But if I find and hear that one at the end is as good as anyone in this class, it wouldn't surprise me because her build is so unique. Her look is so elegant. The one that comes out here in fourth, certainly a female that's got some extension to her from end to end, but just one that gives up quite a bit of rib shape and depth of body. Doesn't balance up as well from end to end. I told Paisley here, I said, your heifer is only going to keep getting better. She's just a little farther behind. And she said, typical Texan young lady, she said, yes, sir. She was 3 months early. I'm premature. I'm doing the best that I can to get her caught up. And I thought, wow, that is incredible. Certainly a female that's got some depth of body. She's got some balance to her. She just doesn't quite come together from end to end and give the balance and the silhouette at this point in time and kind of those extra things. Paisley, I bet you're that heifer's best friend, so appreciate what you're doing. Let's give those young exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you, Mark. First place in this class is Mason Rader from Marion FFA. Second place, Noah Chamberlain from Montgomery FFA. Third place is Kylie Cotton from Hallisville FFA. Fourth place is Quinlan Dittrich from Lorena FFA. Fifth place, Paisley Swainer from Winsboro. Next up, Class 4, single entry.
Back over here on our Charlet side. I think another class that if you were just to come out here and size them up and take the deepest and the widest, you might come to the heifer in second. But if you put a little extra evaluation in what I like in terms of just a little extra quality, a little extra length of front end, how she handles her hip and her hind leg to the ground, the heifer that I use to start with kind of pushes into the front. We talked about her balance and the advantage she has over the heifer in second. If you study her individually at more than enough depth, you stand behind her good in her width, and she gets out and goes, a nice place to lead off. Stout hip, big-ended heifer. When you stand behind her, you love the rib shape she offers, the width from hooks to pins. As I evaluate her compared to the heifer that's going to win, maybe just not that balance in terms of the way she sets out from hooks to pins. She wants to round just a nickel, not quite the balanced look. Heifer that comes in 3, another muscular individual, a little more terminal in her build than I prefer. The way she just about her head and her neck and her shoulder structure. But still, if you like body, you like substance and bone, she's got it. Heifer that comes in 3, a big performance-oriented female, what the Charolais breed's built on. Just need a little more of that show ring look out here to get competitive. But as far as body and mass and power, she has that. Get into a heifer right here in front of me. A little greener in her body shape, just not look trimmer in her middle, like to soften her up there just a bit. And we get a heifer complete in the class. Just widen her up from front to rear. But let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Well, just a single entry here and an elite-looking female for sure. I think the pieces and parts to this female long-term are really, really good from start to finish. Head and neck design, top line, out into her hip and her tail head set, her ability to get out and move. All those like foundational traits to her skeleton and her look are in line for sure. I think the question to the female is going to be that she has just a little deeper shoulder and then comes up to a little tighter heart and flank. Will that all come together and balance and get us that kind of production brute cow look and still keep the wow factor of an extension of neck and freshness up high that she has? So early January heifer, and it'll be fun to see her as we come back in here for our first division of the day on the Hereford side of the ring. So congratulations, young lady.
Thank you, Mark. Single entry, Roxanne Keel from Austin County.
You can't get him from the butt.
Our results for our Class 3 in our Charolais show are as follows. In 6th place, entry 2431, Ashlyn Wood, Garza County 4-H. 5th place is entry number 882, Rachel Gutierrez, Robertson County 4-H. And 4th place is entry number 1861, Gracie Rodriguez, Collin County 4-H. In 3rd place is entry number 416, Ridge Conway, Canton FFA. 2nd place is 10, Emma Adams, Lamar County 4-H. And in 1st place, entry number 232, Madeline Brahman from Refugio County 4-H. In the ring on the west side right now is class number 4. Let me tell everybody in the stands kind of how this works. We always want to make sure that our judges aren't waiting around. They have the opportunity to give their reasons. So if you didn't hear the placings for a class, we're going to get to it, but we want to make sure that our judges can do their job, and then we'll make announcements.
Thank you. And it's going to be Marcus Costa and JLo 2019 judges. That is going to be your final horse. Now, folks, we're going to run 7 in the amateur, and then we're going to bring Kev's back. 7 in the amateur. All right, again, everybody, we'll get our results in here. All right, folks, we showed 16 in that class. First place under Judge Shelley McGully. Congratulations, 437 SPB. I am champion. And Clayton Eggers. Placing second is going to be 1189 Raisin Desires. Going to be owned by Lee and Holly Francois. Going to be Jackson Massey. Placing third is going to be number 354 JLo 2019 and Marcos Costa. In fourth place, 346 Spot Sand Baby owned by J and G Quarter Horses. Going to be Trevor Karnick. In fifth place, 376 Gunners Little Bullet owned by Josh LaFavor, shown by Bradley Boyd. In sixth place,
out here in this class, young man's heifer brings her out. She's highly presented. As her looking the part, he's a good showman. Maybe a heifer that comparatively probably puts together the good things of the next two heifers in line and puts the most of the best into one package. I think talk about a heifer that probably has enough of her body and mass and width, and then still puts it together with that look and quality from the side up through her front end, down through her top line, out through her hip. Just a nice place to lead off. Big stout power heifer in 3 I like. Gets a little coarser and plainer up in her shoulder, but from her shoulders back, I like her body and build and what she has to offer. Heifer that comes next in line, the young lady's a good showman. That's a up-fronted, good-looking kind of a heifer that's always fun to show because you can get their head up and they're easy to work with. Just a little off from hooks to pins, sets that tail head up on her, blend her in there just a bit, soften her down just a touch. Greener middled heifer, greener just not quite as far along as the heifer that comes next, but still has some parts and pieces to be successful in the long haul, just like to soften her up. Yellow heifer coming next, a little plainer in her structure and the way she travels, just like to reach her out and flex better. A branded heifer, a little shorter and coarser and plainer about her makeup. And then the young ladies, if we're going to complete the class, a little tighter in her body, maybe not quite the width, but an excellent group of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 4 on the west side of the arena are as follows. In 7th place, entry 2369, Christian Worley, Grand Oaks FFA. 6th place is entry 1040, Craig Holston, Grand Oaks FFA. In 5th place is entry 1271, Emma Lenz, Grand Oaks FFA. And in 4th place is entry 654, Cadence Faboski, Smith County. In 3rd place, entry number 415, Casey Conway, Canton FFA. In 6th place is entry 1145, Toby Jordan, KHOU FFA. 1st place is entry number 1067, Corbin Hunt, Hallsville FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Come to the ring now. Champion, reserve champion, heifer calf.
Start us off, Sidro. Garrett Finchner, you are on deck. Flavio Ribeiro, Michael Ortiz, and Freddie Vest. Now, folks, we're going to bring Kivs back after draw 7.
Well, in our first division of many today, certainly it's been good. And not big numbers for sure, but just really nice young exhibitors and nice cattle. I don't know as if this division just comes out and gets real logical for me. And when you hear a judge say that, don't believe that that's critical. It's perhaps complimentary that these heifers are just all real high quality, and then it's just understanding, which of them have the right pieces and parts at this point in time in their career. The one that comes and wins our first class, young lady just does a phenomenal job, and I think there's all kinds of future to one that's this well presented, one that's this elite in her look. And, at this point in time, does she have quite as much natural middle shape as what she needs in this particular drive? I'm not sure. And, she's certainly bold-centered. If you took it right through the middle of her skeleton, boldness and with the skeleton is not the issue. In terms of being able, the little deeper bodied and deeper ribbed at this point in time would be nice. And then at times out of her front end, she wants to turn a little bit inward up front and just be a tick wider at her knee. And not troubling by any stretch of the imagination, but as I try to evaluate which of these females are the best, that's something that I see. The one that comes out of our second class, as I talked about, highly shown to us today. And for some, this one's probably too much in terms of just size and maturity. For some, this one is probably really cool and a wow factor in terms of just sheer performance, depth of rib, depth of flank, length of body. I appreciate this female's ability on both ends. I think her structure is as good as any of them out here, in her front 1/3, and I know it is in her rear too, in terms of how she comes down to a smooth and good and a flexible hock, and how she's very flexible down at her pastern as well, and a good foot shape. And so all the elements to her, you know, the young lady continues to try to keep her top down, and I understand and get that. But I don't see this one naturally of being one that's rigid spined. I don't know if you can be rigid spined and be that flexible at the bottom. And so I'm comfortable with that part of her skeleton. So again, if you're comfortable with her size and mass, you have to like that one. One of our third class, I think she's just a very unique combination female out here. She's not elite in any one shape or form, but she is not. She doesn't have any big holes either. Her head and neck are good, and she comes into her shoulder just fine. Her top line is good enough, I think. As we come down her top, she maybe doesn't come out into a tailhead and hip set that's perfect, but it's practical. Her rear leg structure is good, a little finer and more restricted in her bone, and at times a little, you see just a little up on her pastern, but that's a high quality female. I look at that female, where she's at in this stage of her maturity, and believe only good things to come in terms of having that much eliteness and freshness, but still starting to show those boldness and cow quality traits to her skeleton. I think she's a player as well. Heifer that comes out here of our last class, unique for sure because of her look and her balance. She's one that gets out and moves really nice. She gets pretty base narrow from behind, and when you get behind her and you see her at times wants to cross them over a little, that'll tend to always get better as they mature. But I just don't know if at this point in time she's got enough punch in her middle to be able to run with some of these others out here, but will she be competitive long-term for sure? So I think a tough decision. My wife's over here watching, trying to tell me, not trying to tell me, I'm sure she'll tell me what her thoughts are on her way home. But nice way to start. Let's give your Hereford exhibitors a round of applause.
Ridden by Flavio Ribeiro out of Cypress, Texas. They're all 303. Michael Ortiz, you're going to be next, Michael. Freddie, 3 away, buddy.
Our calf champion is Allie Tiemann from Washington County 4-H, moving into contention, Stormy Brogane from Paradise FFA. Mason Raider, from Marion FFA is our reserve calf champion. Congratulations to Mason.
Thank you. And it is going to be Flavio Ribeiro on Bodega Blitz in 58. All right, let's get it off 4 now. Going to be 298. This is a Whizzin' Bayou out of Hockley, Texas. Going to be Michael Ortiz. Freddie, you're on deck. And then Jody Hargis, you're going to be 3 away. Jody at draw 6, 3 away. All right, thank you. That is going to be Michael Ortiz on Winston Bayou. Well, thank you to Mr. Jeff Hallbill. He is our official flagger, our arena judge. We're going to go to draw 5 now. Going to be 319. Giddy up, 409. Freddie Vest. And then draw 6, Jody Hargis, followed by Josh LaFavor. Josh, you're going to be 3 away.
Over here in our Charlet ring, picking our first division, really a lot of good heifers that we bring back out here. Young man's heifer down here on the end, we talked about her in that class, just really gives you a good look as he gets her set up, her balance, attractiveness. I think a heifer that has a lot of potential for a long time for him over the next 12 months, showing her. He talked about, I don't need her any smaller. I'm not here to be a judge of size, but she's just a little more conventional. And that's probably what I like about this heifer right behind her. I like the length. I like the stoutness and power and broodiness that she offers. But she kind of sets her tail head out there just a nickel funny, and then she wants to hold it up, which doesn't help a lot. But I think a heifer, you can't deny the cow power and the broodiness and the mass and dimension that female offers. Young lady's heifer out of the 3rd class, just tremendous in terms of the way she comes out of her front 1/3 up through her shoulder. She's an excellent showman, and she gets her presented. Maybe comparatively, out here gets just a nickel rounder from hooks to pins out from her hip. But with that, you get a little extra shape of muscle. But I think really a good-looking heifer there in that part. Young man's heifer that comes in out of the 4th class, just long and fits in well, stout, maybe gets a little more elevated at the point of her shoulder than the heifers on the other end of her, but really a tremendous set of heifers. Let's give these kids a big round of applause out here, and I'll go out and select your division champion.
We're going to bring Kivs before you run. We will bring Kivs before you run. Sid. This is going to be number 349, Smokin' Eris. Going to be Jody
Out of class number 2, entry 2325, Michaela Watson, Bland FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is entry number 810, Callie Goforth, Rowlett FFA.
He's still looking.
Going to be no time.
And out of class number 1, your reserve champion calf goes to entry number 848, Carter Greer from Shelby County 4-H. Congratulations.
7 now, folks. We will bring calves back after this run. This is going to be Josh LaFave out of Jackson, Tennessee. All right, it is going to be number 374, Two-Step Surrette. Going to be Josh LaFave coming to us from the Volunteer State.
A lot of things I love about Texas shows, and crowd excitement is certainly towards the top. So appreciate the support you have for these young people. First and second are interesting to me, and the first heifer, she has her advantages. These females couldn't be any different in their kind, but they both are high quality for different reasons. The one that I'm going to use in my mind, her advantages are her youthful appearance. I think she's a little better in her condition at this point in time in her career. I think she's bigger boned and bigger and more accurate in her foot size and shape as she comes down and meets the surface. I think both of these females are certainly fine from a structure perspective. heifer that's going to win with all the wow factor that she has in terms of look and extension and presentation today. She wants to be a little more rigid in her spine, and that wants to shove her shoulder just a tick far forward in my mind out of her front end. And I think that will be an interesting scenario to watch about her. But I think just general, the other things that I mentioned that are so positive about her gets her to the top. Heifer in second, young lady, I love the cow look to her. I love the depth of rib, and I love the depth of flank, and I think the true shape is good. Some of that shape we're seeing is condition. I just like to clean her up in her neck and her shoulder at this point in time. I'd like to broaden her down into her leg structure. I'd like to increase her foot size, but sound structured, well presented, massive bodied, lots of good to your female. So we get down here, the third female. I think third and fourth got a little closer in my mind. Tried to get the soundest females to the top, and you'll see that all day. Deb and I are pretty consistent from that perspective. It's what works well at our place. She's not as good a balance maybe as the one that's right ahead of her, but she's certainly a cow in terms of body shape, dimension, does all those things really well. This heifer, again, maybe you want to put this female into third and appreciate her size and scale and her length over the one that's right ahead of her, and perhaps how she comes together from forerib back into her hip. But she's just a little bigger headed and deeper necked and chested and a little more restricted off her rear too than the one that's right ahead of her, but a close pair for sure. The next female, nice big topped and big ended kind of a heifer that's bold in her forerib. She carries that horizontal dimension back into her stifle incredibly well. She just gets a little straighter off both ends compared to the others, just a little more restricted. And we'll say the same about the last two. I like the balance and the incredible extension of this female here. Long neck, long spine, long hipped, but a female that gets a little more rigid on both ends, a little tighter in her heart. Heifer that's going to complete the class, young lady, you've done a nice job with that female. A really competitive class here in Houston. She's just a female that's a little more awkward at this point in time off both ends, just a little straighter fronted, a little more restricted off her rear too. But a female that's done well performance-wise and presented well out to us today. So a nice class of Herefords. Let's give your Houston Hereford exhibitors a round of applause.
Thanks, Mark. First place in this class is Paisley Miller from Austin County 4-H. Second place, Natalie Newton from Madison County 4-H.
Check it.
I'm sorry. You've got it ready. We're going to go to fourth place, and we'll straighten out second and third. Fourth place is Caitlin Nelson from Quinlan FFA. Fifth place is Peyton Hawes from Godley FFA. Sixth place is JC Garcia from Lee County 4-H. Seventh place, Haley Foster from Coleman FFA, and we'll come back with second and third just a moment.
Gonna be no time. Let's go to draw number 9. This is going to be 383. Play the banjo. Going to be Carl Lenting, Robert Collins, and then Tanner Stovall. Be ready. All right, Mr. Carl, that'll do San Luis.
Over here on our Charlet side, probably a little give and take and trade-off amongst this class, exactly of finding the perfect one or some things that I might tweak on each one of them just a bit. but I think where we land at the end of the day is this heifer up here in first. Just the maternal looking one of the bunch about her head and her way she blends into her shoulder, a look of a female. I like her body and her shape and her mass. Not the stoutest featured heifer we've got in the class. She gets out and travels good. She maybe wants to hock in just a touch. I've never seen that affect one when you take the halter off of them at the end of the day, but compared to ideal, maybe just see her step down just a touch better there on her hind leg. Heifer that comes out next in line, a little coarser for me. Coarser skull, coarser about her neck and shoulder. Love the stoutness and body and mass that female offers. I like that hind leg set. Really comes down to the ground with a good hind leg. Just a little plainer and just the way she's made up through her front 1/3. Heifer that comes next gets a little straight for me. When we walked them, she fell into third pretty comfortably just in how she travels. But she's got a look and she's got some shape and got some power. Heifer that comes next, another bigger bodied, massive kind of a heifer, doesn't balance quite as well as the heifers in front of her, breaks in her top line just a bit, comes off in her hip. Young lady, the heifer next, a little greener in her body and condition, right into her center body, soften her up. She has a potential to move up. She's good in her angle. She has a nice balanced look. Young man, your heifer fought you here pretty hard. You did a good job staying with it. I think a heifer that you like, her broodiness, her femininity, and their center sweep to her body, just a little frailer and narrower when you get in behind her compared to the heifers in front of her. Get here to a heifer next in class, just a little shallower in her center rib. Just fix her there, how she moves out of her hip. As we move down here, just some heifers that vary in structure and body dimension. But let's give them all a nice round of applause here as they exit the ring.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 7 are as follows. In 12th place, entry number 772, Hunter Garrier, Brockwall FFA. In 11th place is entry number 1083, Hannah Ivy, West FFA. 10th place is entry 1669, Parker Patrick, McLeod FFA. And 9th place is entry number 2426, Kenzie Wolfel, Idalou FFA. 8th place is entry number 1622, Mitchell Olds, Leon County. In 7th place is entry number 2257, Charisma Valencia, Louisville FFA. 6th place is entry number 62, Dylan Art, Lee County 4-H. 5th place is entry 1638, Isabel Owens, Thorpe FFA. And in 4th place is entry 2395, Levi Williams, ARP FFA. And in 3rd place is entry number 1524, McKenna Mitchell, Ponder FFA. 2nd place is entry number 853, Sidney Grice, Clear Creek FFA, League City. And 1st place is entry number 847, Camille Greer, Shelby County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors.
The KHOU is going to be number 302, Playmaker, Tanner Stovall. Draw number 12, Christopher Parham, you're next. Donnie Wooten on deck. And then Josh LaFave, you're going to be 3 away, Josh, at draw 14. We're going to get it on 12. Here's going to be back number 379. This is Bodie's Lena and Lace. Going to be Christopher Parham out of Dyer, Tennessee. Draw 12, 379.
Well, on the Hereford side of the ring, I made a change here with a young lady a couple times. Haven't done that in a while, but a heifer that doesn't want to get out and show herself just perfectly. And so I took a look at them side by side. I made what I thought was the right decision there at the end. Interesting set of females in this class. We've got a really big range of kind of size and scale and maturity. But then you just kind of from the very start, you come to this female here, and maybe for some she's not big enough, maybe for some she doesn't have enough bone, but boy, there's so many cool things about her. And if we think about, does this one look like the heifer that was second in last class? No, there's the elements of body shape and depth and power and just kind of cow look that does, but her head and neck are so elite in terms of freshness and femininity and her neck. And then she comes back into the cow side of her, and then she does that really well in terms of not only her look, but how she gets out and moves as well. And yeah, I'd like to power her up a little bit in her lower bone, but that's a unique animal for sure. And there's so many things about her that I appreciate. Then I think we can do a lot of different things in the class. This one, as I got him out and walked, there's more body and there's more skeletal integrity in this female than the one that's right behind her. She's a little better off both ends as she meets the surface, just a little more athletic and comfortable. And I think she's just got more forerib shape and more depth of body at this point in time in her maturity pattern. That's why she goes second. Young lady, nice job of presenting one, and I like the smile. Nice, very elite-looking female in the top 2/3 of her skeleton in terms of her head and her top line and how she comes back out into her hip. She needs to power up in the middle part of her skeleton. Forerib, depth of body needs to come together, and then hopefully stay agile enough as she moves around the ring. But a good female for sure. Then I think it really gets up and down a little bit in terms of what you like. Not in terms of quality, but in terms of what you like. This female here is just a power cow. A little bit big, perhaps, but big bone and got some body shape. A lot like the one that's right behind her. And these females are just good power-made kind of a females. They perhaps are a little mature looking. They perhaps don't have quite the freshness and the femininity. But man, this business is about power cow. This business is about muscle and meat animal, and they do that really well. This female here, nicely presented to us, good balance, good length of body, a little more shallow in her design. This female here just did get a little big to me, and then she just gets a little rigid off of her hock and pastern. Now, massive forerib, massive width through the center portion of her skeleton, long-bodied and extended, lots of good traits to her. One that's going to complete the class, young man, that's a good functional female that you've done a nice job with. She gives up quite a bit of size and power and just kind of weight per day of age in this particular class. But she's feminine, she's sound, she does a good basic, puts the basic things together. So good job, good luck with her, young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Mark. First place in this class is Grady Creamer from Ellis County 4-H. Second place, Jalen Burkhalter from Klein Oak FFA. Third place, Kennedy Gordon from McLennan County 4-H. Fourth place, Caden Barton from Slocum FFA. Fifth place is Karma Dickinson from Angelina County 4-H. Sixth place, Christopher Sloan from Fort Bend County 4-H. Seventh place, Kimber Adams from Leon County 4-H. Eighth place, Braden Paget from Iola FFA. That rounds out our class.
Back over here on our Charlet side. Young man's heifer, when she came in the gate, took about 5 steps. I thought it's going to take a pretty good one to get around her in this group, and I didn't get anywhere that even got close to her, in my opinion, just in how she comes together. He gets her shown. When he gets her pulled together for a young man, he does a good job. She is a good-looking female that's got the parts and pieces. I like her bone. I like her set to her angles. And I really enjoy this female when she walks. She just gets out in strides and goes, and you step in behind her and a lot of substance and mass. So nice place to lead off. Heifer in 2, I like her. I like her extension and the way she comes for me. She wants to run, lower part of her's at her shoulders, and her tail head comes up out of her. Just gets a little out of balance there. We just elevate her, drop her down, set that tail head down in her. I think a heifer that pushes up there, but still good kind of cattle there in second. The one that comes in at third, just a little deeper necked and deeper chested compared to the duo in the front of the class, but I like her body and her shape and her substance. A big, powerful kind of a female. Heifer in third, similar shape, body, mass, just a little plainer in her general makeup. And then we get into a heifer a little more terminal in her appearance here, just a little quicker in her kind. And I would change that about her. We get a heifer here coming next. Deepest part of her's in her chest floor, shallows to her rear rib and flank, and just like to switch that out of her just a nickel. We get into a young lady right here, a heifer a little greener in her kind, really fresh, good necked and good headed. Just clean her up just a bit, but you just soften her down through her center rib. Outstanding set of kids on down the line with variance in structure and body. Let's give them all a nice round of applause here as they go out of the ring.
Our results for class number 8 are as follows. In 13th place is entry number 63, Wyatt Arlett from Giddings FFA. In 12th place is entry number 2425 is Grayson Wolfel, Idaloo FFA. In 11th place is entry 621, Dalton Edwards, Rockwall FFA. In 10th place is entry number 1998, James Ethan Shumate, Redwater FFA. 9th place is entry number 736, Emily Fulop, Crawford FFA. And 8th place is entry number 376, Justin Chisholm, Cy-Fair FFA. 7th place goes to entry number 1523, Aubrey Mitchell, Ponder FFA. And 6th place is entry number 11, Ethan Adams, Lamar County 4-H. 5th place goes to entry number 986, William Hurd, Rudder FFA. In 4th place is entry number 2152, Katie Summit, Fannondale FFA. 3rd place is 2402, Travis Williams, Chapel Hill FFA Tyler. And 2nd place is entry 2336, Molly Welch, Troy FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 1325, Jaden Mata, Dimmitt County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming to the ring now will be Class 9.
Kevin Rogers on deck, and then Sid Miller. You're going to be 3-away, Sid. Hey, ladies, would you go to channel 1? Channel 1, please. Channel 1. Thank you. That is going to be Willie Murray now on Santana Kita. As we get it off 17, folks, we are 3 away from finishing the amateur. Now we are going to drag, and then we'll go to the senior tie down. Shane Hanchey, Christopher Parham, and Jackson Massey. Well, Shane-O, you drew up first in both the junior and senior, buddy. All right, draw 17, number 382, going to be Easter 8. Kevin Rogers out of Eagle Lake, Texas. 382. Sid Miller, you're on deck.
Well, folks, on the Hereford side of the ring, let me talk about these two cattle. I haven't placed them yet. I just want to talk about them as I think they're so close. And I went back and forth in my mind, and we'll talk about the two, and then I'll let you know which one of these two young ladies is going to win this particular class. And so when they first come in, this heifer here, as I evaluated her compared to the one that's right behind her, I thought that there were a lot of logical things about her that I like, and there still are, in terms of like her head shape and her neck, her upper neck, both the top side of her neck and the bottom side of her neck are just kind of fresher and more feminine up there. And I thought that just in general, as you go back through her skeleton, she as well was just a little leaner and a little fresher. When I get out here on the side profile and I compare her to the one that's right behind her, she actually starts to kind of dip down into her forechest and region and then come back up a little bit in her forerib. And she's a little shorter bodied than the one that's right behind her, and she's a little finer boned and smaller footed than the one that's right behind her. And so, you know, the question is, and they both get out and move just fine, is there enough mass and shape in the bottom 1/3 of her skeleton to be able to go with kind of the freshness up high? So then the heifer that stands behind her, when she come in, I thought, that one is just a little too far for me in terms of just condition at this point in time, and you can see that a little bit in her head and neck region and back in around her tail head. But as I get out here and evaluate her, I appreciate the length of body, I appreciate the length of hip, I appreciate the bone and foot size that she's got. And I think that she ties together, actually, even with heavier condition, she ties together a little bit better down into her forechest region. Just like to lean that one up a little bit. But again, from where I thought I was at in the start of the class, I've changed my mind. This one that stands right out here will win the class, and you'll be second, young ladies. So good females for sure. Needed to talk through them a little bit in my mind, maybe help understand to the crowd what I was seeing. The heifer that comes out here in third, you can go ahead and come out. A good fresh-made type of a female that's got some length of side and length of spine for sure. She gave up some body shape compared to the ones that were right ahead of her. She gave up some kind of mass and structure and soundness down low, but you got to appreciate one that's long-sided, got some forerib shape. Young man that's going to complete the class, good bovine for sure. Another one that's got plenty of extension from end to end, just a little more shallow back into her flank, one that gets a little more awkward out in her rear too. But good Hereford females, really interesting pair at the top.
Thank you, Mark. First place in this class goes to Sage Bierwinkle from Spring Lake Earth FFA. Second place, Braley Carr from Quitman FFA. Third place, Aiden Watt from Brownsburg FFA. And fourth place, Rains from Rains County 4-H, Hagen Gowen.
Well, folks, how about
back over on our Charlet side, probably the most complete heifer is going to lead off this group. I know it probably sounds cliche or gets old to say that, but when you start adding up the most of the best, this one puts it together. Just structure, balance, type, and kind of what I've been selecting all day. I think she fits the mold. The heifer that comes in second, really a big-bodied heifer that's got some mass to her. Just gets a little plainer in the way she comes together down in through her chest floor. Wants to get just a little lower fronted, but still, I love her broodiness and her mass that she has. The heifer in third just pushes too much up in her front chest. You can see it coming down there in her brisket, and it blows her out just a touch up front. She wants to stand wide and walk wide. Just tighten her up all the way through, but body and muscle is there in that female. Another big, bulky, high-performance Charlet heifer coming next. Gets a little plainer in her general appearance for me. Just gives up a little of that show ring presence that we strive to put with them out here. And then we get in a heifer here, just a little more tubular in her shape. Just soften her up just a touch. But let's give these young kids a big round of applause.
Fourth is 298, Whizzin' Bayou.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for class number 9 in our Charlet show are as follows. In third place is entry 207. In fifth place is entry number 207, Jacob Bosley, Buffalo FFA. Fourth place is entry number 174, Brianna Billingsley, Montgomery FFA. In third place is entry number 322, Emma Coffey, McLennan County 4-H. Second place is entry number 1680, Addison Pendley, Alfred FFA. And in first place, entry number 95, Claire Baker, Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now will be Class 10, Early Summer Junior Heifers.
Third is 382, Kevin on Easter 8. Fourth, 303, Flavio, Bodegas Blitzen 58. In fifth is going to be 433, Robert on Disco CD's Joe. Sixth is 375, Pepto's Redneck Tina, Josh LaFave. In seventh, number 329, Sparkling CD, Donnie Wooten. Eighth is 339, Got Talent, Garrett Finchner. And ninth place is 302, Playmaker and Tanner Stovall. For Judge Tom Macbeth, first place, 382, Kevin and Easter A. In second, number 417, Willie Santana Kitty. Third is going to be Disco CD's Duel, 433. In fourth, 298, Whizzin' Bayou. Fifth place is 303, Bodega Blitzen, 58. In sixth, going to be 375, Pepto's Redneck Tina. In seventh is going to be 302, Tanner on Playmaker. Eighth, going to be 339, Garrett Got Talent. And in ninth place for Judge Macbeth, going to be 374, Josh Two-Step Surratt. That is going to conclude our amateur, folks. We are looking at about 45 horses or so here in our senior.
Well, in our second division of the Herefords, missing one class here, but as we evaluate three class winners, certainly high quality females, and I'll talk about them just real briefly. The one that won our first class, she does some things like all three of them do. They have their traits that are as good as or better than any of their contemporaries out here, and I think hers is kind of extension of neck, extension of top. Really long back in to her hip region. This heifer just struggles a little bit when she gets out of move. She wants to get a little more rigid in her spine, and sometimes when we see a show heifer that won't get out and walk and won't get their head up and get that proud type of elite look, sometimes they're just doorknobs and they don't want to behave. Sometimes it's just tougher structurally for them to do that, and I think that's the case with this particular heifer, is that the way she's structured, it's just not as comfortable to get out and to get that kind of elite look on the move. But a good female, the leanest one of the group for sure. The one that comes out of our second class, I think her advantages, and I'm not saying that she's lean, but this is the big-bodied, bulky one that's still very fresh in the front 1/3 of her body. She's very feminine in the front 1/3 of her body as well. If we take a look at shoulder and head and neck design, I love how she comes down into a pretty tidy forechest, and she brings that back into a good forerib and really level back out into her flank. So, if she's not big enough for some of you, hey, I get that. If she's not enough extended in her spine, I get that. But I just sure think that she is high quality. She's unique in her design. She's got all kinds of cow power in the rear 2/3, all kinds of female look in the front 1/3, and so I think she has to be a player out here. The one that comes out right behind her in that particular class, and this one continues to grow on me, and as I mentioned early on when I first saw her, certainly a concern about her maturity, and maybe not maturity is not the right word in terms of just condition, but she handles that well. The longer I look at her, I think she handles that in the bottom 1/3 of her skeleton really well. She's got an advantage over the one that's right ahead of her in terms of bone and foot size. She's got an advantage, I think, in just terms of overall kind of power and performance. And that's where I think it becomes, kind of a tough decision between the very unique one that comes out of her second class, the kind of no-hole type of a true power cow that handles herself well at the ground that comes out of her third class. And so I think it's tight, and I think all three of these are high quality. Let's give them a round of applause. I'll take another look, and we'll pick you a champion in your second division of the Herefords.
Over here on our Charlet side, the heifer that we're going to use to lead off, I think a close pair here on the front end. a heifer that I think is sort the little things here. This young lady's heifer up front, she really ties good up through her front end and into her shoulder. She's really good down her top line. I think those are some advantages she holds over that heifer in second. I like her body. I like the udder she's starting to drop in there in a heifer at this age and going to be in production soon. Nice place to lead off. Heifer in second. I love her hip and her hind leg and the way she steps down to the ground. Just gets a little deeper chested, a little throatier up there. You just see how she gets just a little more downhill in her front end compared to the one that's going to win the class, but a nice heifer to lead off. Heifer in third, as we look at her, really elegant in the way she's put together up front, starting to make an udder. Just don't see that three-dimensional shape we're going to get in the pair of heifers that precede her in the lineup. A little bigger, stouter heifer here next. It fixes her structure for me to move her up. Angles to her front end, the way she moves, just let her kind of step down and be a little better at the ground. A little more tubular heifer here. See her reach and flex just a little better. A little greener made heifer, and maybe clean her up in her udder just a touch, but really a nice set of heifers. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you. Our junior heifer champion is exhibited by Sage Beerwinkle from Spring Lake FFA, and our reserve is Grady Creamer from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to them.
Thank you, Warren. Our results over here on our west side for our Charlotte show for class number 10 are as follows. In sixth place is entry number 1772, Camden Piatt, BF Terry, FFA. Fifth place goes to entry number 1914, Brooklyn Santa Miora, Columbia Brazoria, FFA. Fourth place is entry number 184, Brandon Blackshear, Cypress Ranch, FFA. And third place is entry number 835, Mary Claire Goen, Alvin, FFA. Second place is entry number 1061, Kenley Hughes, Montague County 4-H. And in first place is entry number 1072, Lexi Huss, West, FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the west side of the arena now will be our champion and reserve champion, Junior Heifer Drive. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. And we've got a gray SUV license plate BU4 3004. BU4 3004 gray SUV. You need to go check your vehicle. Your alarm's going off. What do you want to call?
Okay, so you were saying something about his flagging. Is he not flagging all the way?
All right, everybody, welcome back. Folks, as we are going to get started, we are ready for the senior tie-down roping. All right, Channel.
Got 'em all there.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to the NRG Arena. It is going to be our senior tie-down. Now, folks, this is the age of the horses. These are your older horses, more seasoned. They've been hauled. So that's what we're going to be looking at here. Well, let's go to number 325. It is going to be Shane Hanchey. He is on a Word of Fire from the Double Dove Ranch. Christopher Parham, you are going to be on deck, and then Jackson, you're 3 away. All right, Shano, going to be Word on Fire. Draw number 1, 325. Now, folks, we ask that you hold your applause until they remount, please. They are being judged throughout that run.
Sorry, Cody. As we get into this Hereford class, I think the class winner is pretty logical in my mind. And then second and third perhaps can be moved around. But this heifer that comes out that leads the class, yeah, she's a little out of balance down low, but really functional at the surface, one that's got extension to her, one that handles her head and neck and her front end structure in terms of angulation really well. One that's soft spine, but yet accurate and attractive, and comes back out into her hip and tail head in a really nice manner. So, yeah, if we could blow her apart a little bit in her forerib, we'd make that one even better. But that's an awful nice one. I think the second heifer best followed her in terms of being able to be attractive up front, being able to manage her forechest appropriately, and come back into a forerib and a depth of flank. Teat kind of prominence and design may be questionable a little bit in this female, but really flexible from behind, gets out and moves really nice. Heifer in third, young lady does an incredible job of showing her big and bold, and is probably as bold width and forechest and all the way back through her skeleton as any heifer in this particular class. She carries that dimension down low, she carries it up high, but with that we get a little more shoulder, we get a little more kind of just deep waistier down into the forechest sternum region, thus not as attractive on the profile. The one that comes out here next, I think has some of that kind of balance issue, but yet top line is really good. Head and neck design are nice. She, too, is sound enough, I think, in her structure in this particular class. Just like to blow her apart in the middle part of her skeleton, give her a little more cow look as she is getting to that point where she needs to be kind of more productive looking, perhaps. Next heifer that comes out just kind of gives up in this particular class some mass and some power. In her middle shape, wants to get a little open up front. But a nice topped one, a good necked and good headed one, very feminine, and very similar to the one that completes the class, young man. Nice job with her. She just kind of lacks the power and the shape and the mass, but she's sure a feminine lady, and she sure is attractive from the side. So good job with her. Let's give him and his cohorts a round of applause.
Well, Ryder Brinkman, you're going to be next. Flavio Ribeiro, you're on deck, and then Chris Wilcox, 3 ready.
Over here in our Charlet division, really a stout set of heifers from one end to the other. There's lots of quality and various types and kinds. And I think as you start to break them down, it's the little things that start to split them apart for me. Just in how they come together, how they move when we ask them to go, and just a look, a quality and balance that we can put together in one when we come out here and make our division champion. But give these kids a big round of applause. I'll go out here and select your winner and reserve, and we'll move on.
Out of class number 8, entry number 1395, Jaden Mata, Dimmitt County 4-H. Moving into contingent for reserve is entry number 2336, Molly Welch from Troy FFA. And your champion goes to entry number 1072, Lexi Huss, West FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Josh LaFavor, Sid Miller, and Clayton
Ladies and
Eggers.
gentlemen, our results on Hereford, Class 13. First place goes to 8:59, Savannah Grimes, Brownsboro, FFA, Brownsboro. Second, McInnes, Brown County 4-H, Brownswood. Third place goes to entry number 317, Madison Byers, Upshur County 4-H, Gilmer. Fourth goes to entry number 1328, Audrey Lockhart, Burleson County 4-H, Caldwell. Fifth goes to entry 1046, Luke Jose, Williamson County 4-H, Georgetown. And sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, goes to entry 827. That's Colton Gore, Bowles FFA, Quinion. Let's bring in Class 14. These are winter senior heifers.
Just one heifer on the Hereford side of her ring. Young man, Robert. Hey, Robert looks good in a hat. My wife is quite clear that my one attempt to wear a hat didn't go well. And people still make fun of me for that when I judge the Fort Worth Steer Show. So, Robert, I don't get to wear a hat because I don't look like you do. So I like it. But a nice, useful kind of a female, all kinds of body shape. She's going to calve in 3 months or so. Her bone fits her body really well. Her muscle structure fits her skeleton really well. And, you know, she's not like elite looking from a balance and a profile perspective and a straightness of lines, but she is high quality beef stock. She represents that breed very well, Robert. So we'll take a look at her in a second, okay? Let's give Robert a round of applause for his single entry.
Yes, sir. Our Class 14 winners, entry 405, Colt Collier, Weatherford FFA, Weatherford. We're now going to Class 16, which is Champion Senior Heifer.
Out of Bowie, Texas. It's going to be Chris Wilcox. Draw 6, 369. Josh LaFave, you're next. He's going to be at no time here. Wave it out. Draw number 7 is going to be Josh LaFavor on 2-step Surrett, 374. Chris Wilcox, you're going to be on deck at draw 8, followed by Clayton Eggers, Bradley Boyd, and Jackson Massey. We are now going to draw number 7, back number 374. Thank you, Josh LaFave. That is going to be 2 steps. All right, going to be number 374. Draw number 7. Next over work, going to be draw 8, Chris Wilcox. And then draw 9 will be Clayton Eggers. Bradley Boyd, you're now 301.
I know back in my collegiate judging days or when I coached a team at Michigan State, finding a class like this was invaluable to instruction of a livestock judging team. You got 4 big bred heifers. They're all good, and it's the little differences that separate them apart and what you can really earn some reasons points on talking a class like this. Young lady's heifer to lead off right here, I think, is where she comes to the top in this class, and just a balance and look, square, and the long as a well rope. Actually, nickel too long is where it breaks right in behind her shoulder, but that's one of those things that comes with added length. You get that, but structure's good, making some udder. You can see her come together. Just a high quality heifer to lead off with. Young man's heifer in second. I love the udder that's coming in on this heifer. Looks like she's going to be a tremendous cow. I'm always a sucker for one of those, and this heifer's big bodied and thick made. As we compare to the heifer that wins the class, just maybe a little nickel plainer in the way she comes, a little deeper in her chest floor, but tremendous in terms of body and mass and brood cow fundamentals. I like a lot of things about that female. Heifer that comes in next in line, making an udder, maybe a nickel coarser than the heifer that stands in front of her, wants just to get a little roller coaster in that top, weaker in her shoulder and up out of her hip. Heifer that just comes out there, you just balance her up to run with that two in front of her, but the basics are there, structure and kind, and to be in this class. Heifer in four as another one of those that's just getting a little too much chest at this stage of the game. I know that it's such a double-edged sword. We want easy fleshing cattle that do well, and the result of that is they put fat on in their lower one-third in their chest, and it just takes some hard things to manage. But from a show ring perspective, it just throws them out of balance just enough in a tough class. It makes them hard to get up there. But really, young lady, an awesome, big-bodied, powerful female. Then we get into another set of heifers here that maybe just aren't in the level of those, but still good cattle. Young lady's heifer coming out next. Sound, functional, just don't see that balanced look. We get a heifer here that comes in a little frailer, wants to duck under just a bit when she moves. Get a little tighter made, prettier heifer right here in front of me, and the young lady's heifer going to complete the class. Just a little frailer in her overall makeup. But an outstanding set of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for class number 13 in our Charlet show are as follows. In 8th place, entry number 1979, J.C. Sharkey, Caddo Mills, FFA. 7th place is entry 1926, Lakin Shrill, Robertson, FFA. In 6th place is entry 2463, Creed Young, Harts Bluff, FFA. In 5th place is entry number 1857, Marlon Rocha, Pearland, FFA. 6th place is entry number 246. 4th place is entry 777, Haley Garrick, McLennan County 4-H. 3rd place is entry number 1065, Avery Hunt, Hallsville, FFA. 2nd place is entry number 867, Duke Grotchett, McLennan County 4-H. And in 1st place is entry number 1054, JC Husky, Huffman, FFA.
Thank you. Number 373, that is Bones.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a champion. And out of class 13, it's entry 859, Savannah Grimes, Brownsboro, FFA, Brown County, in Brown County. Winner of class 14 is entry 405, Colt Collier.
Cody McCartney, you're on
right.
deck, and then Clay
Weatherford,
Bonner,
FFA.
Clay on draw 13, 342.
And our second place animal in class 13 is entry number 1450, Levi McInnes, Brown County.
Well, on the Hereford side, as we get ready to pick this division, the heifer that come out of our first class, we talked about her, and she doesn't balance up as well as some, but she's just so practical, so useful, so sound, so soft top. I say soft top in a good way because I think that's what helps her be so flexible and just so basic down low and just kind of comfortable, if that's the best way to particularly describe her. And she comes in with enough freshness to her skeleton and makeup, enough length of body. I think it's an awful nice female. Yeah, we would change her a little bit in her lower one-third balance, but it's a good heifer. Robert, we talked about your heifer being just a good basic female. Not as long-bodied, not as big-boned, and perhaps not as elite and long in her neck. So one that's right ahead of her. But as I evaluate the three out here, I'm going to go ahead and leave our first class, first and second together, for champion and reserve. So congratulations to these young people.
Clay Bonner on deck, and then Colin Fox. 3 away. Colin at 14 as we are getting ready to work draw number 12 here.
Our champion
All right.
senior heifer,
Gonna be
ladies and gentlemen, is
Corona's done that playing
859
now, but
Savannah
Jeff
Grimes,
Fields.
Brownsboro
This is gonna be Cody
FFA,
McCartney.
and our reserve comes out of
Oh,
class
you bet
14,
your
entry
little line
405,
back here.
Colt Collier,
Corona's
Weatherford
done playing. Looks like we
FFA.
got us a little stallion.
Here's one of those heifers that when she comes in the gate, the first one, you know it's going to take a heck of a one to get around her. Just the way she has a presence about it. You judge enough of these shows, and you be here for 2-3 days. Man, when the showmen are good and the cattle are good, it makes this job fun. And this heifer here, I think, is just really good in the way she balances up. You know, she's a February 28th, so we're the youngest that you can be in this class, and she's going to calve there the 1st of April, dodging getting her here and not having to calve her at the show. But body, kind, structure, that's a good place to lead off. Young man's heifer in second. Man, those are the kind that the beef industry makes a lot of money on. That female there is good uddered. She's good structured. Got a nice heifer calf. You fill your pasture with those kind, you can be in the business a long time. As we start to compare to a show animal to the heifer that wins, maybe comes up in her tail head just a bit and doesn't give us quite the ring presence of the heifer that's going to lead off with, but it's really like the cow that female is in 2. Heifer in 3, another nice pair compared to the one in front of her. Maybe just don't see quite that udder quality in there. Maybe not quite that balance out through her front 1/3, but we see a really nice cow in production doing the right things. We get into a pair of heifers here, just not quite the balance and look of the heifers that are going to precede them in the class, but sound, functional, good cattle. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Cody. Our results for class number 14 are as follows. In fifth place is entry number 1461, Gregory McNeil, Dobie FFA. Fourth place is entry number 314, Josephine Anna Butts, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Third place is entry number 807, Chase Godwin, Lake Creek FFA. And second place is entry number 1823, Adeline Rendon, Cypress Ranch FFA. And in first place, entry number 703, Jace Fortner, Warren FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming to the ring now will be class number 15, our final senior heifer class.
Draw 14, going to be Colin Fox. You're up. DJ Smith, you're going to be on deck. Josh LaFavor at 16, 3 away. McLean, Cox, and Collins. Be ready. All right, Colin Fox.
Well, I had a minute to take a look on the other side, and Cody's got a dogfight going on over there. There are some good females, and but let's get our attention back to some really high-quality Hereford females as well, and represent this breed at this big show, I think, incredibly well. The calf champion come back out here, and we've talked about her quite a bit in kind of a small numbered show, and but yet she still deserves some attention here in terms of length of neck, length of side, length of hip, elite look, elite shown. Yeah, at times we've talked about her, you know, how she wants to place her top, but she does well at the surface. And, you know, this one, as I mentioned before, and I saw this, I thought quite a bit in our calf division, a little aggressive sized for her age, perhaps, but I've got a pretty wide range of frame size because I think we can make a lot of different things work and a lot of different operations. So, you know, I get that and I understand it, and I just think she'll continue to be really an impressive show female and a great cow. The one that comes out of her second class, and my challenge with her from the very start was kind of maturity and condition. But boy, she just handles it so well at the surface. I love her base width when you get behind her. It's so natural and so true to the width of skeleton that she's got. Blows apart right behind her shoulder to an incredible amount of width and skeleton. Brings that back into a really nice kind of female stifle that's got some shape to it, but yet I think is built right for a female. Her top line is good, and another one that's soft enough in her top, but yet still attractive there so that she can be good at the surface, but yet very practical. The one that comes out of our third class here, we've talked about her just not being as perhaps elite in her side profile, but being just a really practical, good female. So let's give your Hereford Exhibitors a round of applause. We'll find your first champion of the day on this side.
On Pepto's Red Deck Tina. Jackson Massey on deck. And then Blaine Cox, you're going to be 3 away. Blaino, 3 away at 18. 19 will be James Collins, and then 20 is Robert Collins. So we're going to go to Lefevre. Massey.
Our overall
Cox,
champion,
Collins, and Collins.
Hereford, is exhibited by Sage Beerwinkle from Spring Lake. Moving into contention, Grady Creamer.
Back over here in our Charlet, just 2 entries, and at this stage of the game, it's hard for me not just to side with productivity of the pair in first place. We get them to this age. I like to see a cow-fit side. I'm a cow guy. I believe in the coupon that comes with it, and the purpose of this project is to learn the whole thing, and so I kind of side with that. Young lady's cap in second. I really like her kind, just a little plainer made, and like to see her further along in gestation. But let's give them a nice round of applause.
Our reserve champion, Hereford, is exhibited by Grady Creamer from Ellis County 4-H.
Hold on. Our results in class number 15 are as follows. In second place is entry number 315, Catherine Butts. Lubbock Cooper FFA. In first place is entry number 1713, Jaden Lemuel, Klein Kane FFA. Coming to the ring now will be our champion reserve senior heifer drive.
3 away. James 3 away. All right, draw 17, going to be next. This is back number 1187. Here's a horse that is owned by Russell and Tammy McCarthy out of Bedice, Texas. It is CKC Cola Chick. CKC Cola Chick. Jackson Massey aboard. Draw 17.
On the Hereford side, we also wanted to thank our Texas Hereford Queen, Abby Jo Woolub from Whitney, Texas. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. What is going to be 1187? CKC Cola Chick. Jackson Massey. Draw 18, going to be Blaine Cox. You're up. James Collins, you're on deck. And then Robert Collins, you're 3 away, Robert, at draw 20. Fontenot and McCartney be getting ready at 21 and 22. This is going to be draw 18, Blaine Cox. Thank you. It's going to be Blaine Cox on Martha's Poco, number 335. Going to be owned by Renato Garcia Latunas of Cypress, Texas. Well, draw 19, Mr. James. You are next to row. Robert Collins. Going to be deck Isaac Fontenot. You're 3 away, Isaac, at 21, amigo. This is going to be James now, 345. Well, next door, we have our junior market lamb and goat auction going on. We're going to get some of those prices for you, as I always do. I got some prices for you coming up here in a little bit. Thank you. That is going to be James Collins on Shiny Pikachu.
Well, out here in this division, we turned it up just a notch in terms of quality, and Mark said over there it looked tough, and it definitely is. We can spend a lot of time talking about the cattle, but to me it narrows down to these two at the front of the line. I think they're exceptional in terms of quality. I think the showmen are awesome. The females are highly presented. This is what makes a job like mine tough, but fun at the same time. You know, as I can talk myself one way or another into which one of these heifers I think is the winner out here, and ultimately will. But I think the important thing is to recognize the quality and the kind of these females in this breed. These kids have brought out here is exceptional. So join me, give them a big round of applause. I'm going to go out here and select the one that I like best.
Let's Rodeo.
Out of class number 14, entry number 703, Jasis Fournay, Warren FFA. Coming into contention for reserve is entry number 1823, Adeline Rendon. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 1054, JC Husky, Huffman FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now will be our champion and reserve champion, Charlotte Heifer of Show.
Tanner, you are going to be 3 away at 23, Clay Bonner and DJ Smith. Well, DJ's going to be scratch. 25 is a scratch. Got 25 is a scratch. 429. All right, Mr. Isaac, going to be number 427, Gamma Gun. Villa Platte, Louisiana, Isaac Fontenot. Thank you. It's going to be Isaac Fontenot on the horse Gamma Gun, number 427. Draw 22, Cody McCartney, you are going to be next. Tanner Stilwell on deck, and then Clay Bonner. You're going to be 3 away, Clay. 3 away. Folks, we're going to be bringing back our Kevs in 5 runs. So following draw 27, James Collins, we're going to bring Kevs back.
Well, what an outstanding set of Charolais females out here in this division or in our show, and we bring them out here for Graham. You know, the quality, you can just see it out here. And the favorite thing as a judge when they come out and you can just see it kind of gradually progress in age, but maintain kind and quality. And I think this heifer that starts out's got a bright future. Look, quality, all the things there to make one that comes back here next year bred upright that's competitive. Young man's heifer out of the second division. Boy, when he gets her head up, she's a cool demeanored heifer. She likes to show. She gets out here, and they're a heck of a duo out here, showman, and putting it together and just have that presence and look to command your attention in a show ring. As you get out here and our big heifer, man, you can just see the production cycle come to fruition. You get an udder dropping in. You still maintain that look, a quality, the power and presence that she has out here. Man, it's just undeniable. And I always tell myself, if you think long, you're going to think wrong. Young man, you're the champion. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Your champion comes out of our senior division, entry number 703, Chase Fortner Warren FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is entry number 1054, JC Husky Huffman FFA.
The young ladies heifer that's moving in for contention. I didn't take that selection in division lightly. You don't split them by much. Young lady, you're going to follow right in line. You're reserve.
Your reserve champion, Charolais Heifer of Show, goes to entry number 1054, JC Husky, Huffman FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Mr. Sankey, thank you so much. We'll get started on the west side with our main Anjou show in just a couple of minutes.
All right, Clay Bonner going to be 343. This horse owned by Sid Miller now. Draw 25 is a scratch, 429 DJ. Scratch draw 25. So Bryce Briggs, you're going to be next to work. Going to be no top. All right, folks, we're going to scratch draw 25 at 429. So we're going to go to draw 26. We'll bring Kivs back in two. Bringing Kivs in two. Here's Bryce Briggs, now number 837. Whizzing to Tinseltown. This horse owned by Tracy Billy. Okay, draw 27 is the scratch. So we're going to go to James Randall Barton. James, if you're ready, buddy, at 28. You are going to be next. You're all right, James. Take your time, buddy. We just had that scratch in front of you. All right, now draw 27 is a scratch. Judges 414 is a scratch. So we're going to go to draw 28. 1206, and then we're going to bring Kivs back after this run. This is going to be CSR Topaz Gal from the Circle Star Landon Cattle Company. Out of Eagle, Idaho, it's going to be James Randall Barton now. Draw 28, number 1206. Thank you. That is going to be James Randall Barton. Boys and girls, we're going to bring Kevs back. We do need Kevs. That is number 1206, CSR Topaz Gal. Now, after we bring Kevs back, going to be Parlo Soreva. Paulo, you're going to be first here at 29 on the set of kettle. Bradley Boyd, your second. Isaac Fontenot, Rendon College, and Clay Bonner. Well, again, going on next door, everybody. Going to be the Open Breeding Rabbit Show. Now, I think it's just, I don't think they're breeding the rabbits. I think they're just showing the open breeding rabbits. Also, we're going to be having the junior market lamb.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to have Mr. Cody Sankey back for our Main on Jews show. Let's give Mr. Sankey a round of applause for Economy Indiana.
The, sales pavilion and the East Arena. Well, I don't know if you all were around, but at the beginning here, about a week ago, they had the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo Championship Wine Tasting. And the Grand Champion bottle of wine. The Grand Champion bottle of wine sold for a Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo record for $350,000 for the Grand Champion bottle of wine. It was actually champagne.
As we start off our Angus side, I've sorted out 2 or 3 more that I need probably for the placings. And these cattle here, boy, it's sure tough when you make a sort early in a show heifer's career and kind of how they get the first look and some things. But there's some cattle here that I'm not going to bring back just from a structure perspective and overall balance, and then we'll work through the rest of these. But what a great way to start our Angus show with your young kiddos. Good high-quality females that are even going to be released here that I think have got a pile of future to them. So let's give these young kids a round of applause that'll be executing, and we'll work on the ones that we've brought back.
Some of our young Angus exhibitors are leaving the arena. We've heard the applause, and we just want you to know how much we appreciate all the hard work it takes to get to this point.
Oh, thank you. That's going to be Paulo Soreva on Run for the Roses. Draw 30, Bradley Bowen, you're up. Isaac, you're on deck. And then Rendon, you're 3 away at 32. 3 away. All right, draw number 30. Here's going to be back number 372. This is Saturday night. This horse is owned by the Heartwood Farms from Good Hope, Georgia. Going to be ridden by Bradley Boyd. Number 372, draw 30, Saturday night. That is going to be number 372, Saturday night, Bradley Boyd. All right, going to be down 31. Let's go to Isaac Vatno. Rendon College, and then Clay Bonner. Going to be 3 away at 33, Clay. All right, Mr. Isaac. This horse owned by Larry King out of Sulphur, Louisiana. Thank you. It is going to be Isaac Fontenot on I'm a PG Gun 317. Isaac. Well, draw 32 is going to be Rendon College. You're next, Rendon. Draw 33, Clay Bonner, and then Paulo, you're going to be 3 away on 34. Draw 34, number 359. All right, draw 32, 663. We are ready. Here's Rookie Cat. Owned by Deborah and Jackie Powledge. Going to be shown by Rendon Powledge out of Grandview, Texas. Tough luck right here, Rendon. Going to be no tempo. Draw 33 is going to be next to work, Clay Bonner, Paulo Soreleva, and then James Collins. James, you're 3 away on 415. Here's going to be the horse Cardinal Berry, owned by Philip Berry. This is going to be back number 352. 352 back number. Draw 33 in the go. It's going to be Clay Bonner. Going to be no time. That's going to draw 34, number 359. 359 is going to be Paulo Soreleva. This is One Smooth Catalyst, owned by Lee Ingram, Defuniak Springs, Florida. Draw 34. Now he just roped. Draw 35, going to be James Collins. Isaac Fontenot, you're going to be 3 away, Isaac. Michael Ortiz and Bradley Boyd be thinking about it, gentlemen. Well, number 359, Paulo, are you roping on that horse? I know you just roped at draw 29. We just need to know if you're going to ride 359 or if you're going to scratch 359. Well, he just roped. I don't know. Does anybody see him back there? Do you know? Is he going to rope on this horse? He's going to scratch. All right. First call. Second call. third call. Judges, we're going to scratch draw number 34. Let's go to draw 35. James, you ready? I know. You're sitting there rocking on go, buddy. Here's going to be Poco's Handy Doc. This horse is owned by Donnie Sugg. Going to be number 415. Draw 35. Isaac, you're now on deck. And then Michael, you're going to be 3 away. That is going to be James Collins on Poco's Handy Doc, draw 35. Don't want to get hung up in a skittle catastrophe, folks. They go everywhere. As we are going to go to draw 36 now. Going to be Isaac Fontenot, Michael Ortiz, and then Bradley Boyd at 38. Folks, we are getting right through. Thank you for being ready. Thank you, ropers. Thank you. Our quarter horse committee doing a fantastic job. All right, going to be Matilda's Nieta. Going to be owned and ridden by Isaac Fontenot of Villa Platte, Louisiana. Matilda's Nieta. Going to be this horse, 426.
Over here in our first class, probably some give and take and type and kind and trying to anchor into one that it just puts it all together. I think the red heifer comes as close as any. Her structure, her body are kind, the look of her head and the way she's refined. You get in behind her, she still has enough substance to her. I think she's just a safe place to lead off in this class. Young man's heifer in second. I like her. I like her angles. I like her joints. I like the way she's up-headed, and she looks like a female. Probably wants to bring that tail head up just a little bit, run downhill, just smoke her in there just a little bit better. I like that hind leg and the way she's put together, but that's a good female. Young man, your heifer doesn't want to cooperate with you today. You're doing a good job sticking with it, and you just keep working with her and take her home, and you keep pounding away on it and don't give up. I think that heifer has a lot of good because I like her. I like her in her structure. Unfortunately, the best look you get of her is as she's walking. As you get her pulled together right here, though, substance, bone, look, quality. Bud, you're doing good. Take her on out. The heifer that comes in next in line is a heifer that's just a little more just quicker in her kind for me, a little more moderate, a little more conventional, shorter coupled. Young lady is an awesome showman. She gets her head up. She gets her looking the par. She looks good. That white belly throws her off just a nickel. You truly have to evaluate her in terms of her forerib and her flank, but really a nice, good-looking heifer right there coming in next in line. Young lady's heifer that comes in next. Another one of those awesome showmen out here in this class. A heifer that just maybe comes apart in her front end, wants to get a little more vertical and opened up in her front shoulder, pushed out just a little bit. But I think a heifer that you like a lot of things about there in terms of shape and dimension. Heifer that comes in next in line is just a little more moderate, a little frailer in her overall makeup, but a nice, good-looking, complete little heifer right there next. Young lady's heifer next, a heifer that's got some length and just gives up performance and weight per day of age out here in this class. We get into a little quicker kind of a heifer next. Got a bigger framed heifer to fix her structure and her body depth in relation to her size, and get into another set of heifers that get into some structural differences amongst them. But let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Our results for class number 1 in the main Anjou show. In 13th place, entry number 1477 is Sophia Melton. In 12th place is entry number 1417, Connor McCartney. 11th place is entry number 407, Ellie Commander. 10th place is entry number 1707, Emma Pettigill. In 9th place is entry number 1950, Reese Schwab. 8th place is entry 2278, Ashley Ventura. 7th place is entry number 2240, Candace Tucker. And in sixth place is entry number 88, Ansley Bailey. Fifth place is entry number 66, Mackenzie Arnold. Fourth place is entry number 866, Harley Groom. In third place is entry number 2239, Breeley Tucker. Second place is entry number 1502, Cash Miller. And first place is entry number 773, Brooklyn Galden. Congratulations, exhibitors.
At 38 here. I'll get to 39. Gonna be
Well, this was daunting. This mini Angus to start with, and high quality for sure. And Deb and I were talking last night about how these big classes, until you kind of get them sorted down, it'll take your breath away a little bit. And, you know, I think as we got down to these top 3 or 4 or 5 heifers, we got into some young kids trying to make them look the best as well. And it looked like I was trying to match the kid size with the heifer size there at the end. It was exciting to see these young 4 boys and right up at the top here with these high quality females. And as I get them out here, you know, the heifer that I think at this point in time and in her show career and her maturity pattern that does the best of the things that I look for and we look for at home is going to be this young one, this young man that stands up front here. Certainly a female, incredibly long-necked, and she carries that length back in an appropriate fashion. I think she's got an advantage in body shape at this point in time in her career. I think she's got an advantage in length and set to her hip and tail head as well. She wants to give you the impression when she gets out of move that she's outside of her structure. I get behind her and I don't see that, and I think that she's fine in terms of flexibility. We get down into 3 and 4 in some spots where we get a little outside of her structure. We turn a little bit up front, and I think she's the squarest on all ends. I think that one is going to be really, really good. Young man, in second. Your heifer at the end may just blow that one away because of her freshness and her cute look up front. You know, today at times she gave up just a little bit of maturity, but these cattle are young, and so if you want to argue that's what a maturity pattern should look like, I got a little worried that she's going to get a little deeper in her forechest and sternum. If that forerib drops and that flank drops, and I'm sure it will, and she balances in her lower 1/3, her crazy eliteness in the top 2/3 of her body will carry her a long, long ways, as well as just her flexibility. That's a high, high quality female. Heifer that comes out here in third, you know, she made it to the top out of, 20 or 30 type of cattle. Big bone and probably more aggressively built at the bottom than some of the others. I think with that, we get a little more open at our shoulder, stand a little wide up front, and I don't know as if her femininity and that part of her skeleton will be as nice as our top 2. But obviously, I thought the world of her, and that's why she's here. I think this female here does some things that are incredible in terms of with the skeleton. She breaks apart more appropriately or more aggressively behind her shoulder down to her forerib and comes back to an incredible amount of horizontal dimension from behind. With that, we stand a little wider up front. We're a little straighter in our skeleton as well. Told this young man I love this female. As she spent more time out here, her front end structure started to be a concern of mine, and that's just she's more pushed forward in the top of her shoulder. Thus, she's straighter, more perpendicular to the surface, and not as comfortable off her front end, but good looking in terms of body shape. I like her performance. She gets off of her rear too just fine. I don't know how to read this female. I know we got a big age group here in this particular class. She just, at this point in time, in this class, got a little out of hand in my mind in terms of just total frame size and didn't bring the body shape into it as well. But if you want to run with this one and say this one is so good at the structure perspective, she's so good at just the feminine elements of her that she's got plenty of other good qualities from a shape at this point in time. I get that. She just looked like maybe not quite as sensible in her frame size at the end at this point. Young lady here, good, useful kind of a female here. She gets a little rougher top. She wants to break behind her shoulder, be a little tighter and higher in her spine. But wow factor in terms of look when she gets her set up. Long neck, big bone, hairy type of a female that gives you an elite look. I fell in love with this heifer more and more as the class went on. I didn't think I pulled you very early and probably had you worried. If you think this one is sweet enough necked, she needs to go higher. She's just a little deeper from kind of her jowl all the way down into her forechest at this point. Now, if that stays good and all the rest of her elements of body shape and top line and hip will stay like they are, then that one is competitive as anyone in this particular class. A big, bold bodied one here that gets a little open at her shoulder, but certainly a cow power type of a female. Young lady here has got one. We started to have, I think, some issues in terms of just how they handle their top line, a little wider at their shoulder, a little more tight and high in their spine. So as we let these heifers come out here, these made the sort, folks. These are high-quality Angus females with all kinds of future. Big show, big expectations, high-quality females all the way to the end. Let's give them a round of applause. Nice way to start your Angus show.
Thank you, Mark. First place in this class goes to Hudson D. Berry from Lamb County 4-H. Second place is Crawford Kennedy from Stevens County 4-H. Third place is Grady Fuller from Ellis County 4-H. Fourth place is Cutter Murray from Perrin FFA. Fifth place is Fernell Ventura from Wood County 4-H. Sixth place, Kylie Wing from Cisco FFA. Seventh place, Maxie Lewis from Jack County 4-H. Eighth place, Alexis Slaughter from Bells FFA. Ninth place is Emily Gowen from Troy FFA. And in 10th, Addison Mathers from Allison County 4-H. Oh, and 11th is Colt Dalby from Cameron Yo FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Back over here on our main on Jew side, really a powerful class of heifers. This young lady's heifer that's going to lead off with, I told her down here on the end, just work with me and stand behind the pole for 2 minutes. You won't be there long, and I can still see she's good behind that pole. But we're going to eat her in line to come up and fit this ring the way it's supposed to. This heifer that comes out here, man, I just love the way she's put together. She's got some performance to her. I like that about her. I like her body and her mass, and she's just long and good looking, and she can get out and travel. Young lady's a good showman. About the only thing we found wrong with her, she's shucking her hair just at the wrong time. She's starting to just get a little spots in there, but man, that's a pretty good heifer to lead off with. Heifer in second, when she came in the ring, I thought, well, here we go. This is a nice place to start, and then the other one showed up. Young man, I like that heifer. I like her kind, her build. A little quicker and a little more conventional for me, but I like all the parts and pieces, the way she blends together. That's a really nice heifer, just maybe not the extension that we get in that heifer that leads off. Young lady, split-eared heifer next. I like her. Just a sound, functional, good kind of a main on Jew female. Maybe doesn't give us that wow factor that the pair in front of her do. Just a little off in her top there, just a nickel, but still really a high-quality individual. Young lady's heifer coming next. Just gets out and travels, gets a little tighter middle compared to the ones in front of her. We get into a heifer here that gives up a little in terms of performance and mass to compete, and we get down here with another heifer, a little lighter weight, a little greener in her condition. As we move into some heifers here on down the line, structure, body, and width are important for me, and they kind of lack that. But kids that do an awesome job, let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for Class 2 in the main on Jew show are as follows. In 10th place is entry number 2170, Braden Topping. 9th place is entry 1418, Madison McCarty. In 8th place is entry number 1390, Walker Masseur, Rogers FFA. In 7th place is entry number 1425, Macy McClendon, Buna FFA. 6th place is entry number 375, Tucker Childress, Monte County 4-H. In 5th place is entry number 2442, Pecos Royal, Gillespie County 4-H. 4th place is entry number 519, Brooklyn DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. And in 3rd place is entry number 1931, Emma Schmidt, Smith Valley FFA. 2nd place is entry number 2288, Zachary Buchanan, Ellis County 4-H. And in 1st place is entry number 1158, Kennedy Kaufman, Galveston County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Attention in the stands, attention in the stands. Zach Whitlock, we need you to the back of the announcer stand. Zach Whitlock, we need you to the back of the announcer stand.
Well, just a single entry over here on our main side. A heifer that doesn't want to be out here by herself very bad, but you can see that she's just really a complete, functional kind of a heifer, balanced up, maybe a little moderate in her kind, but I think we'll be able to see her back out here compared to her contemporaries when we get her out here in division. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Thanks, Cody. Single entry, 2074, Kaylee Sapachok.
And then we'll drag. We will bring our calves back, and then we'll drag and go to our 10 youth tie-down ropers. Be ready.
Well, on our Angus side of the show, we changed size pretty quick and size of class pretty quick, but good cattle. The one that starts the class, I think she dominates in all areas except for one, and I sure like for her to gather her up better in her front end structure. When she gets out and moves, she handles it pretty well. When she gets out here and wants to stand, she gets a little wider. Now, the good news is she carries that width of forechest all the way through her skeleton incredibly well, and that's a big advantage to her. Her top line's very attractive. Her rear leg structure, she actually gets out and takes a nicer, longer step off of her rear two than the one that's right behind her. But a good female to start the class off with. The one that's in second, just good basic type of a female. I'd like to just stouten her up in terms of her middle shape. One that just is good, basic type of a female, just doesn't have some of the wow factor in terms of body shape and mass and power for a class winner. But I like your smile, young man, and I like your female. Young heifer that's in third, the young lady with the heifer in third, heifer just gives up a little bit in terms of weight per day of age and substance today. She's feminine, she's balanced, she's good profiled, she's sound enough in her structure. She just hasn't quite caught up to the rest of them yet. Heifer that comes out here, a little bigger female than the one that's right ahead of her, certainly. She just gets a little more masculine in her makeup if we take a look at head and shoulder design compared to the ones that are right ahead of her. Next female out, long-sided and long-hip, good functional type of a female. Just a little deeper chested, a little deeper necked, but that's a good, useful kind of a beef animal, young lady. You've done a nice job. If I remember her right, I think her name was Annalise, if I got that close. I told her I loved her vest and I love her smile. Just a good, useful kind of a feminine-looking female that's fresh in her makeup, sound in her structure. She just gives up quite a bit in terms of mass and power. So let's give Annalise and her competitors here a round of applause.
Thank you, Mark. First place in this class is Leyland Maxwell from Paradise FFA. Second place is Mason Pace from Iowa Park FFA. Third place, Lily Cameron from Harts Bluff FFA. Fourth place, Jacob Hardy from Troop FFA. Fifth place, Lane Strickenhausen from Hardin FFA. And in sixth place, Annalise Chavez from Dobie FFA. Congratulations.
Back over here on our main side, little smaller class with a lot of variety in type and kind, and we get out here. The heifer that I settle with probably just most resembles what we've been picking here this morning. Maybe lay her back on her shoulder and square up on her front end just a nickel, but good-looking cattle, square topped, and comes down from hooks to pin, sets that tail head in right, doing a nice job. Young lady's heifer in second, the white-bellied heifer. Similar to the one that's going to lead off the class, just maybe fix her in her hind leg structure just a bit, see her reach and flex there a little differently, but still another shapely, good-bodied kind of a female. A sound structured heifer coming next. The way she steps out just gets a little harder in her rib. She went deepest parts in her chest floor and back into her rear rib and flank. Soften her up there just a bit. And my buddy rounding out the class here, big coarse tail head on that heifer, just set it in, refine her head, but she's good-bodied and got good muscle. So let's give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 4 as follows. In fourth place, entry 2047, Hayden Smith, Abel Golden FFA. In third place is entry 1565, Olivia Munoz, Borger FFA. Second place is entry number 1186, Carly Kearns, Quitman FFA. And in first place, entry number 347, Zachary Cassis, Huffman FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors, coming into the ring on the west side. It's going to be your champion, reserve champion, heifer calf drive.
Folks, we showed 43 in the senior tie-down. Let's go to Judge Tom Macbeth. First place, congratulating number 373. Boone's Scarlet O'Cara, going to be owned by the Heartwood Farms out of Georgia, ridden by Bradley Boyd. In second, 372, Saturday Night, owned by the Heartwood Farms, Georgia, ridden by Bradley Boyd. In third place, going to be 1186, Tarzan, owned by Brad Witherspoon, owned by Jackson Massey. Placing fourth is 399, CFR Elite Gun, owned by Jared Crane, ridden by Cody McCartney. In fifth is going to be 317, I'm a PJ Gun, owned by Larry King, ridden by Isaac Fontenot. Sixth is 427, Gamma Gun, owned and ridden by Isaac Fontenot. Seventh is number 360, Run for the Roses, owned by Renan Gustavo, owned by Paulo Sarieva. In eighth is going to be 1188, CR I Get Tough, from Russell and Tammy McCarthy, shown by Jackson Massey. And ninth place, under Judge Tom Macbeth, number 380, Tease Alley Cat and Garrett Reed. Let's go to Judge Bozo Rogers. First place, going to be number 372, Bradley Boyd, Saturday Night. Second, going to be 317, I'm a PJ Gun, Isaac Fontenot. Third is going to be 435, he's a high driving CD, Clayton Eggers. Fourth is 436, Buena Skipper, Clayton Eggers. Your fifth is going to be 1207, Salt and Pepper, James Randall Barton. Sixth going to be 399, CFR Elderate Gun, Cody McCartney. Seventh, 373, Boone Scarlet O'Cara, Bradley Boyd. Eighth, 426, Madera's Nieta, Isaac Fontenot. And ninth place under Judge Rogers, 430, Mom's Counting Checks and DJ Smith. Let's go to Judge Sully McGully. First place, 372, Bradley, Saturday Night. Second, 1186, Jackson Tarzan. Third is going to be 317, Isaac, I'm a PJ Gun. Fourth, 435, Clayton, he's a high driving CD. In fifth place, number 360, Paulo, Run for the Roses. Sixth,
we get out here in our first division of the main show. Lots of good cattle out here. I'm not going to talk about each one of them individually. I think there's one heifer that's the next level in this group. Amongst the rest, elevates herself pretty fast, and then the actual contention comes in for reserve. But young lady out of Class 2, that's a good one. You'll be our champion.
Out of Class 2, that's entry 1158, Kennedy Kaufman from Galveston County 4-H. Moving into contention from reserve is entry number 288, Zachary Buchanan. Out of the same class, entry number 288, Zachary Buchanan, Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Next up in the ring will be class number 7, late fall junior heifers.
Well, big difference between the makeup of these two females, but folks, this is what's always worked for us at home, and that is one that's just perfect in their maturity pattern, one that's squishy-footed and sound and elite at the surface, one that's got that nice look up front, and one that I think will just continue to come into herself. No, she doesn't have the body shape and the power and the horizontal dimension of the one that's right behind her, but she brings her shoulder together better. She meets the surface better. She gets out on both ends incredibly well. That one, in my mind, is going to be an incredible big bread when she gets there, because she's going to still stay feminine. She's still going to stay sound. She's going to be elite in her look. I just think that's a logical place to start. Heifer in second caught my eye for sure when she first come in. By far of the class, she's the most explosive right behind her shoulder. carries it back into her stifle very consistently. A big top, big ended, just a power cow from end to end. And that's your deal and that's your gig. You like this one best in the class. I just think with that, we get some masculinity, we get some condition, and we get some shoulder up front. We just meet the surface a little wider than I would prefer. But I don't want to take away from the elements of that female that are so, so good. The one that comes out in third here, and I switched these two because she's distinctly sounder than the one that's right behind her. I just think a good, useful kind of a female. She's going to be big enough for sure. She's going to be a great cow. She's going to have some eliteness all the way through her show heifer career just based on the fact that she's got some extension up front. She's got enough balance and profile, I think, to be highly competitive. Next female that comes out, it's a little straighter shouldered, but she's good as far as body. She's good as far as base width and total amount of muscle dimension to her. I just like to free her up. I'd like to change her angle. Young man, I hate it in terms of you coming in and got as good a looking one there is in this particular class in terms of just body shape and power, cute, nice fronted, all those things come together very well. This one just doesn't want to get comfortable out here, at least today, in terms of just softness and flexibility off of both ends. Next female that comes out, and we can go ahead and lead these out, young folks. A good, useful kind of a heifer that gets a little deeper necked and a deeper down her forechest, but got extension to her spine and extension to her hip for sure. The one that's right behind her, we've got another scenario here that we got upper 2/3, really, really good in terms of true horizontal shape. And skeleton, just a little more restricted down low. Young man that's going to complete the class, you too have got a good kind of a brute cow animal, but just a critter that doesn't have as much body shape at this point in time in relation to her skeletal size. So nice class of Angus females for sure.
Thank you, Mark. First place is Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. Second place, Bryn Caldwell of Brazos County 4-H. Third place, Brody Whitlock, Callahan County 4-H. Fourth place, Allie Blackwell from Iowa Park FFA. Fifth place is Cannon Peters from Onalaska FFA. Sixth place, Harper Massey from Jack County 4-H. Seventh place is Karis Keys from Bowling FFA. And in eighth place, Colton Turner, Hawkins FFA.
Back over on our main side, really just a broody cow prospect here to lead off. I just love the kind of this female, her body and her shape and her depth, hind leg and hip down there. Just tremendous in what she offers there. Probably not the just geekiest fronted one we've seen out here all day, but man, that's just a cow in the making, and I like that about her. Heifer in second just gives up that extra substance that we see in the heifer that's going to lead off right in through her center sweep of her body and out through her flank. But a heifer, I think, that's still good looking, still square built, the right kind of cattle to come in a top end of a class. Getting into a pair of heifers, the one in third, a little more tubular, a little harder made kind of a female. And then we round out the class, a similar scenario, a little harder bodied, a little straighter shouldered. To move her up, we need to fix her structure. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Cody, thank you. Our results for class number 7 in the Main on Jew show. In fourth place is entry number 1369, Ryan McSeal, Buna FFA. In third place is entry number 1675, Matthew Payne, Dayton FFA. In second place is entry number 1279, Sarah Hada, Hampshire Fennett FFA. And in first place, entry number 2441, Jared Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors.
So, again, everyone, the grand champion lamb broke a Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo record, 350,000. The grand champion goat just
Attention in the barn, Dr. Billy Zanellini. Dr. Billy Zanellini, could you please come to the announcer stand? Dr. Billy Zanellini, please come to the announcer stand.
$40,000. The exhibitor was Brinley Hogg from Lubbock County. And I'll have the buyers shortly. So there you have it. 2 new records, folks, for the lamb 350 and the goat 240. That's some expensive lamb chops. All right, Bryce Ellinger and Escondido Ray, you are going to get a score from our judges. You are going to get a score, Bryce, from our judges. You were on your horse, red slack in it. So they're going to give you a score. Let's go to draw 2 now. It is going to be 432, Fancy Schmancy. It's going to be Garrett Voltisack, Jet Garrett on deck, and then Colin Fox. You're going to be 3 away. Now, folks, when we wrap up, we are going to take our lunch break. We're going to get the panels out, get steers in, run them through. Thank you. It is going to be Garrett Voltisack on Fancy Schmancy. Draw number 2. Well, Jet Garrett, you are next. Colin Fox, you're going to be on deck. And then Rendon Pally, you're 3 away. Rendon at draw number 5. All right, draw 3, number 321 now. KHOU Creek Missy, going to be Jet Garrett out of Bowling, Texas. Well, there you have it, $350,000. Champion goat, champion sheep, or lamb, I guess, champion lamb, and $240,000 champion goat.
Well, really excellent pair of females here at the top of this particular class. And, you know, I think there's small differences for sure between these two. And those differences can go both ways in these particular females. She's out of here. But this heifer that wins the class, in my mind, is just a more advanced picture of the one that won the last class. Sound structured, good bodied, really sexy through the front 1/3 of her skeleton in terms of head and neck and shoulder. Just very elite. The one that's right behind her probably has a tick more body shape, maybe a tick more dimension. With that, I don't think we're quite as elite in our look. We kind of break behind her shoulder, a little wider at the top of the shoulder, and maybe just a little different in terms of how she handles down into her forechest region. But high-quality females, really. From a judge's perspective, that's fun stuff. The one that's third, young man, you do a nice job, this particular female, and really long and extended, long-necked, and you make that neck look even longer and more elite through the front 1/3 of her body. Good amount of length aside. Gets a little wastier down through the lower 1/3, but as well as I don't think she explodes quite as much in her forerib right behind her shoulder. I don't think that her kind of horizontal dimension and through her skeleton from end to end as good as the one that's right ahead of her. But boy, that's a nice female. Heifer that comes out here behind her doesn't have the length of body, perhaps doesn't have that up front look and that proud look to her as the one that's right ahead of her, but a good heifer, plenty of width and dimension. She does have a bolder forerib and a wider skeleton than the one that's ahead of her. I just didn't think she was quite as complete in her package and her look from end to end. Heifer that comes out here, boy, she sure is a long-sided one, isn't she? Just from her spine and back out in through her hip. I think with that, maybe we lose a little bit of balance and profile to the lower one-third of her body, a little tighter and drier up into her flank, perhaps. This young lady here, she can flat show. And I told her that, and I'm sorry, I asked her name, and I can't remember it, but boy, a neat gal, made the ring wide every situation that she had. She's just got a female that's a little bigger at this point in time and a little more rigid than some of those that were ahead of her. Maybe just didn't balance together quite as complete as some of those. But I sure appreciate that young lady's competition and competitive spirit and her understanding of how to make it work. Next two females that come out, we got some rigidity here in these females. They're certainly females in terms of their look and their balance and their profile. They just can't quite get out of here and be as athletic and be as comfortable as some that were ahead of them. So, hey, Angus exhibitors, Angus supporters, give them a round of applause. That was a nice class.
Thank you, Mark. First place is Brindley Williams from Wascom FFA. Second place is Ariana Tegert from Mount Pleasant FFA. Third place is Dalton Burwell from Bryson FFA. Fourth place is Carly Hoffman from Samuel Clemens FFA. Fifth place, William Blake Landers from Reynolds County 4-H. Sixth place, Lydia Williams from Prairieland FFA. And in seventh place, Holly White from Commerce FFA. And in eighth, Kaylee Johnson from Chisholm.
308.
Back on our main side, everybody used to lead off, probably just a combination of the group. Probably has enough size and scale and performance for this age, holds her structure right and her body and her kind. Just a safe place to land here to start off. Heifer in second holds that performance right with her in terms of just having enough gas for the long game. Maybe not balanced up quite as well. You know, it gets a little more forward in her shoulder there just a bit. I think that nose bug throws her out of whack just a bit looking at that. But, you know, a heifer, I just change her balance just a touch to move her up in this class. So one that comes in next, just too quick and conventional in her kind for me. I just want to give her a little more of that female look. It just looks like a little quick heifer. But she is cool-necked. She is heavy-boned. She doesn't cooperate very well, which makes it a little harder to get a read on as well. Heifer coming in next just doesn't have enough structural integrity for me. A little too straight off both ends. Just like to see her move and go a little better. Baldy heifer, same way, wants to duck her pins and roach her top, but still body and substance there. Red heifer has some performance and gas to her. Then we get into a little quicker kind of heifer, a little choppier in her movement for me. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 8 in the main on-Jew show. In 7th place, entry number 1378, Bryce Martin, Gainesville FFA. 6th place is entry number 1445, Kenneth McFadden, ARP FFA. 5th place is entry number 561, Laney Domick, Viter FFA. 4th place is entry number 277, Jordan Bruner, Howe FFA. And 3rd place goes to entry number 249, Hugh Britton, Groom FFA. 2nd place is entry number 1076, Brooke Hydo, Fort Bend County 4-H. And in 1st place, entry number 163, Brindley Bernard, Alfred FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, Class 9 main on-Jew, late summer junior heifers.
Well, all right. Well, y'all going to re-rope? We're going to rope. Wow. Man. I got a pretty good look at them hands right here, folks.
Well, in our division of Angus females here, and I sure hope you appreciate the quality of these. as you're sitting up in the stands and watching as much as I do. And certainly we sent some really, really long-term competitive females back to the barn as well. And you've got your favorites, as the other judges have said through the week, and you've seen before. It's our opinion, and what I care the most about is that I describe your cattle accurately, and then these cattle will decide over time which ones win the most banners, which one generate the most revenue. She's tired of me talking. Heifer out of her first class, I think she's got as much shape in relation to her age and her skeletal size as any female out here. And I love the fact that we're putting shape in these cattle now that we've got them better at the ground. And if you want one that's elite looking and got plenty of shape and still fresh, you know, she has to be a contender out here. There's no doubt about it. One that come out of our second class has got as much shape as the one that's ahead of her. Maybe doesn't handle her shoulder quite as well and just kind of get herself put together from end to end as much as the one that's ahead of her, of these two kind of big-bodied, big-top, big-ended females. Certainly really nice. I fell in love with a heifer that come out of Class 3, and I still like her a lot. Class 3 and Class 4 don't have as much muscle as the ones that are in the first two classes, and I think the one that's got the least amount of muscle is this one that comes out of 3, but I think she's got an incredible amount of future to her. We talked about her eliteness in terms of look, her eliteness in terms of femininity, and her eliteness in terms of soundness. That hasn't changed. And then I mentioned we just get the next version of that when we come in to our class winner out of 4. And, you know, again, I get that we're bolting more muscle on these cattle, but I think you take a female like this that has that kind of design, that kind of look, that kind of flexibility, we'll bolt the muscle on in the next generation. That guy over there will sell you the right bull to make that happen genetically, but I just think that one does so many things well today, and I think those things will continue as she moves on down her career. So you probably know I like this one pretty well. This one will be champion. Congratulations.
Our champion in this calf championship is Brinley Williams from Wascom FFA. Moving into contention,
Going to wrap up the tie down here in 2023.
Ariana Tigard from Mount Pleasant FFA. And our reserve is Peyton Alexander from Somerville 4-H. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Back over on our main side, these three heifers, the way they come in is the way they're going out. The young lady's heifer we're going to use to start off with, it's just probably the safe spot to land. If I were to fix her and maybe just soften her just a nickel, just give her a little more softness of body and a little more shape and sweep there. But good looking, sound, functional, young lady's a good showman. Heifer that comes in second, a little more conventional in her kind. I'd like to see more performance in a heifer of this age. A little rounder made, but still good looking and put together well. Young man's heifer here at the end, just being darn hard to get a good read on. She would rather be somewhere else in Houston today, but a heifer that's got some body and substance to her, just like to fix her structure, get her balanced up just a nickel better. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for class number 9 are as follows. In third place, entry number 588, Cameron Du Bois, Brazoria County 4-H. In second place is entry number 1873, Michael Rodriguez, Klein Kane, FFA. And in first place, entry number 1843, Michaela Roach, West Rusk, FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming in the ring now will be Class 10.
Let's go to Judge Bozo Rogers. Second place is going to be 409. Bryce Ellinger and Smart Buggy Bones Moss. Third is 663. Rendon Valley, John Ricky Cat. Fourth is 712. Ryder Brinkman. Check you later. Fifth is going to be 6 18. That is going to be Colin Fox on Little Prissy Star.
Now your attention
In 6, it'll be
directed on the east side of the
6:15.
cattle
Bryce
judging
Ellinger on
arena.
Escondido, right?
We're on Class
7th is
7 late
432.
fall
That's
junior
Garrett
heifers
Falk
in our Angus
Fancy
show.
Schmancy. 8th place, 321. Jet Garrett, Caddo Creek, Missy. And your 9th place under Judge Bozo Rogers, number 408, Bryce Ellinger. I see you. Now to Judge Tom Macbeth. In 2nd is 663, Rendon and Ricky Cat. 3rd place, 712, Ryder. Check you later. 4th is 409, Bryce, Smart Boogie Boon Small. In 5th is going to be 618, Colin, Little Prissy Star. 6th is going to be 408, Bryce, I see you. 7th, 615, Bryce, Escondido Ray. 8th is 432, Gareth on Fancy Schmancy. And 9th is 321, Jet on Caddo Creek, Missy. Well, folks, how about we say at about 125, we will be back with our junior heading at around 125.
Over on our main side, the young ladies have are going to use to lead off. I really like her kind, her size, her productivity. You can see her starting to drop an udder at this stage of the game. I think she's long, she's feminine, she's broody, and the way she's put together just has the look of a female that can go on and be successful for this young lady, so I like her quite well. Heifer that comes in second, a little more muscular, a little shapelier kind of a heifer, maybe a little quicker in her kind for me, just a little rounder everywhere. But look at that hind leg and that bone and foot. She has really some unique pieces, starting to set an udder in there. Nice pair of heifers there at the top. Heifer that comes in third, I think, is a heifer. Just fights this young man a little bit, but bulky made, big-bodied, stout. Just maybe not the ring presence and look and balance of the pair in front of him. The young lady here, excellent showman. This heifer here just gets a little tighter in her rear rib and flank, wants to cut up there just a bit. Gets a little excessive in her condition, starting to set some pones up high, but a nice heifer. And then our white-footed heifer coming out, just a little more terminal in her rib, a little sharper made. Like to just deepen her up and change her hind leg set, how she handles that. But let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 10 in the Main On-Juice show are as follows. In 4th place, entry number 321, Elizabeth Caffey. In 5th place, entry number 501, Cammie Davis, Cathridge FFA. In 4th place is entry number 321, Elizabeth Caffey, McLennan County 4-H. 3rd place is entry number 1929, Caden Schmidt, Fort Bend County 4-H. In 2nd place is entry number 2456, Cammie Yeager, Bonham FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 1758, Grace Price, Albany FFA.
Another nice class of Angus females with lots of numbers in it. This one come to the top pretty quickly in my mind, but as we got them out here, I think the heifer right behind her kind of to nudge into and be competitive with her for sure. And I just like so many things about the class winner. Her body shape is reasonable. Her length of body is good. Total extension from end to end is nice and adequate. I think her bone design, not the biggest bone, but her bone design is good. She gets out and moves nice. Gets her knees set back into her just right. Her angle to her shoulders good up front. And I just think that one's very, very good long term. She's longer bodied, I think, than the one that's in second. Go ahead, young man. And I think that's where she has a distinct advantage. And I think perhaps just a little more expansion to her forerib right behind her shoulder than the one that we've got in second. But I love a lot of components of this heifer in terms of, again, she balances up nice. She's good enough at the ground. I think she's going to stay fresh enough in her appearance through her show heifer career. And then I think she's just going to be an awesome bred heifer and production type of a cow long term. This heifer here I fell for quite a bit in the last few minutes. I think that I know that she's very extended from end to end and a female that's got plenty of balance. I think her forerib and her flank and her forechest all come together in the lower 1/3 of her body quite nice. She just maybe wants to, when she gets out of the move, she wants to break behind her shoulder. She wants to be a little rigid in the middle part of her spine. And she actually transcends just fine down low, but it just doesn't give you a little lower loin, a little higher in the middle of the spine. Good, useful kind of a female here, all kinds of body shape and depth of body, big topped and big ended kind of a heifer that gets a little more refined in her lower bone, gets a little kind of deep in her forechest, but a good female. Next heifer that comes out, body shape is very, very adequate, brutally bold in her forechest and carries that back through her structure really well. Comes down on a little smaller foot and a little smaller bone down low and maybe doesn't give us quite the comfortability of stride, but a good animal. Heifer that comes out here, nicely presented to us today, just doesn't come together as nice. From front 1/3 to middle 1/3 to rear 1/3, she doesn't bring her balance and her lines together as well. But what she is one that's really extended. Her base width is adequate within her skeleton. Good female. Next heifer out here, big, bold rib, kind of a power cow. Doesn't quite move as nice as that some of them at the top. This heifer comes out here, similar situation where we're just a little more restricted, but we have to appreciate length of body, big bone, big muscle. This female that comes out here, big bodied, but just a little deeper in her neck and her chest. I think she could argue up a spot or two, just a little shorter bodied, a little deeper necked. We'll come down through the rest of these females, and hopefully you can tell that they've been highly taken care of, highly presented. They're well shown to us today. We just started to run out of structural integrity. We started to run out of kind of elite look and in a combination like we had towards the top. But let's go all of them a round of applause. Big class of Angus heifers.
Thank you very much, sir. Our results of Class 7, first place goes to 524. And that's Brigham DeBordy, Ellis County 4-H, Waxahachie. Second place goes to 1297, Greenlee Lennon, Clay County 4-H, Henrietta. Third place goes to Emma Davenport, Lumberton FFA, Lumberton. Fourth goes to entry 671, Sarah Fila, Wharton FFA, Wharton. Fifth goes to entry number 1540, that's Andres Macon, Garland FFA, Garland. Sixth place goes to entry number 1987. That's Ela Schuretz, Harris County 4-H, Houston. Seventh place goes to entry 2432, Bo Woodall, Dawson FFA, Dawson. Eighth place goes to entry 1444, Cassie McNee of Sac FFA, Sachi, Texas. Ninth goes to entry number 2002. That's Robert Sierra, Comanche FFA in Comanche. And 10th goes to entry number 2022, Aubrey Slaughter, Bells FFA, Bells. 11th place goes to entry number 1984, Cooper Shepherd, Rockwall FFA, Rockwall 4-H, Rockwall. Let's go now to class number 8. Class number 8.
Over here in our division, in our main heifer show, little probably more variety than I would prefer in this group, and just seeing them come together. We got a little bit of difference in type and kind. We've got some big broody ones. We've got some pretty racier ones. And that's just how it comes together when you get dealt the cards. You got to play the hand that comes to you. But for me, it probably gets down to decision by the two heifers on each end. I think they're a little more my kind of females than what we see. I'm always sucker for a good cowboy kind of female, and that's the one shown by the cowboy here on the end. She's going to be your division champion. So let's give him a nice round of applause.
And your champion goes to entry 2441, Jared Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Moving into contention for reserve is entry number 1279, Sarah Lotta. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 1758 out of class number 10, Grace Price, Albany FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming to the ring now will be class 13, Spring Senior Heifers.
Nice. Nice lineup here. Big heifers on this side of the ring. The young lady said I'm going to use the lead off. I like her type. I like the way she blends up through her front end, her center dimension. She comes back, lots of body, dropping some udder, good hip, good hind leg. Maybe just a pinch short strided. See her get out and go just with a little more length and flexibility there to really make her next level. But I think she's got a lot of good and kind of sorts up in this class. Heifer that comes next gets out, travels just a little, not quite that center sweep to her rib we're going to see in the heifer that wins the class. Young lady's a heck of a showman and does an awesome job. Just like to soften her from her fore rib to her flank here at this stage of the game. Get into a heifer here, just change her structure. Kind of wants to get a little tight in her loin right there and then kind of flex down at the ground. But still, length, performance, broodiness in that heifer. Get a little tighter bodied one here next in line, a little more terminal about her head and her type and kind for me. It's like to refine her up. Young man's heifer going to come out next. Just a little quicker in her kind, fix her structure just a bit to move her up. But let's give him a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 13 are as follows in the main KHOU show. In fifth place, entry number 1247, Tracer Crizel, Sealy FFA. In fourth place is entry 2364, Briley Whitley, Callahan County 4-H. In third place is entry number 2419, Zane Wilson, El Campo FFA. And in second place is entry 868, Paisley Grotchke, McClendon County 4-H. And in first place, entry 2446, Ruthie Wright, Baylor County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming to the ring now will be Class 14 Winter Senior Heifers.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the east side, we're on Class 8. That's early fall junior heifers in our Angus division.
And over here in our short class of the day, I think a heifer that wins pretty easily in my mind. Just functionality, the hip, the hind leg set, the udder that's coming in. You know, she might break just a pinch in behind her shoulder blade, but that comes from being long-bodied and heavy bred. But just really a good-looking, attractive, sound heifer to start off with. Young man's heifer in second. The decision between 2 and 3 got close for me. I think just a little more functionality and kind in here in terms of body and shape. The heifer that comes out next and third is just a little too terminal and steery. I don't like to use that term, but she just strikes me that way about her head, in through her rib and her flank, just a little drier made, maybe not as far along in gestation as I'd like to see. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 14 in third place, entry number 179, Cheyenne Bixby, Panhandle FFA. In second place, entry number 935, Matthew Harmon, Quinlan FFA. And in first place, entry 2073, Hayden Sapachik, Hardin FFA. Coming into the ring next will be our champion and reserve champion, Senior Heifer Drive.
Another really nice Angus class, and I think I could go back and forth on these top two, all day long. But I think the female at this point in time in her career that just got a tick more body shape to her. I think she handles her top line a little nicer from the point of her shoulder down her spine, out into her tail head. And not perfect female in terms of just kind of depth of neck and how she handles herself out of her front end, but I sure think that there's high quality components to her that are put together pretty well in that skeleton, and just does a lot of things really, really nice. Heifer that's in second, there's some components about her. In fact, I think she's a little more comfortable at the surface than the one that's right ahead of her. With that, we get just a little broader at the top of the shoulder. I like one with some flexibility of spine, and I think some is he puts his stick down that top quite a bit, but she does finish that transition back into her hip and tail head just fine. And I sure think that one has got a lot of future to her. Just maybe at this point in time doesn't balance up quite as well down in from forechest to forerib and down into her flank and then her bone. But man, that's a really, really good female in a really nice class. This heifer that comes out here in third, at times she gave me a look that was kind of wow factor, and times just concerned about where she was at in terms of just true middle shape. Not as bold in her rib, not as wide in her skeleton in my mind as we had in the top two females in terms of true shape through the center portion of the skeleton, but a nice female that's really good and long and extended, one that gets in motors around just fine, I think, in the particular ring. This one caught my attention when she first come in because she's as good in her middle shape as anyone in the particular class. Deep-ribbed and deep-bodied. But with that, we get a female that's just a little heavier and waistier down into her forechest area, and one that just kind of rounds out over her hip. But I don't want to be critical on one that's moderate and sensible in her frame size, one that's sound enough in her structure off both ends. High quality female, and just kind of a nice conventional package. Next female that comes out, just a little bigger out here, and size is fine, and there's some advantage to that. But as I looked at her, she just kind of was out of place in terms of just kind of where her endpoint's going to be, and thus I don't know as if we've got quite as much of a soggy middle shape appearance in this particular female, but a good heifer obviously does a lot of things really nice. Next heifer comes out, boy, I love this one on the stand. This one is as attractive in her front 1/3 as anyone in the particular class. She's as good in her design in terms of attractiveness down her hip. She's as good in terms of how she is in her underline as far as just being highly consistent from end to end. She just won't get out and be as flexible off either end as some of them that we had to use towards the top there. Next heifer that comes out, the young man, gets a little waistier in her front 1/3, a little flatter made down low perhaps, but a really nice up-headed type female that's got enough balance, enough femininity, enough look and profile to be competitive for this young man. Next female that comes out, a little more conventional type of heifer, got some power to her up high, just in my mind, didn't quite put it all together from end to end, perhaps just struggled a little bit out of her front end structure, but a good female for sure. Then we got a heifer here that's just a little green looking today to my perspective. I think from a movement perspective, she's fine. Just a little tighter in her rib, a little more shallow in her flank compared to her skeletal size today. Heifer that comes out here as we start to kind of lead these females out. Certainly well presented to us today. Got a decent amount of body. Her profile wasn't as attractive to me. The front 1/3 didn't quite fit the middle and the rear third in terms of just continuity and balance from end to end. Bigger heifer that goes out is a little more strict perhaps, or a little more rigid in her movement. We'll go down into heifers here that are obviously are really, really good females, have been well taken care of and well shown to us today. We just kind of run out of profile, we run out of structural correctness and balance compared to the top. So a really fun, interesting Angus class. I think those top 2 or 3 are sure fun to talk about. Let's give them a round of applause before we head the mic into the other side.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the results momentarily.
Back over on our main side in this division, not a lot of numbers, but certainly a lot of quality. I think these 2 heifers that come out of our respective class, I think there's some give and take and trade-off between them. And you can probably justify either one to win this division. Standing still, I just love this heifer and the way she ties up in through her front end and down her top line, her hip and her hind leg, her sweep into her center body. But the problem for me is when we ask her to go, she's a pinch short strided, and you just like to see her reach and flex just a nickel better. Heifer right here behind her, I just extremely long-bodied, level hip, structure, where she holds the advantage as she gets out and goes and travels the ring. Now, comparatively, right in through her chest and forearm, she wants to break just a bunch and kind of not have that levelness of top line from the top of her shoulder to her tail head that our female does down here on the end. And so, like I say, at the end of the day, you can pick and choose what best fits your priorities. For me today, I'm going to side with soundness out of Class 2. Young man, congratulations.
Your champion goes to entry 2073, Hayden Sopachok.
Young lady, congratulations.
Moving into contention for, and your reserve champion is going to be entry number 2446, Ruthie Wright. Congratulations, exhibitors. We're now going to have our champion, reserve champion, main and of show drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Class 8 first place was 1219, Kaylin Kaiser, Dublin FFA Dublin. Second place was entry number 520, Connor DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H, Littlefield. Third place was entry 779, Justin Jim, Wills Point FFA, Wills Point. Fourth place goes to entry number 1944, Caden Schroeder, Burleson County 4-H, Caldwell. Fifth place goes to 1041, Barrett Howe, Somerville, FFA, Somerville. Sixth place goes to entry 2021, Ashland Slaughter, Bells, FFA, Bells. Seventh goes to entry 724, Brax Frederick, Stephenville, FFA, Stephenville. Eighth place goes to entry number 1246, Westland Cooper, Victoria County 4-H, Victoria. Ninth goes to entry number 1980, Kaylee Shaw, Montague County 4-H, Montague. And 10th goes to entry number 345, and that's Lane Cartwright of Panola County. And it's Carthage. And then let's bring in 11 is 1642. That's Mitchell Pace, Iowa Park, FFA, Iowa Park. Okay, we're now going to Class 9, our late summer junior heifers, 1 July of 2021 to 31 August of 2021.
Well, over on our main side, we're going to wrap it up here, and really a powerful set of females to come back out here. Ones that get me excited when you start to look at the quality and the kind that they have. These young exhibitors are tremendous showmen getting them done. We can go through and describe them, split them up, do whatever you want. But there was one heifer that when she came out here in class, I said, that one's pretty good. She's in a different league. Young lady, you're the grand. Congratulations.
And out of our calf division, entry 1158, Kennedy Kaufman, Galveston County 4-H. Moving into contention for reserve is entry 288, Zachary Buchanan.
We look at our reserves, and I think it gets competitive. This heifer is the kind I love that's going to be reserved right here. Young man, Cowboys kind of female right here, going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
And your reserve main on-Jew champion goes to entry number 2441, Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Mr. Sankey, thank you so much. We'll get started on our next show in just a few minutes.
Well, I think there's a real obvious place to start in this class, and then certainly, as always, there's some debate after that. But, the heifer that starts the class just combines, structural correctness and balance and profile to the highest degree. And, there's nothing about this female that's just like, wow, elite. But there's also nothing about this female that's like, I don't wonder what that's going to look like in another 6 months or another year. She just holds herself together so well. She's so nice and up-headed and comfortable to be proud like that. Her top line is good. There's some flexibility to it and a nice hip design. So just really, really nice. I think second and third got closer. I do know this young lady's the most intense one that I've had in here today. Of this particular female, and just a heifer that's big-topped and big-ended and bold-middled. I don't know just where she's at from a structure perspective, and that's why I thought second and third got really, really close. This heifer just wanted to show and get second, to be honest with you, of the two. But I'd sure prefer the soundness of the young lady's heifer here in three. She's so sound, she doesn't want to stop. Maybe that's the scenario. You've done a nice job of taking care of her and handling her. She just didn't want to get out here in the final go and give us the look to be able to come back. Heifer that comes out here that comes a more extended type of female. She too is a little more rigid on both ends, but certainly a female that had a good amount of width and shape to her. Young lady's heifer here, just a nice complete female young lady. Like that one represents the breed incredibly well. in terms of just where she'll be at as a brood cow. She doesn't have the fancy things, but she's got the basic things. So nice job with her. Young lady that comes out right behind her, I would say similar, and maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as the one that's right ahead of her, but just a good, useful kind of a heifer. She's good enough at the ground, I think, to sustain herself long term. Young man's going to finish the class. His heifer looks better than several that's ahead on the stand, but I think you saw that when she come in where there was a gap in the line. This heifer just can't get out and give us that comfort, that athletic look today on both ends. I sure wish it was different. He does a nice job of showing her. She's certainly in the top 2/3 of her skeleton, does a lot of really incredible things in terms of just sheer boldness and power, just like to loosen her up a little bit. Nice set of Angus females.
Thank you very much, sir. Our results in Class 9, first place is entry number 733, and that's Carly Fuller, Ellis County 4-H, Waxahachie. Second place goes to 833, Riley Goen, Bell County 4-H, Belton. Third goes to entry number 2387, Destiny Williams, Waller County 4-H, Hempstead. Fourth place goes to entry number 1576, Alyssa Murray, Perrin FFA, Perrin. Five goes to entry number 2394, Lacey Williams, Waller County 4-H, Hempstead. Sixth place goes to entry 224, Caitlin Bradford, Springtown FFA, Springtown. Seventh goes to entry number 1906, Garrett Sanders, Lynn County 4-H, Tahoka.
Okay, got it.
Let me get caught up.
Angus exhibitors were now in Class 10, early summer junior heifers, 1 May through 2021 through 30 June 2021.
Well, a nice class of Angus heifers, but there's one that's pretty elite, I think, in this particular class. Just her balance and profile is fun to look at. Yeah, you don't see this kind of wow factor necked one, little headed one, but you see one that's just really balanced from end to end and comes down into, you take a non-fit one that looks this good in the lower 1/3 of their body in terms of transition from before the forearm to the forearm to back to the flank, and you've got to just appreciate that to its fullest extent. She gets out and moves fine off her rear too. Wants to be just a little outward on her front, but that's being really, really critical and one that I can't wait to see when she comes back in. That's a good female. I think a second heifer best fits her. She's certainly not as hairy and as maybe woofy from that perspective, but a long extended neck, quite a bit more body shape in her than the one that's right behind her in terms of just kind of depth of body and cow power to her. I think she's just more attractive in the front 1/3 of her body and generally better balanced. One that I think this is just a practical Angus female, but understands how to get out and move, can put the things together in a length of body and a length of spine and still be attractive enough in her look. Big boned one here in third, and one that I think has got a reasonable amount of width of skeleton, just not as much depth of body in relation to her skeletal size, and a little out of sync in terms of depth of chest versus the rest of her body. But her movement is fine. Her massiveness is impressive. There's things to build around there for sure. The one that comes out here is a female that's a little shorter bodied perhaps than the three that we had towards the top, but a good basic female that's flat jointed and good boned and good footed, does some things well. The next female that's followed, I told the young man, I think from just a sheer body shape perspective, she goes up 1, 2, or 3 slots. But in terms of being able to get out and move and be as comfortable on either end, that's just a little more of a challenge for this female. But a good heifer, well shown, just like to tuck her together up front, more flexible from behind. These females here that come out, this is a massively built one in terms of forerib shape with the skeleton. Just doesn't put it all together in terms of balance. Tail head sits up there just a little higher, but when we're putting power in these cattle, there is plenty of things to build around with that young lady's heifer. The next heifers that come out here, good, useful kind of females, feminine enough in their makeup, just didn't balance up as well or get out and be as agile as some of the others. Nice females. Let's give your Angus exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank you very much, sir. First place goes to 1180. It's Caden Kennedy, Stevens County 4-H, Breckenridge. Second place goes to entry number 1269, Cade Landers, Runnels County 4-H, Ballinger. Third place goes to entry number 24, Kylie Alexander, Brazoswood FFA, Freeport. Fourth place goes to entry 675, Olivia Fine, Brazoria County 4-H, Angleton. Fifth goes to 840, Gail Grayson III, Deer Park FFA, Pasadena. Sixth place goes to entry number 2483, Linley Self, Perrin FFA, Perrin, Texas. Seventh place goes to entry number 159, Benjamin Bennett, Bryson FFA, Bryson. Eighth place goes to entry number 668, and that's Maiden Fedorov, Quitman FFA, Quitman.
What do we tell Sam?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now having our division drive. Our first class was 521 was the winner, Hudson DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. These are representing classes. Okay. Okay.
I don't know if you need to call them out.
I will. Class 7 winner was 524, Brighton the Order. Winner of Class 8 was entry number 1290, Kaylin Kaiser, Dublin FFA. Winner of Class 9 was Carly Fuller, Ellis County 4-H. And winner of Class 10 was 1180, Caton Kennedy. Our 7th place runner-up was entry number 1297, Greenlee Leon. Our 2nd place in Class 8 was 520, Connor DeBerry of Lamb County. Our 2nd place in Class 9 was entry number 833, Riley Goen. And 2nd place in Class 10 was entry number 1269, Caden Landers, Runnels County.
Well, for our second division here of the Angus, what a good division of cattle, good numbers, good high-quality cattle, elite kind of looking females at the top of these classes, practical ones to finish the class, and so that's all you can ask for. As we talk about these 4 females, the one that come out of our first class as we get out here, I think she's got an advantage over a couple others in terms of movement, and then she gives up some things in terms of just her body and her build doesn't quite fit her structural size quite as well as maybe as 1 or 2 others, but certainly a big-time female that gives us a profile and an attractiveness, gives us a flat-jointed look that gets out and moves really nice. One that comes out of her 2nd class, we talked about her a little deeper necked, but at least appreciate the fact that she brings that back into a bold forerib and she carries that back into her stifle quite appropriately. If you think this one gets out and moves with enough flexibility, then she's a player in here because she does so many other things so well in this particular division. The one that come out of our 3rd class, we talked about her quite a bit, and she does have that forerib shape and that depth of body. She brings that back into a good amount of width through her stifle. Her top line is a little rougher in its makeup as we take a look from the top of her shoulder down her spine and out through her hip. We maybe don't get quite the balance there in the profile. I'm not sure we quite get it in her neck as well, but a good female that's certainly in the hunt. The one that comes out of her 4th class and just does so many things so well. And you can start to pick on her if you want in terms of maybe not quite filling her track or not being just real whippy fronted. But that's just a waste of breath in my mind because the rest of her is so elite in terms of how she comes out of her shoulder through the center portion of her skeleton, and she's so consistent in that width all the way back into her stifle. She's fresh enough in her appearance for one at this point in time. And so it's probably no secret at all, and I probably tend to not hide that very much when I talk about these cattle in class, and certainly when I talk about them in a division. But the race out here is for reserve because this one right here is going to be your champion. So nice smile, young lady, nice female.
Ladies and gentlemen, our champion Angus today is 1180, Caden Kennedy, Stevens County 4-H. How about a nice round of applause for our champion? Again, it's Caden Kennedy.
Well,
Let's bring up entry number
driver. That sounds like a lot of work.
1269, Cade Landers of Runnels County to show for reserve.
Nowhere near that T-post driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, our reserve champion was entry 1219, Kaylin Kiner of Dublin FFA Dublin. How about a nice round of applause for our reserve champion? And what are we doing next? Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to Class 13, Spring Senior Heifers, born 1 March of 2021 through 30 April 2021.
Let's give these young people on the west side of the arena who are leaving the arena a big round of applause. Thank them for their hard work and bringing these good-looking animals to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Well, I said that just a little while ago, and I remember one time judging Fort Worth steers that my wife was quite clear that I didn't leave much to the imagination when I saw one that I really, really liked, and this one is similar to that. To take one that's this point in time and kind of her career, and to make one or allow one to be this flexible at the surface and be that stout and powerful up high, but yet still fresh enough in her condition, that's just really, really hard to do. And yeah, we're going to nitpick all these cattle because us as judges have to try to decipher, so to speak, between them. If there was one area I'd change this one, it's in her shoulder, not in terms of shoulder angulation, and that's what we should all care about the most, but she's just a little broader shouldered when you get out in front of her. But boy, when you carry that back to that much horizontal dimension, as I mentioned before, as we start to hang more muscle on these cattle, now that we've corrected a lot of the structural issues, then she does that in an extreme way. So certainly a nice female. Be fun to see her in division. Next heifer, I think, just fit her the best in this particular class, and I like a lot of things about her. She's very feminine in her makeup, and better shouldered, perhaps, than the one that's right ahead of her. She just doesn't have the incredible mass behind her shoulder and back into her stifle as that one. But young man, be proud of that one. That one is elite in the areas that she does well, and you can build around that long term, and I like how you show. Young man here, we had a little challenge there at the end. She wanted to spin a little. You kept calm, and I appreciate that. You've got a deeper bodied one than the one that's right ahead of you, deeper fore-ribbed and deeper flanked, just more mass. I don't know if she pieces together quite as well, and she for sure doesn't have an attitude today, but I appreciate what you've done to kind of keep track of her, get her put together the best that you can. A more feminine female, perhaps a more extended than the one that's right ahead of her. And this lady's that comes out here, I didn't think that she just powered up quite as well. And I think she's got a tick more kind of straightness to her front shoulder, perhaps, than the one that's right ahead of her. The one that comes back here, deep body, deep flank, big top one, a little heavy condition, perhaps, and a little more fine bone, a little more frail in her bone set in comparison to her skeletal size today than the ones that we had towards the top. The one that we're going to finish the class, Logan, I appreciate you. And when I asked him what his name was and if he enjoyed it, he looked at me and he said, my senior year. And I could just tell that you love this. I could tell a senior year in your mind is not a good thing because you really enjoy this and you're going to miss to be able to come to Houston and compete. I don't know what you're going to do in life. Something tells me you're going to do it quite well. So let's give Logan a round of applause and the rest of his contemporaries.
Over here on our ORB side, wow, what a way to start off with. The horsepower comes in early and often in this class. Young lady here is a whale of a showman. She's got a heifer that just commands your attention when she comes in the ring. Just tremendous in length and appearance and quality and the way she builds from the ground up. Good hind leg set, comes in her top line. She's got a nice hair coat. Just a really cool way to start off our ORB division. This heifer came in, and it was one of those things I thought, well, here we got one in this class. I like her kind and her feature and the way she's put together. Comparatively to the heifer that wins, just not as stout from the ground up and out through that hip and length, but just really a good quality individual. Heifer that comes next, the red heifer, just real fault-free and functional. The kind that just you turn out to pasture, don't require a lot of maintenance, and that they're sound, they're functional, they're good body. Comparatively, maybe not that wow factor, the two in front of her, but certainly some cool pieces. Heifer here just gets a little tight in her hip for me. When this young man leads her out, she wants to wiggle. Just like to see her reach and flex there, but a bulky made, big-bodied, stout individual. Young man's gray heifer coming next, just a little leaner in her type and kind here. But still some good in her and the way she's put together, long up through her front end and her top line, really nice. Got a heifer coming next, really tight-necked and tight-chested, but with that, she comes a little tighter featured, a little tighter bodied, just soften her up as well. Get into another yellow heifer here. Gets a little quicker in her kind, shorter coupled, wants to be a little shorter and rounder out from hooks to pins. As we move on down the lineup, some female structural integrity and depth of rib and move them up. But what a group of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Our results from Class 13 in the Angus. First place, Braxton Cole from Floyd County 4-H. Second place, Trip Phillips from Chapel Hill FFA. Third place is Hadley Selman from White Wright FFA. Fourth place, Bailey Smith, Hooks FFA. Fifth place, Summer Burkett from Perrin FFA. And sixth place, Logan Mahaffey from Tyler County. Here you go, Todd.
Warren, thank you so much. Our results in Class 1 for our ORB division are as follows. In 11th place is entry number 1357, Ariana Luna, Blue Ridge FFA. 10th place goes to entry number 1639, Kerrigan Owens, Thorpe FFA. And in 9th place is entry number 391, Caitlin Clay, Pilot Point FFA. 8th place is entry number 2265, Tucker Vandever, Bells FFA. And in 7th place is entry number 385, Alyssa Clark, Valley View FFA. 6th place is entry number 758, Caitlin Garner, Blue Ridge FFA. While 5th place is entry number 1134, Briggs Jones, Wolf City FFA. 4th place goes to entry number 2222, Caleb Tooker, Smithson Valley FFA. And 3rd place is entry number 1472, Abby Melton, Miller Grove FFA. 2nd place is entry number 284, Jolie Bryson, Cook County 4-H. And in 1st place, entry number 2058, Maddie Smith, Henderson County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors, coming in the ring on the ORB side, Class 2.
All right, are we ready? Well, as soon as they are ready, it is going to be Shelton White. You're going to start us off, Shelton. And then Chase Taylor, Gus Mosley, James Cole Davison. You are going to be draw 4. Cole and then Blake Tolliver. All right, folks, we are set. We are locked and loaded. Judges are ready. All right, everyone. Well, let's go to draw number 1 now, folks. This is going to be number 413. Now, for those of you that are joining us, we are showing the heading side. The heading side is going to be what we are showing to our judges starting it off. Now, that's going to be as they are coming out. If you're looking down right now into the boxes,
if you could have seen the smile on this young lady's face when I gave her the number 1 sign, it was priceless for sure. And I think these two get closer the longer that they're out of here. When they first come in, I thought there was a distinct difference between their ability to move, and that kind of settled in. I think that they're pretty similar. I just think the one that we're going to start with balances up a little better in my mind down her top line and out through her hip and how she handles it. Maybe she's not as clean in her upper neck. I think they're similar down low. And I think as you get down and look at just four-rib shape width through the center portion of the skeleton, she does and combines that really well. And so young man that's going to be second, a bigger bone female with a little bigger foot. When she comes in, she was really struggling, trying to get around, and she settled in, and I think she become very adequate in this particular class. I think she wants to get a little more rigid in the back part of her spine and loin, and that's maybe what we see a little bit down low. But I don't want to be critical on one. It's got plenty of shape, plenty of bone, plenty of foot size, and just a lot of things really nice. Very well shown by the young man. The heifer that comes out here in third, she's just a little more restricted up both ends, a little straighter shouldered, a little more restricted on her rear too, but elite looking. Her top line's awesome, right, folks? Like down her spine and out through her tailhead, how she comes out of the top of her shoulder, up over her neck. All those are very good. I just don't see as much boldness and power in her as I did the top two. This female here, boy, there's some elements about her in terms of sensible frame size, awesome, cool looking neck and head. Top line is adequate. She just gets and loses some pounds out here for, in my mind, and then she is not as agile and as athletic out here off either end as some of the others. Female here, a little taller, so to speak, and that's fine. I just don't know if she comes together, has as much balance in her body, and just kind of her depth. Kind of a big-footed heifer that does some good things there, but you can see it from the side. She wants to get outside of her structure a little bit off both ends. We're going to complete the class with just useful kind of a female. All three of these females, take a look at them. They've got some body shape. They've got some cow power, but we run into three females here that are consistent in terms of their struggle, being able to get out and move quite like we had towards the top of the class. Nice set of females.
Scratch. Draw 6 is a scratch. Yes, sir. Pretty little run right here. That's going to be Sailing Inferno.
Back over here on our ORB side, young lady going to start off. I asked her what her name of her heifer was. She said Baby Doll, and she acts like a baby doll, and that young lady's a heck of a showman, and they're going to make a heck of a pair. This heifer in this class, respectively, I think just does the most things right. The way she blends in and her squareness and refinement and just the look of a female about her head and neck and where she is in age and maturity pattern. The kind of heifer that looks like she can come back here next year and be very competitive. So a nice place to start off. Heifer that comes in second, really a big, stout, rugged heifer. Just maybe a little coarser about her skull and her neck and the way she's put together. For me, just like to refine her just a bit in this class to see her move up. Heifer that comes in third has the basic functions covered in body shape and width. A little fight in the halter a little bit makes it hard to get a read on her structure, but maybe just like to see her reach and go a little better. Heifer that comes in next, just a little quicker in her kind, a little shorter coupled, gives up a little bit in terms of width. But really a nice individual there in her own right. Heifer that comes in next in line, the shorthorn marked heifer here. Really just kind of a functional female that reaches and goes, but just frailer in her overall makeup. Doesn't balance quite as well as some of the ones in front of her. Next heifer in line, a little quicker, a little rounder. She's shorter and rounder rump, wants to duck her hind leg underneath her just a bit, but certainly some good in that female in terms of body shape and mass. A leaner conditioned, trimmer conditioned heifer here, behind maybe just a bit there, but long strided, flexible. Young man's heifer coming out next. She can get out and go, just maybe not quite the body and mass of the ones in front of her, but let's give them a nice round of applause.
Gonna be no time.
Back on the Angus side, first place in that class was Abigail Koenig from De Leon FFA. Second place was Styles Patan from Milam County 4-H. Third place is Heartland Massey from Jack County 4-H. Fourth place, Carson Pack from Stephenville FFA. Fifth place is Jalen Jobe from Bridgeport FFA. Sixth place, Cole Gilbert from Columbia, Missouri FFA. Seventh place, Carly Parson from Victoria County 4-H. And eighth place, Hunter Craig. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Here you go, Todd.
Chase Taylor, and then back to
Well, in this Angus class, two highly productive looking females. And, you know, if you want to go with the one that's standing second, that's probably got a little more true natural shape to her, I think if you would take on the 3/4 view and open her up, as she opens up behind her shoulder and comes back into her stifle, there's more shape there. Both these cattle get out and move extremely well. I just think the one that gives us kind of those extra features of look and balance and freshness and femininity, where everything just ties together from fore to rear at the next level, is going to be this young lady that out front. So she'll win your class. The one right behind her will be second. They both have elements and areas of their skeleton and their look that are really, really good. Different in their type, but congratulations, young ladies. Hard to keep these females like this to the end. You've done a nice job.
Back over on the west side, our results for class number 2 in our ORB division is as follows. In 8th place, entry number 2079, William Spangler, Bandera County 4-H. In 7th place is entry number 883, Haley Haberly, Smithville FFA. In 6th place is entry 2089, Chloe Stafford, Lufkin FFA. In 5th place is entry number 60, Caden Ard, Onalaska FFA. In 4th place is entry number 1480, Blakely Mercer, Gonzales County 4-H. 3rd place goes to entry number 206, Michaela Booth, Commerce FFA. And 2nd place is entry number 1458, Emma McMillan, Harris County 4-H. And finally, in 1st place, entry number 1476, Rory Melton, Royal FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. In the ring now on the west side is class number 3.
All right, and back on class 15 on our Angus side. First place, Carly Stevenson from Eustis FFA, and second was Keely Willett from Judson FFA. Congratulations to them.
All right, let's go to draw number 8 here. Going to be 440. Here's Lena's Frosted Jag, owned by Robin Fox out of Santa Ana, Texas. Going to be ridden by Clay Burnham. Draw number 9, Chase Taylor. Be ready. And then back to Cole at draw 10, Blake Tolliver. Oh, good run here. That's going to be number 440, Alina's Frosted Jag. Clay Barnum aboard. That's going to be draw 8. Draw number 9 now. Now, folks, there's going to be a lot of switching here, so we will be having some waiting just because of our helpers. We're going to be changing our horses out, changing our ropers out. But they are doing great getting ready. Thank you all. Thank you, ropers. Appreciate you. All right, here's going to be number 450. Going to be Boone's Honey Badger, Chase Taylor out of Huntsville. This is going to be draw 9, 450.
Like they'll know, yeah. Have you worked with
Oh, you bet you cowboy. Pretty little run right there. As we are going to go to draw 10 now. Now, Cole's going to have to swap. Going to be 333, Murata's First Diver. Now, this horse is going to be owned by Talion Thompson out of Dennis, Texas. That is a thriving metropolis city. Dennis, Texas.
Out here in this class, the young man's heifer, she's kind of in a separate league of her own out here. Not to take anything away from the rest of the cattle, but just love her angulation, the way she reaches and flexes at the ground. Just lots of length and just highly presented, puts in well. He gets her set up. She has a look of quality. Nice place to start off with. Heifer that comes in second, just where she changes compared to the one that wins, is just that extra three-dimensional shape that we get in that class winner. That's really a good neck heifer. She wants to set her tail head in there. It looks a little high and coarse. I'd just like to smooth that up just a touch, but still feminine and refined and good cattle there. Red heifer coming in next in line, just a functional kind of a female that just doesn't compete at the same level as the two that go out in front of her. We get into a lot of variety here from here on out, and color and kind and functionality. The next heifer, big body, thick and deep. Go ahead and just let her go, young lady. But for me, just a little plainer in the way she's put together. We get into the next red heifer, a nice balanced heifer that plays out in terms of muscle from behind. You see her from hooks back. She gives up just a little in her three-dimensional shape. Shorthorn heifer here, big barreled, thick-ended, little plainer made individual. Young man's white calf here, just a little quicker made, shorter kind. Just like to see her more of that heifer. Get into a heifer here, the black and white heifer, a little more conventional, a little earlier maturing, a little shorter, lower performing heifer. Just need more of her. Young lady does a nice job showing her. Heifer that comes next, a little more set to her hind leg, a little frailer and narrower, but still reaches, strides good. Then we get into a pair of heifers, just need more depth and body to compete, but an awesome group of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Folks, we got about 9 or so to go now. About 9 to go here.
Thank you, Cody. First place in this class goes to Levi Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. Second place is Addison Corpus from DeWitt County 4-H. Third place is Logan King from Leon County 4-H. Fourth place is Isabella Hartman from Navarro FFA. Fifth place, Eileen Spearman from Rockwall County 4-H. Sixth place is Presley Petrovic from Klein Collins FFA. Seventh place, David Clay from Pilot Point FFA. Eighth place, Carly Dunlap from Barbers Hill FFA. Ninth place is also from Barbers Hill FFA is Kylie Steedham. And in 10th place, Madison Poole from Winsboro FFA. Congratulations. Congratulations. Go ahead, Mark.
Did you get that spit out okay? This particular division of Angus, I'm not going to talk a lot about this class winner. I was pretty detailed on her in her particular class, but to get one that's this fresh and this massive and this sound this late in the game, young man told me she's a month from Kevin, and depth of body, soundness of structure. Talked about her being a tick wide shouldered, but she comes down and meets the surface about as straight and perpendicular, parallel to her spine as you could possibly make one, and so good animal for sure. Class 2, I think really looks nice out here. That was a tough pair, I thought, between the two of them. I think this one is just a tick sounder. It was still a tick sounder in that particular class. And does she have the bone and the mass of the one that's right ahead of her? No, but that's an elite type of an Angus female that's feminine enough in her makeup, smooth in her shoulder, but still got enough punch and shape. As you go from forerib back into the rear part of her skeleton, the one that comes out of her third class, and with just two heifers in there, but two really nice females. As I mentioned, they've kept this one very fresh, one that's very sound in her structure, maybe not as much just mass and power in her as the two that are right ahead of her, but a good, nice female for the young ladies. So I'll find you a champion reserve in this division. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Fun division.
And congratulations, our champion female in this one, in this division, is Braxton Cole from Floyd County 4-H. Moving into contention, Tripp Phillips from Chapel Hill FFA.
Let's get it off 14, Blake Tolliver. You are next, Blake, on 425. 15 is a scratch, so 10 are Lambert, you're on deck, and then Bryce Briggs. You're going to be 3 away, Brycer. 3 away at 17.
She gone. And our senior champion female is exhibited by Abigail Kading from De Leon FFA. Good quick step there, Mark, by the way.
Texas, going to be Blake Tolliver.
Now select our champion and reserve champion female in our Angus division.
Going to be no tempo. And draw 14 down, draw 15 is a scratch. 15's a scratch. Let's go to draw 16, Little Highbrow Prince, number 328. This is going to be Tanner Lambert. He is riding a horse that is owned by Jazz Prince out of Houston, Texas. Draw 16, this is a Little Highbrow Prince. You betcha. Pretty little line back here on the front side. Now again, folks, they get 2 and 2. Thank you. That is going to be Tanner Lambert and a Little Highbrow Prince. All right, we're going to go now to draw 17, number 840, going to be Bryce Briggs out of Pilot Point, Texas. He is on CTK, Set 'em Up and Drift. Now this horse owned by Tony and Kelly Columns out of Dexter, Texas. It is going to be Chase Taylor on deck, and then Rendon Pallage, you're going to be 3 away. We're on draw 17, number 840, Bryce Briggs. Going to be an outside wheel here. +5 on that run. As we get to draw 17, get to draw 18, get to draw 18. We have Chase Taylor on 448. This horse owned by John Anderson. Going to be Swooning Boone, the name of this horse. Rendon, you're on deck, and then Gabriel Salgado. 3 away, Gabriel. Gonna be no time. Draw 18. Draw 19 is a scratch. So we're gonna go to draw 20. We have 3 to go. 3 to go. Then we're gonna move over to the junior healing. Rendon Pallage, Gabriel Salgado, and Kyle Horrell be ready. Kyle, you're 3 away. Again, ropers, I want to say thank you for being ready and hustling. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, number 366 here is OSU Rockin' Style. Deborah and Jackie Pallage. It's going to be Rendon Pallage. Oh, get her pinched off. We got her. We got her. Get her be clean. And draw 2021 now. Going to be Gabriel Salgado. Kyle Horrell on deck. Now, folks, that'll end the heading here on the junior. In 2, I'll read you those results, and then we'll get right into our Heelan.
Well, I thought I'd talk about these cattle quick. Haven't made my decision, but so that Cody can have the mic. But I'm certainly able to talk about them, and then I'll decide because I think it's a darn tough decision. That's what you pay us to do, and hopefully I can describe these cattle accurately, and then you can decide which one that you like, and maybe which genetic makeup that you're intrigued about as a breeder as well. As you know these cattle much better than I do. The heifer that comes out of our first division, certainly one that does a lot of things really, really well that I think has just got an incredible future. And we had a lot of cattle in that first division, and I thought this one just come out of there with all the basics of build that you need for one to be really good long term. And as far as how she handles herself in her shoulder angulation, how she handles herself, her flexibility from behind. She stays within her structure, but you look at the middle shape of this one at her age, and it's just so impressive. Right behind her shoulder, in her forerib, and that horizontal dimension all the way back through the center portion of her skeleton and to the end and to the stifle is just so impressive. Not the sweetest fronted calf that we saw, but I just thought the balance and the practicality and the eliteness from head to tail allowed her to win that division. The one that comes out of her second division, and boy, I wound up on her in division, and I'm still wound up. I asked this young lady when I went by the front, I said, is your heart racing? She said it is. I said, that's okay. Mine is as well. Good cattle make your heart race for sure. And, this one, as I mentioned before, this one is so good in so many areas of her body. She looks like she's fit because her forerib and that consistency of depth back into her flank, her decently tight chest, and her consistency of her underline is so impressive without fitting. And certainly she's been well presented from a hair perspective, but so good. At times this female wants to be a little short-strided, and as I was watching her walk, it's when she wants to push against you. She wants to get her head against you. She wants to turn out, and then she shorten ups. When she decides to go out and move, it comes back into a very acceptable manner. As I compare her to the one that's right behind her, I don't know. She's not quite as elite in my mind up in the neck region as we come back at this point in time in her maturity pattern. She just doesn't give us quite the profile up front. Not as big boned as the one that's right behind her, but boy, there are some things about her that are just almost impossible to fault. We come back here to our third division. As I mentioned, boy, as we start to hang some product and some substance on these cattle, but yet still wanting to keep an elite looking and fresh, it is hard to make one at this point in time in their career that does it like she does. Her head shape is good. Her neck is still fresh up high. She's got enough extension to her neck, obviously enough extension down her spine and out into her hip. I get most impressed with how she handles herself at the ground. You probably can't make one that's any better, that's this big built, that's this any better in terms of meeting the surface correctly up front. Not only her toe set being parallel to her spine, but staying within her structure. Even though she gets a little broader up high, she meets the surface. And then her rear too, that's about as good as you can get for one that's a month from calving. And so she doesn't give us quite the profile right behind her shoulder. She wants to be a little wider at the top of her shoulder, and she wants at times, not on the move, that's the most important, but on the stand, she wants to dip there ever so slightly and not be quite as elite, and not as elite as the division that's right ahead of her. So this is a tough decision. Either one of these females is the right decision, but there's not an obvious decision in my particular mind. And so as I told that young lady, when your heart starts racing, you know it means something. And it certainly, it's just so fun to be able to get the opportunity to do this. This will be one that Deb and I will talk about all the way home. Who knows where she would have been at on this particular situation, but it'll be fun to be able to talk about them. So, hey, we'll give the mic over to Cody. I'll take another look. We'll find you a champion, Angus. Let's give your Angus exhibitors a round of applause. Impressive cattle.
Let's go to Judge Sally McGully. In second, 440 Clay on Lena's Frosted Jag. Third is going to be 450 Chase on Boone's Honey Badger. fourth, number 840. Bryce on seat.
Well, back over here on our ORB side, I think we have a heifer up here at the front of the line that just sorts herself off. She came in the class. She catches your attention, obviously, with color, quality, and kind. To lead off with. Just long, sound, functional. It'll be fun to see her out here in division with that pair of heifers that came out in earlier classes. It's going to be a fun division. Heifer that comes in next in line just gives up a little bit in terms of quality and kind to the heifer that leads off. Just a little bit and shorter coupled all the way through, but still has the body and functionality to be a good kind of a female. Our smoke heifer coming next in line, really just a little rounder ribbed, a little straighter shouldered. Just like to see her flex and go just a little bit easier. As we move into the class, a little more of a bag of tricks and pick out the color and kind that you want to go with. Lots of differences. And this heifer here, shapely, has some length performance, maybe doesn't move as good out of her hip. Just go ahead and walk them on out, and I'll talk them as they go. Kind of a bolder ribbed Hereford marked heifer, a little choppier in her stride. Got a heifer here that's got some muscle and shape, maybe a little terminal in her look for me to move her up. Got a heifer a little quicker in her kind, a little straighter in her shoulder, like her shape, her body, her mass. Same with the smoke heifer, a little straighter on both ends, a little more conventional in her kind, but has some shape and muscle. The yellow heifer here, long, sound, functional, needs more body, more substance. We get into a heifer here in line. I like her. She's at body depth. She's a little frailer made. Frailer at the ground, pinches in her loin just a nickel. Get a little tighter bodied one here, tighter in that rear rib and flank, pounds the ground just a touch. The short horn marked heifer, a little straighter on both ends, doesn't have the depth. Got a heifer that's just a little frail in her bone work, like to stouten her up and out of her hip to move her up. Get a little more exterior looking heifer here, the way she's made, and her hip and her structure and down at the ground. And a pair of heifers here that round out the class. This heifer gives up a little in terms of width and dimension. And this heifer here, just a little bulkier for me, and a little more terminal in her kind. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
He will text you right in the middle of a bronc riding.
Our champion, grand champion female in our Angus show is Braxton Cole from Floyd County 4-H. And reserve is 1180. Caden from
I can just hear him right
Cadence
now over there
Kennedy
on the
from
deck.
Stevens County 4-H. Sorry about that, Cadence. We also want to thank Farm Bureau for sponsoring the award. Here you go, Todd.
Thank you, Warren. Our results in Class 4 for the ORB division is as follows. In 10th place, entry number 998, Peyton Higgins, Dayton FFA. In 9th place, entry number 414, Robert Conway IV, Canton FFA. In 8th place is entry number 1268, Laney Lancaster, Tomball FFA. 7th place is entry number 493, Sarah Delaney, Seminole FFA. 6th place goes to entry number 1102, Lane Jalaka, Brazoria County 4-H. And in 5th place is entry number 765, Austin Garza, Royce City FFA. Fourth place is going to be entry number 488, Faith Daniel, May Pearl. Third place goes to entry number 233, Logan Branch, Lumberton FFA. Second place is entry 1332, Kyra Logan, Dayton FFA. And in first place is entry number 2128, Roxton Stone. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Well, let's go to Ricky's favorite song, the Cupid Shuffle. There you go, right here on the arena. Oh, we got a little one over here, can't even walk, but sure can dance. Dances better than Ricky. Oh, everybody knows the macaroni. Timmy Fitch, here you go, buddy. Let's see it right here. How about all of our shoot crew down there? Come on, boys. I know you know the macaroni. The macaroni or the macaroni. Oh, he's... I did not just see you do that. Oh, yeah, here you go, Ricky. Here you go. All right, everybody, little mambo. Let's go.
Well, what a awesome lineup of heifers here in our first division, in our ORB division. Just a lot of stout, powerful heifers. And, there's a lot of ways you could probably shake this out and talk about them different ways. This heifer here out of the first class, when she gets her parked and gets her head up, man, she can give you a look from the side, just the way it is, ties in up high, comes back, and she's got good hip, good hind leg. You get in behind her, you like the substance that female has, and she can get out and travel, and just a really high quality individual out of our first class. One out of our second class, man, this young lady is doing an awesome job, and got a heifer out here that is just fault free. When you start to compare her amongst the individuals, she may be not quite as stout at the ground and stout featured, but man, sound, functional, good looking, good doing kind of cattle the young lady's got here. Really a high quality individual. Heifer that comes out of the third class. This heifer, I think, looks the best when she's walking. It's when she commands my attention. That she gets out there. She sets her tail head in good. She reaches it in strides very well. I like her hip, her hind leg, her body. She's got lots of good things about her in terms of three-dimensional shape and substance and mass and just goodness. heifer that comes out of our last class. This heifer is just long. I mean, long from nose down to her shoulder, long from her shoulder to her hooks, long from her hooks to her tail head. Just tremendous length in this heifer. A lot of sweep in there. You know, if I were to compare, she maybe wants to bring that tail head up out of her and just squish that down in her just a little bit. But, man, we're getting awfully critical of some good heifers out here as we start to talk about them. I'm going to go out here and take another circle, look at these. I don't have my mind totally made up yet, but join me and give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll get your division winner.
That'll be enough of that. Yeah, we fix to find you.
Well, folks, we are about ready to get rolling. Is everybody ready to rope or what? Really? I thought we'd wait a little while, Case. I mean, we are ready. All right, everybody, here we go. This is going to be draw number
And out of class number 1, entry 2058, Maddie Smith from Henderson County 4-H. Into contention for reserve is Jolie Bryson, Cook County 4-H.
All right, here is going to be 449. All right, draw number 2, going to be Blake Tolliver. Oh, we are going to have a barrier judges. Going to be a barrier.
And out of class number 4, your reserve goes to entry number 2128, Roxton Stone from Martin County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now will be class number 7, late fall junior heifers, November 1 through December 31st, 2021.
419. Going to be 419, folks, and we're showing you the back side, the heeling side. Going to be electric spook now. Going to be Blake Tolliver. Gus, you're on deck, and then Cole, you're 3 away on 338. This is 419, 443. Gus, you are next. Going to be no time. Going to be no time. Draw number 2. Let's go to draw number 3. Going to be 443. This is going to be Sailing Inferno, shown by Gus Mosley from the DNA Performance Horses. We're on draw 3, 443. Draw 4, Colt. Oh, pretty run here. Going to be clean. As we are going to move to draw number 4, number 338. Here's Guns and Outlaws. Going to be owned by Michelle Cannon of the Cannon Performance Horses. It's going to be Cole Davison. Gabriel Silgato, you are on deck. And then Blake 3 away on 421. Blake, you're going to be on 421 next. Well, 10 on the front, clean on the back, plus 10. Let's go to draw 5. Going to be 396, Dual Lux, owned by Colleen Burnell out of Gainesville, Texas. It's going to be Gabriel Salgado at draw number 5. Blake Tolliver, and then Gabriel, we're going to come right back to you at draw number 7 on 391. All right, it is going to be draw 5, folks. Number 396, Dualux and Gabriel Salgado. Blake Tolliver, be ready. Going to be no time. Now again, they do get 2 on the front, 2 on the back. That is loops. Let's go to draw 6 now. Going to be number 421. Tasawa, this is the name of this horse from the 5M Livestock Company from Oxford, Florida. It is going to be Blake Tolliver, Gabriel Salgado, and then, well, Gabriel, you are 7 and 8 right there, buddy. Well, tonight, everyone, at 6:45 is going to be getting the grand entry at Rodeo Houston. Houston, let's rodeo. And then on the big stage at 9:15, going to be the Chain Smokers. All right, here's going to be draw 6, and number 421. Tasawa, Blake Tolliver from the 5M Livestock. No time here at draw 6. Going to be no tiempo. All right, number 391 will be next. This is going to be Stoppin' Queen and Gabriel Salgado. All right, kids, we need to have those. If you are down on the rail, we need to get you up behind those 3 rows, kids, up behind those first 3 rows, behind those white banners we've got covered up, please. Stay above the first 3 rows. We appreciate you coming. We're glad to have you. We're just going to try to keep those, everybody above the bottom 3 rows that are covered up, please. All right, it is going to be draw number 7. Here is 391. This is another heel horse owned by Mark and Kathy Gordon up in Elgin, Illinois. It's going to be Gabriel Salgado. Going to be no time. Acromello. Well, draw 8 now. Gabriel just roped. Oh, Keith Hall, if you're here, we need you in, please. Gabriel's going to remount, and then we're going to go to Chase. Be ready. Chase Taylor at draw 10, amigo. Chase, I think you're going to be on deck. Draw 11 is a scratch, and we're going to go to draw 12. Cole Davison. Cole, going to be about 4, buddy. So right now, it is draw 8, Gabriel, on 397. And then,
ladies and gentlemen, let's give these young men and women a round of applause that are leaving the arena on the west side.
Believe our draw 9 will be a scratch, Casey. So this is SLJ, Smart Rojo. Owned by the Pedro Hernandez Guerrero Performance Horses. Coming out of San Juan de los Lagos, Jamaica. Going to be 397 SLJ Smart Rojo. Now again, judges, everyone, he just roped. So we're going to give him time here. You're good, Gabriel.
There's a selfless servant, Dr. Randall Williams. Thank you so much for the assist on the west side.
Well, what a way to start the Hereford show here. And these top two or three, you can do a lot of things with these particular females, but the one that I just think that comes to the top in my mind as far as just sheer balance from end to end is this heifer that's going to win. Yeah, she's highly presented. She's highly shown, and she has a distinct advantage from that perspective. But I think she's going to stay neat and tidy in her chest. I think her levelness from forerib back into her flank area and back into a lower stifle is going to be good. Her whole career, I think her top line is going to be awesome. I think her movement's going to be awesome. She's just a tick straight up front, but in this particular class, that's the winner in my mind. And I think from the very start, to me, we were fighting for second and third, but that's awful elite heifer. I love the smile when I gave you the one nod. You need to look like you're expecting to win, but you need to look like you appreciate winning as well, and I do appreciate that. I think the second heifer here, and if you get back on the three-quarter view, I worry about her in her chest region, but I thought of the remaining cattle. She's the nicest one in terms of body shape, soundness of structure, bone. Just thinks that she puts everything together really well there. The third heifer here, and that's again, I think the second and third decision was a little tighter for me. This heifer has just got all kinds of body shape and power. She's good bone, she's deep-bodied, she's long-sided, long-necked, maybe not as fresh-looking in her neck and as elite from that, that perspective, but that's just an awful nice female. Didn't want to kind of get out and show herself there to the end, but I think that one can race with any of these cattle long term. This young lady here has done an incredible job of showing this one, and my concern about this female is she just wants to get a little tighter in her heart. She wants to get a little unlevel, so to speak, at their top line, but long-necked, longest-necked female that maybe I've seen today in relation to her skeletal size. You can build a show heifer around that when they also come back and pull themselves together really well from end to end. Nice female here that's complete as far as body shape, her top line, everything kind of comes together really nice for her. A little more elevated in the top and in her shoulder. I'd just like to push her knee back into her skeleton a little bit. I'd like to give her a little more angulation up high so that life just becomes more comfortable for her when she gets out in the ring, but a good female for sure. I love the show person here, and this gal, from the very time she come in, she's got it figured out. If the train stops, she sets it up. She makes the ring wide. She does all those things. I love the heifer, too. It's just that when she gets out and moves, she gets a little straighter, more forward in her knee, and she just gets more refined in her bone work and down under her foot. But boy, that top two-thirds of her body in terms of true natural shape, in terms of top-line dimension, in terms of true muscle when you get behind her, she's really, really powerful from that perspective. So hopefully she will do all the right things for her, and I think maturity will do some really nice things for her as well. Just a good, basic, complete female here, and I think, again, as we take a look at these top 6 or 8, all these are high competitive. A little deeper necked and bigger headed perhaps than some of the others. But she brings with it bone and she brings with it body and mass. And so it all comes together, it all in proportionality. I just didn't know if she was quite the elite show heifer in a profile perspective compared to some of the others, but a good heifer. This heifer here is very unique. Big bone, deep body. And I just told the young lady She's just a little chubby today. And that's not a very scientific term, but the reality is that she's just a little more mature looking. She's a little heavier condition. We'll need to ramp that one back just a little so that she can stay fresh enough long term from a show heifer perspective. Next, and we can bring these heifers out here, and I can keep up with you. A good female here, the lighter orange one, just her hip design and maybe her top line. She just wanted to be a little more shallow in her flank, a little off in her hip. Long-sided, sound enough in her structure, a good female. This heifer here, just one that her tail head doesn't kind of get down into her spine quite consistent enough compared to some of those others. She's got enough body, she's got enough length of head, she's got enough femininity. We're going to complete the class in essence of time. You can see these heifers walk out here, and I thought this was by far the deepest class of quality that I've seen today. When I got 2 or 3 or 4 into it, I stalled out a little bit because I just thought they were that high quality and that consistent. Let's give your Hereford exhibitors a round of applause. Good way to start this polled show.
Gonna be no time. All right,
First place in this class is Hamden Chris from Valley View FFA. Second place is Paisley Conroe from Chapel Hill FFA. Third place is Regan Baldwin from Burleson County 4-H. Fourth place, Lily Lill from Waller County 4-H. Tyler Schruckmeyer is in 5th from Bland FFA. 6th place is Carly Rowe from Blue Ridge FFA. 7th place, Abby Wola from Whitney FFA. 8th place is Hadley Doris from Erath County 4-H. 9th place is Colin Burnett from Alvarado FFA. And 10th place, Hannah Hasten from Eastland FFA.
Back over on our ROB side, the young man's heifer I'm going to start off with out here in this class, and you know, just a general sentiment about the 30 or whatever that we're out here. As we begin to make a cut, we see a distinct line between breeding cattle and cattle that are a little more terminal in their makeup, a little quicker and more conventional in their kind. These heifers that surface in this class, they start with enough performance and gas to be breeding heifers, in my opinion, and that's what surfaced them as a group to the front end. Amongst those, this heifer that I'm going to use to lead off with, I think just gives that balanced look of quality that I've been striving to put together all day. Just a front end, top line, hip, hind leg, body, all that in one package. Now, as she walks, she could swing a little wide from behind, wider than ideal, but I also don't think it's something that breaks down long-term over her life. Just comparatively, we'd sure like to see her just step down just a little softer there on that hind end, but she's sure good enough to win this class. You know, this heifer catches me just from being a performance cow out here. Body, weight per day of age, mass, the right size for her age. Got some punch to her. We start looking at her from a balance set. Sets that tail head up nickel high for me. Gets a little coarser in her shoulder. Just change that about her, but I like that kind. Young man's heifer here next. She's a heifer that fits the mold of the other heifers out here in front of her. She just gets a little tight right in here behind her shoulder and in her heart girth. Kind of throws her out of balance just a touch. But other than that, I like her bone, her quality, and her kind. Big white heifer here next, just big and broody and deep and got performance, and that's what I like about that female that surfaces her in here. Heifer that comes next, just too quick and conventional in her kind for me. Awesome hair coat, highly presented. Just need more performance and cattle there for me. Get a little terminal looking heifer here about her skull and her body, but bone and width and rib definitely a part of that. Similar scenario, big stout, rugged bone, big footed heifer, a little thicker skull, a little terminal in her look, just like to refine that about her. Yellow heifer here next in line. Gets out and goes, got some body about her, a little quicker, more conventional, a little more moderate. Like to see a little more gas there. Get into another heifer here that's just a stout-featured, big-boned heifer. Need more refinement from nose to tail for her. Heifer that comes next, just too small for me. Just need more of that heifer. Look like she's going to have more potential for future growth than what we see. The white heifer here, a little heavy condition, a little quick in her kind, but sound and functional. And the big heifer going to round out her class, just like to tweak her structure just a bit to move her up. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 7 are as follows. In 12th place is entry number 1562, Ashley Muncie, Viter FFA. 11th place is entry number 1242, Kyla Krennick, Harris County 4-H. In 10th place is entry 2450, Mason Horsbach, Marion FFA. 9th place is entry number 2221, Carter Tomplet from Kirbyville FFA. 8th place goes to entry 960, Emily Havard, Barbers Hill FFA. 7th place goes to entry number 1039, Haley Hoek, Henrietta FFA. And 6th place goes to entry number 1079, Callie Ingram, Panther Creek FFA. 5th place is entry number 1438, Taylor McCrudy, Waller FFA. And 4th place is entry number 223, Celeste Bracken, Barbers Hill FFA. 3rd place goes to entry number 5, Madison Abrams, Columbia Brazoria FFA. And 2nd place goes to entry number 65, Dylan Arnold, Waller FFA. 1st place goes to entry number 523, Wyatt DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now will be class number 8, Early Fall Junior Heifers.
All right, everybody, we are ready. All right, let's get it on 20. Let's get to be John Ryan Foster and Smoke and Glitter now. This horse owned by Lisa Stevens out of Lipan, Texas. Going to be back number 311 now. 311, draw 20, Blake Tolliver, and then 10 Lambert at 22. John Ryan going to be clean here. A little penny action. Clean run. All right, draw 21. Going to be number 420. Here is Platinum Groove owned by Christy Berg in Temecula, California. Platinum Groove. Tanner, you're on deck, and then Clay Burnham, you're 3 away. Clay, 3 away as we go to draw 21. Number 420. Blake Tolliver. All right, gentlemen, going to be clean run here. Clean run. Let's get it all 22. Number 328, Little Highbrow Prince. Owned by Jess Prince. It's going to be Tanner Lambert, Clay Burnham, and then Gabriel Salgado. Amateur headers, we're about 9 away. Amateur headers, we're about 9 away.
Well, these top three are in the Hereford side are high quality but puzzling to me a little bit. And so sorry to take some time. And I think we could bring this third one out here right now as well, as I think all three of these are legit to win this class, depending on the particular look that you see and the things that are the most interest to you. The one that wins the class, and although she's a little bigger, and maybe doesn't have quite the depth of body as a couple others, she's the best at the surface. And some of it is she just wants to be a show heifer out here compared to the other two. But I just think that she's the most comfortable out here off both ends. Now, is she the nicest, longest neck, cleanest fronted, deepest flank one? No. She's not, but she's adequate in all of those. She gives us a nice profile. She gives us a brood cow potential look to her, and then she just does so well at the surface. That's why she's there. The one in second, young lady, she will show better someday. Or you'll give up, one of the two, but I almost guarantee you that. I like her profile better than the one that's right ahead. I like her length of neck. I like how she sets into their shoulder better. I like her head design. I like her rear leg just structure and look. She just won't get out and move, and when she does, at this point in time, she's a little narrow-based. But that will get better, and if it goes with all the rest of the goodness that female's got, you're going to hang some banners with her, just not a class winner today. So stick with her. Young man, I love this heifer's presentation. I love what she does in terms of forerib shape. Of the top three, it's not even close in terms of which one has the best, does the best job of coming out of their shoulder into their forerib and expanding wide and cowy looking. She just wants to be a little harder in her hock, a little straighter from behind, and just won't get out and give us that flexible athletic look that the top two did. But if that one does all the right things, her upper two-thirds, best in the class. And so that's where I thought it got really tough between the top three. Young man, keep working on her. Keep showing. You're going to get it figured out between the pair of you. The one that comes out here, we lose some attractiveness in this female. We lose maybe some step, but we sure get a lot of body and power, don't we, in terms of just, you can see it from the side. Wide in terms of where she's at in the middle part of her body, back out into her stifle and her top line, long-bodied and extended one, just a little heavier made down into her kind of forechest, sternum area, just doesn't balance up quite as well. This heifer here that comes out, I like tremendous things about her in terms of just her profile. She wants to get a little wide up front, be just a little straighter fronted, and her knees kind of projected out in front of her shoulder, and thus she's not as athletic and comfortable there, but a good female. A long extended one here that's probably so long she doesn't show you quite the body depth at this point in time, but just need to get her so that her underline is more identical from fore to rear, but certainly have to appreciate the dimension of that female, the length of body. Got another one here that's just a little chubby, but yet we're going to appreciate her for the ability to do that. Heavy, probably the heaviest heifer in the class by far. We get paid on pounds, so I appreciate that. Deep-bodied, soggy-middled, just like to lean her up a little bit to get her to compete with the others. So the three that are going to come out here, and you can see here, highly capable young people, cattle that are nicely taken care of and presented. We just didn't have quite the balance. And in a couple of cases, we just didn't, and particularly the one that leaves the class, all her goodness in terms of dimension and power just didn't come quite together in terms of being flexible enough at the bottom as she met the surface. But fun class of Herefords. Hereford enthusiasts, give your exhibitors a round of applause.
Gonna be no time.
Results for class number 2 in our Polled Hereford show. In first place, entry number 343, Kinley Carr, Equipment FFA. And in second place, entry number 33, Emily Allen, Jackson County 4-H. Third place is entry number 1862, Holden Reuter, Marion FFA. And in fourth place is entry number 76, Hudson Atwood, Mansfield FFA. Fifth place is entry number 940, Augustus Harris, Gray FFA. Sixth place is entry 2008, Courtney Simmons, Bridgeport FFA. Seventh place is entry number 39, Callie Allison, Collin County 4-H. And eighth place is entry number 73, Denver Adkins, Gymnad FFA. Ninth place is entry number 1588, Corbin Niederhoff, Burleson County 4-H. And in 10th place, entry number 29, Blaine Allen, Moody FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Now in the ring, Polled Hereford, Class 3, late winter heifer calves.
I find this to be one of the most challenging classes I've ever judged, but it didn't come together like I'd like, and there's parts and pieces of each animal you'd like to take and come in, and we go all the way through, but even prior to the cut, it's finding that one that I want to just tie to and move on from. Maybe he's not in here, but I think there's a lot of good heifers, and the young man's heifer I'm going to start with probably hits the most of the best for me. Just enough size, enough performance for this age. The look of a female, got some bone, got some foot, and some quality. That's where I'm going to move on. The young man's heifer in second. I like her. Another heifer. Got some weight per day of age, got some performance, got some gas in the tank. I think a heifer, though, just a kind of a fair, plain heifer about her front end, and you just maybe stouten her up in her bone work. Another bigger performance-oriented heifer that gets up here in pounds and just WDA and having some potential for growth. But for me, a little tight-hearted, a little straight in her shoulder, fix her structure to move her up. Get in here to the smoke heifer, sound and functional, nickel plain, but just has a good doing kind of a female wrote all over. The Brockle coming in next, just a little quicker in her structure. You watch her move, just wants to get a little herky-jerky there. See her move with a little more flex and give. The black and white heifer here, just a little hard for me. I like some hair. The hair she has, high quality, presented well, just a little harder doing kind of a female. Get a little more terminal heifer in the baldy, a little rounder rib, a little rounder hip. We get into a next group of them here that just get a little quicker in their kind, a little more terminal in their build. And for me, I need just to stretch them up all the way through. But let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause for doing a nice job.
And Sterling Haskell. That is going to be no time here at 28. Going to be no tempo. As we are going to go to 29. This is going to be your last horse, judges, in our junior healing. Last horse going to be 1202. My Worm is Patron. Going to be ridden by Kyle Horrell. Heads up. Owned by Edie Wood.
Sorry.
Hey, if you're a coach of a judging team or a young kid, I just learned a term for you from world-renowned judge on the other side, herky-jerky. So I think that'll be a good term to put into your reasons if you possibly can. So got to give him a little bit of grief at some point in time. So on the Hereford side, this one that stands right in front of me is just a really elite female. And yeah, at times I wish she'd just be a little more comfortable off her rear too. But you can see here the profile, the balance, the amount of body, and her body fits her skeletal size. Her muscle fits her skeleton. Her bone fits her skeleton, all very much in proportionality. I just think that's a really nice place to start. The one that's right behind is our second in this class, and a little more open about her shoulder, but just a female that I appreciate as I evaluate her and compare her to the next two. She's just sounder off both ends, and particularly off of her rear two. She combines that with a nice amount of extension to her top line and hip, extension to her front end, and I think good enough as far as openness in her forerib at this point in time in her career. I just think that's an awful nice female. Didn't balance up quite as well, perhaps doesn't handle her lower shoulder and her fore chest as well as our class winner, but a good female. This one here, I love her. I just absolutely love this one when she's on the stand. She's beautiful haired and nice looking, and that's as good a profile as anyone in the class in terms of front 1/3, middle, and rear 1/3 all coming together in a really nice package. I just need to get this one more flexible. She wants to get her front knee too far forward. She wants to be more restricted and on a smaller foot. Next female that comes out, it's a good amount of body shape to her for sure. Got some big top, big ended one. Again, as we get into these cattle, we start to get some structural concerns. She as well is just a little more elevated. Their shoulder just doesn't give us that kind of natural equine type comfort up front where she can get out and move. I think angle of shoulder is a tough thing to see, but it's a critical part of how these cattle are built. Next one that comes out, long-bodied, another one as we talk about just sheer extension, and most of the time I think extension means pounds, extension means practicality. Just one that when she gets out, she's a little finer in her bone. She's just not quite as proportioned or balanced from end to end in the lower 1/3. Heifer is going to complete the class. Good functional type of a female. You got to like the amount of body that she's got as far as just total width. She just is a little more restricted, just not as comfortable out here as some of we've had towards the top. Another fun class of Hereford females.
Now, our results over on the west side for class number 8 in our ORB division. In 12th place is entry 2068, Mason Schmutt, Kendall County 4-H. In 11th place is entry number 991, Jacob Herron, Ridge Point FFA. 10th place is number 885, Rayleigh Haggy, Royal FFA. And in 9th place, entry number 1781, Kaysen Ramirez, Kaufman County 4-H. 8th place is entry number 2293, Judson Voigt, Aledo FFA. When 7th place is entry number 1965, Macy Self, Wolf City FFA. 6th place goes to entry number 2346, Kyler Wendt, Brazos County 4-H. And in 5th place is entry 1893, Kaylee Rudgren, Tomball FFA. 4th place goes to entry number 275, Savannah Brambello, Parian FFA. And in 3rd place is entry 2156, Ellie Swan, Lorena FFA. 2nd place is entry 351, Caden Cavalin, Ag Science Technology Academy FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 1949, Random Schwab, Guadalupe County 4-H. Over on the east side of the arena, class number 3 in our Pole Hereford division. In 1st place is entry number 770, Kaylee Gaston, Eastland FFA. 2nd place is entry number 684, Brody Pfizer, East Central FFA. In 3rd place, entry number 98, Josh Baker, Upshur County 4-H. 4th place brought us entry number 252, Gage Brogan, Paradise FFA. And in 5th place is entry 2245, Avery Turner, Gilmore FFA. And rounding out the class in 6th place is entry 2314, Luke Ward, Mount Enterprise FFA. Congratulations to all exhibitors on the west side of the arena. We now have class number 9, late summer junior heifers, and on the east side of the arena we have class number 4, early winter heifer calves. Good luck, exhibitors.
3rd is going to be 310, John Ryan, Buffalo. 4th, 328, Tanner on Little Highbrow Prince. 5th, going to be 420, Blake, Platinum Groove. 6th, 333, going to be Cole on Murata's First Diver. 7th, 450, Chase on Boone's Honey Badger. 8th is going to be 393, Gabriel Salgado, Black and Chicken. And ninth is 423, Blake and Johnny Walker Blue. All right, we are going to move to our amateur heading. Now we will drag after the amateur heading. We're going to go to draw number 2. Draw number 2, 400. We are ready. Thank you, ropers.
Over here on our ORB side, I got to defend myself though, Mark. Some of us have been here like judging for 4 days and didn't have a good sub for us. So we're running out of terms. But this heifer I'm going to use to start off, I think, fits the kind that I've had out here all day, and just gets enough performance, enough mass, enough gas to be a breeding female, and then just ties in so well in body and build and the way she comes together. Just a nice place to lead off. Young lady's heifer in second. I like her femininity. I like her angulation. I like her the way she comes together. Just right in through her heart girth and behind her shoulders and up in through her flank. She just plays out a little compared to the heifer that's going to win the class. But certainly a nice individual. The one that comes next in line, just deeper chested, not quite that balanced, attractive look from the side, up in her front 1/3, and the way she's built. Sound, functional, good female though. Yellow heifer that comes next, as we look at her, she's just a little plainer from nose to tail. You look at her and the way she comes together, just a nickel frail compared to the heifers in front of her. Our hairy shorthorn marked heifer, really stout bone, big featured heifer, just maybe not as feminine and refined as the heifers in front of her. Our blue heifer, a little quicker, a little straighter, give her a little more flex and ease. And then our red heifer coming out here, as you look at her, long-bodied, just like to change her in terms of her body depth from forerib to flank. But an awesome group of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for Class 9 in our ORB division is as follows. In 7th place is entry number 897, Jackson Hale, Hooks FFA. In 6th place is entry number 1150, Anna Juarez from Borger FFA. And in 5th place is entry 202, Amber Boner from Chico FFA. In 4th place is entry number 410, Kylie Kennett, Kingwood FFA. And in 3rd place is entry 2404, Jacob Williamson, Abernathy FFA. In 2nd place is entry 2030, Shelby Samaricina, Collin County 4-H. And in 1st place is entry 2332, Macy Weems, Kaufman County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now, Class 10, early summer junior heifers.
Tough luck right there. Sterling High School, going to be no time at draw 4. Well, draw number 5 is going to be Aaron Brandt. 6 is going to be Brian Ingram, and then Justin Nowak. You're going to be 3 away. Draw 7. All right, it is going to be draw 5, number 353, Royal Pain in the Boom. I'll let you know, getting to this job, you run across a lot of names. Royal Pain in the Boom. Going to be draw 5, Aaron Brandt, 353.
Wanted to make sure that I was seeing something right in these next 3 heifers, but heifer that wins the class has done so since she come in the ring. Just one that I think outpowers the group as far as being able to have balance and symmetry from end to end, be sound structured, have some product to them. Yeah, I hope certainly that she deepens up in her rib and flank, and her underlying can stay consistent with kind of what she's starting to build right in front of her front legs. But that's just an awful nice female that'll be a competitor as we come out here in our division. The next female just gets a little more refined in her bone work down low, and that transcends to just a little bit of a smaller foot. But sure, a female that's just like balance is awesome up high. Because in terms of just being able to do the right things in forerib and flank, to do the right things through the kind of middle part of her body from just a capacity perspective, she does that really, really nice. Heifer that comes out in third, and I get that this one doesn't balance up quite as well in terms of just a little deeper fronted, but she's the bigger boned one that's more agile and just got better angulation up front. She's got more comfort from behind, and then that combined with her length of body inside, that to me was a logical place for her. The next one that comes out, the young ladies, we're more refined in our bone work, but man, there's no refinement up high at this female. Comes apart wider right behind her shoulder than most any of these in the class. Got a big top and big end, just a little bulkier in terms of her tail head and her shoulder, and then a little more refined down low. I love, and this is why I wanted to take another look at these top six, I love this heifer right here in terms of just her look and balance. Like, that's as good as anyone in the class in terms of just body shape and top line, everything coming together and kind of just a real cool, complete package. She just can't get out and move at this point in time like some of the others. And we go ahead, young lady. We see it off both ends, just a little more straight, so to speak, just with nothing more scientific in that up front, and a little more restricted as you look at her going from behind. This heifer here, massive in terms of just pounds and power, big boned. You just have to love the pounds, the just total amount of brood cow that's in that female. With that, we get a little more of a mature look. We get a little heavier condition, perhaps, and we maybe don't see the femininity from end to end in her like what we saw in some of the others. So the next heifer that comes out, we start to get cattle that are just a little more restricted, that being one of them, this being one of them. They got body. They've got shape. They've been taken well care of. They're in good condition. They just happen to get a little more refined, a little smaller footed, and a little less flexible. So good class of Hereford heifers, folks. Stay awake in the crowd. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much, sir. Our results of Class 4, first place goes to 942, Candace Noel Harris, Bell County 4-H, Belton.
Yeah, boys, gonna be
second place goes to entry 565, Lila Doris, Erath County 4-H, Stephenville. Third goes to entry 1589, and that's Austin Newman, Bonham FFA, Bonham. Fourth place goes to entry 357, Kathleen Chamberlain, Montgomery, FFA, Montgomery. Fifth goes to entry number 963, that's Cadis Halls of Godly, FFA Godly. Sixth goes to entry number 140, and that's Christina Bear, Santa Fe, FFA, Santa Fe. Seventh goes to entry 624, Camden Elko, LaPorte, FFA, LaPorte. Eighth place goes to entry number 2401, Tanner Williams, Dawson, FFA, Dawson. Ninth goes to entry 804, Haley Goodard, Iowa Colony, FFA, Rocheron. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for the division drive to pick our champion heifer calf.
Folks, we're going to roll draw number 10, 401. 401, we're going to draw 12, 1202. 1202. My worm is Patron and Kyle Horrell.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take just a second to thank the Texas Farm Bureau. We've got Mr. John Griffin and Alan Kaminsky who have been here with us all day handing out awards. The Texas Farm Bureau has supported the youth of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo for years and years. Let's give the Texas Farm Bureau a big round of applause. Tell them thank you for all they do.
We are 21 and 85. 10 on the front, 5 on the back for draw 12, 1202, Kyle Horrell. All right, now Kyle is going to be right back up. Kyle, thanks for that hustle. You are back to back and can make it. Ty Ross, you're going to be on deck, and then Sterling Haskell will round it out. We got 3 to go. 3 to go. We're going to drag in 3. All right. Mr.
First, I'm talking about his reasons, and now I'm stealing the microphone from him. This is fun. But this is fun right here, folks, in terms of how we're starting off this Hereford division. Just so cool to see high-quality cattle that have got a bunch of potential in terms of what they're going to do for these young people in the show ring and beyond that, in a breed that's so hot right now and variety of parts of the industry. And then just good young people. As we go just real quickly through our class winners, I've loved this heifer out of the first class from the very first time that I saw her. Yeah, I mean, we bring her out here, and she looks plenty big compared to her contemporaries. I'm not sure for an April heifer, this one's out of hand in terms of frame size. And I think if I evaluate her, balance and soundness are the best combination right here in that particular female. How she gets out and moves off both ends, how her hock is structured, how her pastern is structured. Yeah, the girl does a good job of kind of keeping that top line down, and ideally that would be just a tick softer. That's a good female. One that come out of her second class, she want to give you as about a different of a look every time you look at her as you could possibly get. But that's good cattle, folks, and just a good amount of bone, a good amount of body at this point in time, got enough length from end to end. She, too, does a pretty nice job. I don't see her as nicely designed in her front end structure. If we go from surface up to the top of her shoulder, not sure we get that quite that curve and angle that we want up high like we see in the second one, or the class winner. But a good female. The quandary a little bit is this heifer here that's got so much body and so much shape and so much bone and so much power. It's just whether this one gets out and moves well enough for you. Okay from the side, I get behind her, and I think she's plenty wide on both ends as we relate to where she hits the surface versus her horizontal width of structure. But at the same time, there's so much good to her. Calf that's going to complete this division here. Good, useful kind of a heifer for sure. Maybe not powered up quite as much down low as some of the others, but that's a good animal as well that does as good a job as any up in his head or her head and neck in terms of femininity and freshness and tight made down low. That's going to keep a good profile, a good balance long term. Let's give you a Hereford division, people, a round of applause. I'll find you a champion.
Imagine we'll bring cattle back, and then we'll drag. I would imagine we'll bring steers. All right, here is going to be number 4.
Back over on our ORB side, really an intriguing 3 heifers up here. They represent about 3 of the most diverse segments of the industry, I think, that you could represent. But they all have good in their own right. And I'll kind of tell you what I see. Standing still right here, this leadoff heifer, man, she just... That's what you see on a T-shirt, on a hat. That's a silhouette that gets put on embroidery. I mean, just perfect. Everywhere you study her and the way she looks. For me, she's probably over-conditioned. When she walks, she jiggles in her lower 1/3, and she pounds the ground just a nickel hard. But standing still, she has some unique pieces and parts about her. The way she's put together, substance, bone, and mass, all that there. The heifer that comes in second,
everyone.
that's the kind of heifer that just lasts forever. You know, she's going to lay down, have a calf, get up, get going, all those things. As we put her out here in the show ring, one, she's not very cooperative, and two, I start to steady her from behind, and she almost rubs those hocks and gets in from behind and wants to get in narrow underneath and just widen her up and just give her a little more dimensional, but just a sound, functional, good kind of a female. Young man's heifer coming next in line. You can find these grazing across the 1,000 hills of America every day, and that's what's the backbone of the beef industry. Black cattle that are sound and functional, good uddered, and good doing. Now, we put her out here in the show ring, gets a little frailer at the ground. She's a female that maybe doesn't quite just have the overall show ring appeal as those heifers in front of her. But when you just talk about the basic fundamentals of good beef cattle, that young man's heifer in third has that and is going to be very valuable long term. Heifer that comes in next in line just gets a little tighter in her middle 1/3, wants to play out just a little back into her rear flank. Need to soften her up comparatively in this class, but long and pretty, well balanced. Heifer that comes next, a little more elevated up in her front shoulder. She wants to work a little harder out of there. Like to lay her back and see her structure move just a bit better, but long and has some performance to her. We get into a heifer here is a little quicker and more conventional in her kind. You can see it about her skull and her neck. I just like to fix that about her, but comparatively a nice heifer. We get into another 2 or 3 heifers here, a little more terminal in their build, a little quicker in their kind, just refine them and make them a little more feminine to move them up. But let's give these kids a big round of applause for a job well done.
Justin on Megatron Cat.
Over on our polled Herefords, our calf champion is entry 464, Camden Crisp from Valley View FFA, and our reserve is Kylie Gaston from Eastland. Congratulations.
Over on the west side of the arena, our results for class number 10 in the ORB division is in 10th place, entry number 292. Layla Bullard, Edgewood FFA. In 9th place, entry number 1345, Ashton Lavelle, Clear Lake FFA. 8th place is entry number 2187, Harrison Thielen, Willis FFA. In 7th place, entry number 1043, Kennedy Jane Howe, Somerville FFA. And in 6th place is entry number 178, Paige Bixby, Panhandle FFA. 5th place is entry number 2243, Grace Tullis, Trinity County 4-H. And in 4th place is entry number 1961, Kimber Sebesta, Snook FFA. 3rd place is entry number 880, Stephen Gunn, Waller County 4-H. And in 2nd place is entry 1744, Kylie Polumas, Montague County 4-H. And in 1st place is entry number 1433, Maddox McCullough, Montague County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming in the ring now will be our champion and reserve champion junior heifer drive in the ORB division.
This has been one of the more interesting divisions of cattle I've had the opportunity to evaluate, and finding one every color, every shape, every size that exists was in this division. You know, as we get back out here, I feel like they really mesh together and come together nicely. Some females that certainly have some ring presence and quality and function to them. Why don't you join me, give these kids a big round of applause. I'll go out here and select your division winner and reserve in this class.
Your junior in your division, Champion comes out of class number 9, entry 2332, Macy Weems, Kaufman County 4-H. Moving into contention for reserve is Shelby Smirana. And out of class number 7, your reserve champion goes to entry number 523, Wyatt DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll come back in the ring with our next class, which will be class number 13, Spring Senior Heifers, March 1 through April 30th, 2021.
All right, everybody, here we go. It is going to be our amateur healing. All right, judges are ready, folks. Here we go. It is going to be class 22. We're going to start with draw number 2 now. 329, Donnie Wooten. Oh, we got 394 here. We got 394. All right, 394 is going to be Mr. Jeremy Oaks. And then Donnie Wooten, D. James, be ready. All right, folks, we got him. We are ready. It is 394, going to be Custom Catalyst Jack from the Oaks Land and Cattle Company out of Gordonville, Texas. Going to be Jeremy Oaks. Oh, wow. Okay. Going to be no time. Well, let's get it out to now. Going to be number 329. Here's Sparkling CD and Donnie Wooten. Draw 3, D. James on deck. Draw 4 is a scratch, so draw 5, Sterling Haskell. You are going to be 3 away. Draw 5, Sterling, 3 away.
Well, this got to be a tougher pair at the top here as the class went on, and I'll talk about the differences and how I see them, and certainly you have your favorites. The one that's going to win the class, I don't know if you can make one that long-bodied for one that's a little more moderate in her size. It gets weird in a good way how long this one is from the top of her shoulder all the way back to her tailhead. Clean and neat up high, cute-headed, cute-necked, still fresh enough from the makeup for one that just comes back and explodes with that much power. Now, does she have quite as much bone? Does she quite as comfortable out in her pastern as our class, as the one that's right behind her? No. I just think she's opens up with so much power, so much mass, and still sound enough in her structure. And the young man does a good job of getting that one shown. Heifer that's going to be in second, and this one is better, cleaner shouldered in terms of just coming together better at her neck and into her shoulder. She's maybe a little more free down low. And perhaps a little more elevated at the top of her shoulder versus our class winner. I just didn't see at the three-quarter view at this point in time in her career, I didn't see her as bold in her body, as bold in muscle perspective when I got behind her as I did our class winner. But those are close for sure. This heifer here is just a good, useful kind of a female, a little droopy top, so to speak, a little broader shouldered, but yet at the same time, this one is flexible enough. This one's got enough body shape. This one's got enough length of body to be a really complete female. Next heifer that comes out gets a little more rigid on both ends. She certainly got body and shape. As I compare her to some of the others, I'd certainly like to just give her more flex, give her more bone to go with the cool things that she's got up high. This female here that's right in front of me, she gives up some body mass with those on both ends of her, but I sure like how she's built in terms of bone and foot, how she's built in terms of length of body. She's definitely got some positives there. We've got a big-bodied one here for sure, but with that, we get some masculinity. We get a little more rigidity off of her front end, just not enough angle, not enough slope there for her to be quite as comfortable, but it's not take away from a huge top, big-middled one that's got all kinds of power. Jessie, it was good to have you in the ring today. Jessie's 9. It's her first Houston, and I'll remember Jessie when I get home. My quick little conversation with her. Jessie, I like your body, I like your power, and I like your bone. I just like to get that heifer a little more elite in her look, a little cleaner and crisper in her lines. We're going to go down through the rest of these females and good, useful cattle, certainly at times on the bottom end, or the cattle that are going to complete the class. It's pretty typical that we find them that just aren't quite comfortable enough out here. They don't show us that fluid motion, maybe that athletic capability that we had towards the top. Doesn't take away from the good young people that have worked hard. That's why let's give them and the rest of their competitors in that class a round of applause.
Back to labor, out of Paradise, Texas. Aaron Branch, you're going to be next at draw 7. And then going to be
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be giving the results for the late fall junior heifers. First place goes to 458 Cage Creamer, Ellis County 4-H Waxahachie. Second goes to entry number 948 Riley Harris, Kaufman County 4-H Kaufman. Third place goes to entry 1849 Macy Roberts, Bonham FFA Bonham. Fourth goes to entry 126. That's Braden Bascom of McClellan, FFA McClellan. Fifth place goes to 96 Gunner Baker, Upshur County 4-H Gilmer. Sixth place goes to 1371. That's Drawing Maradaga of Pearland FFA Pearland. Seventh goes to entry 1838. That's Jesse Reyes of Liberty FFA Liberty. Eighth place goes to entry 1777. That's Emma Reagan, Alvard or FFA Alvard. Ninth goes to entry 1935. Kayla Schneider, Klein Oak FFA Spring. 10 goes to entry number 1263, Blaine Lambert, Polk County 4-H Livingston. 11th goes to entry 2158, Gabriel Swallow, Sats FFA Sats. And ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to Class 8. These are early. Class 8, these are early fall junior heifers, 1 September through 31 October of 2021.
Including a nickel. All right, let's get it all 8. Going to be number 400. This is Chet Hutzler. Going to be D. James. Number 8, folks. Draw number 8. Good job, Cowboy. Going to be +5. 14 and 39 on that run. That's going to be number 400, Colonel Smooth Bar. 14 and 39. All right, draw number 9 going to be D. James. Donnie Wooten on deck, followed by Brian Ingram. This is going to be number 362, Made Royally. Here you. That is going to be a no time on that run. Tough luck right here on D. All right, let's get it on at number 10. Donnie Wooten, you're up, Donnie. Brian Ingram, and then Robbie Kelly. Oh, RK, be ready. You're 3 away. It's going to be no time for Donnie Wooten here at 3:30. Back number 3:30. Draw 11 is going to be Brian Ingram. Robbie Kelly, you're on deck, followed by Kyle Horrell at 13. Well, Kyle, you drew up back to back again, buddy. You are lucky. If that's lucky, it's not. Going to be an inside duel here. That's going to be +5, 15-24. 15-24. Well, draw number 12, Mr. Robbie Kelly. Going to be TRR's Pepto Gen. And then draw 13, KHOU, you are going to be on deck. And 3 away, Kyle, 13-14. All right, folks, we are going to be 4-11. Robbie. All right, Mr. Robbie. Well, Mr. Kyle, you're going to be on deck, amigo, on 2, 12-02.
Well, over here on our ORB side of the ring, you know, there's you wait all day and you kind of judge and judge and judge, and then there's one that just hits you, and it's this young man's heifer right here. That heifer's pretty good in all shapes, sizes, and kind. The thing that I like about her is how hard it is to get one to look like this at this event, stay that fresh, yet have her bred just right to drop an udder that looks that good at this stage of the game. That there's a lot of planning, hard work, and effort with a little bit of luck all mixed into one to get one here that looks like that. Young man, she's good. You can take her out the gate. Heifer that comes in second just got in a tough class. I think a heifer that, as I look at her, she just has the look in parts and pieces, but comes up out of her tail head there just a bit. He just set her down in there just a nickel, but certainly a high-quality individual there in her own right. Next heifer in line is really a stout-bodied, big-barreled heifer. As I watch her go, she just gets a little funny in how she moves at the ground, wants to hawk in from behind, and you get all that put in there, just gets a little tighter wound, and I just like to let her reach and flex and go. Another big, stout, powerful heifer right here in line. When I look at her in through her chest floor, she gets just a little tighter in through her four-ribbon flank, a little shorter and rounder out of her rump, but still a big-barreled, center-bodied, three-dimensional kind of a heifer. Heifer that comes next in line, a little quicker kind of heifer that maybe just kind of moves a little funny off of her hind legs, like to see her move with more strength and stability from the hock to the ground, but still a sharp-made, good-looking heifer. I have a heifer that comes next. It's got a little more chest, a little more front end, but as you study her, down her top line shape and boldness of rib, undeniable in her three dimensions that she offers. The blue heifer, a little quicker in her kind, but still good and put together and sound. Just need to stretch her out just a bit. Buddy that's coming out next, a little straighter fronted heifer, a little shorter necked, a little more terminal looking through that front 1/3. We get a heifer that's a little deeper in her chest, and it makes her want to push out up front, like to tidy her up there. Get a heifer here that comes straight up there and through her vertical, through her blade. We talk about her moving out of there. You know, that just change her structure just a nickel when she goes. Heifer that comes next in line, just a little frailer, more refined in comparison in this class. We get a little frailer heifer here the young lady brings. It just needs a little more performance. Get into a pair of heifers here, just a little quicker in their kind and more terminal in their build. But let's give them all a nice round of applause for doing an awesome job.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 13 are as follows. In 10th place, entry number 1346, Grace Levinsky, Fort Bend County 4-H. In 9th place is entry number 1900, Scully Saha, Matagorda County 4-H. And in 8th place, entry number 1259, Jet Lamance, Boyd FFA. 7th place is entry number 1243, Lauren Krenek, Harris County 4-H. And in sixth place is entry number 1905, Austin Sanders, Iowa Park FFA. In fifth place is entry number 1848, Kylie Roberts, Needville FFA. In fourth place is entry 2481, Dylan Earls, Abilene FFA. Third place is entry 2064, Riley Smith, Columbia, Missouri FFA. Second place is entry number 1261, Jalen Lamb, Bandera County 4-H. And in first place, entry number 1071, Tegan Hurst, Bland FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming in the ring now will be class number 14. Class 14, winner senior heifers.
One thing's for sure at Houston, you're not getting the microphone until it's time. So I appreciate that. You know, these top two, I've had them back and forth in my mind ever since they come in. And, you know, I'll share how they ended up this way and probably think about it driving down the road someday in terms of, you know, which one of these females needed to win this class. And to me, the one that wins is just a tick bigger than I'd maybe prefer compared to the moderate one that's right behind her. But besides that, I like how she handles out of the top of her shoulder up into her pole. I like how she handles her neck extension, how she presents her neck extension, and how she comes down into her forerib. I think a female that's got I know has an advantage in foot size and bone structure, I think gets out and moves just with a little more flexibility on each end. I don't know as if she has as much horizontal shape as the one that's going to be second today. I just know she's built more aggressive in the lower 1/3. I know she just gives us a nicer look through the front 1/3 of her body as well. Thus, she's going to win the class. The one that's in second, man, I like this one forerib back, and particularly up high. She just explodes right behind her shoulder. She carries that horizontal dimension back into her stifle as good as anyone in this particular class. In fact, probably better than anyone in this particular class. She gets a little shorter neck to me and a little deeper up there. And then when she comes down to just a little finer bone and smaller foot, things just don't proportion out quite as well as our class winner. But if you want to chase this one and say, like, that's the brood cow, that's the power middled one, that's the one that's the right size, I get that totally. Close pair. The heifer that comes out in third here, boy, I love this one on the stand. Massive bodied, massive bone, big footed, huge topped. Plenty of muscle that's bolted on to this skeleton here, but it does it in a way that's very female-like. She's just a female that when she gets out, she gets more rigid in her spine. She just kind of bunches up a little bit and doesn't get out and kind of give us that flexibility, that athletic look, and that consistent look in her top line as what we had in the top two. So this heifer here that comes out, a little finer bone. I moved her up here one slot right there at the end because I think she balances up particularly in the top part of her body and the middle section better than the one that's right behind her, even though we give up some bone down low. Adequate enough in her muscle thickness, but that one has got all kinds of cow power to her. Young lady, you do a great job of showing. That is fun to watch. Young man here, I like this one from the forerib back. She just wants to get a little deeper up front. And I think balance is going to be difficult for her, but I know brood cow won't be because this one's going to have all kinds of body and bone and ruggedness as she goes out and produces. I just don't know if her balance and profile here at a big show like this is enough to get her any higher than this today. Young man that comes out here, a big bone one for sure. This one just got a little bigger and a little more shallow as relation to her skeletal size as some of the others that we had to use. But we don't want to give up on the goodness of this female for sure. Plenty of extension, feminine enough in her makeup, sound enough in her structure, I think, long term to be a cow, just not in this particular class. Next heifer that comes out, another one that just gets a little bigger with a little less shape and doesn't balance up quite as well. But man, you just love the extension. She's as long-sided as anyone in the class. She's got good length up to her neck. She's fresh enough up high, just a little bit of a challenge down low. Next female that comes out, we're back into a rugged built one. Body shape and muscle and power, just balance and femininity doesn't come together in the complete package with that heifer. I think she's sound enough. I just don't know if she's feminine enough to get her any higher. Young lady here, a long-bodied, extended one. Again, as we talk about females that struggle with just enough body depth, and then we get a little deeper fronted and don't balance up. I sure wish she did for the young lady because the top parts are good. We're going to complete the class here and bring these heifers out in essence of time. Good young people. I hope they've enjoyed their experience. I hope agriculture is what they love to do long term, and this is just a stepping stone to this. No matter if they win a class or they complete a class, they've done a good job here. We've got cattle with some body, cattle with some muscle, but as I said in the last class, we start to fall off in terms of just longevity, in terms of soundness and look, but good cattle. Let's give these Hereford exhibitors a round of applause.
Thank
Back over here on our side of the ring, the young lady's Baldy heifer going to start off with, I think, just real maternal in her makeup, about her head and feminine and the way she comes together, body starting to drop and udder. Just a real complete, functional kind of a female. Very highly presented. Young lady's a good showman. I like her type and kind of that female that's going to lead off. Blue heifer in second, just big bone, stout, burly kind of an individual. Big rib, lots of muscle. Compared to the class winner, just gets a little plainer up in through her front 1/3, a skosh weak in her top, but still tremendous length, substance, and mass in that blue roan heifer right there. Heifer that comes in next in line. You study her, really long and well-balanced, maybe not quite the cow power of the ones we see in front of her, but still a lot of good to her, a lot of quality, sound, functional cattle that go on and do a lot of good things. And a female that comes next in line. A little more upright in her shoulder, kind of throws her top line out of whack, but a big performance-oriented gal. A lot of pounds, a lot of performance. I like that about her. I like cattle that got some gas and some go to them. A little quicker, more conventional kind of a female here, but she did calve early, and she's doing that. Just need to see a little more cow there, probably for some long-term gain. We get into a female here next. It gets a little straighter up in her shoulder. Doesn't quite move quite as well. Young lady's heifer next. Just a little more terminal about her headset and her neck and the way she ties in there. But still, a lot of length and function to that hip and hind leg. The heifer here, just plainer in her makeup. A little more navel, a little more chest, a little plainer hip. But long and has some muscle to her. A little quicker kind, terminal heifer here about her head and neck. Got some shape and build to her. Then we got a heifer coming next in line. Just gives up too much in terms of hip and power to move up. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, our results of Class 8 on the polled Herefords. First place was entry number 1566, Carolyn Munson, Shallow Water FFA. Second place in number 28, that's Landy Allen, Prairie Valley FFA, Nakona. Third place goes to entry 1969, Augustus Sexton, Gonzales County 4-H, Gonzales. Fourth goes to entry number
going to be no tempo at draw number 4.
And that's Savoy.
Now draw 5 is the scratch.
Sexton of
Let's
Gonzales
get it off
County
6 to 837, Bryce
Gonzales.
Springs. Thane Vinchattel,
Fifth
you're on
goes
deck
to
at
entry
7,
number
and then Matthew
787,
Hunter.
John Gilbreth, Dodge City FFA, Dodge City. Sixth place goes to entry 646.
All right, everyone, we're on draw
Etheridge,
6. Roper's
Bullard,
doing a
FFA,
great job.
Bullard.
Thank you for
Seventh
being ready.
goes to
Thank
entry
you.
381.
Court Horse
Madeline
Committee,
Champagne,
thank you. Great
champion
job down there on the
of
gate.
Pilot Point
there.
FFA, Pilot
Ladies,
Point.
getting them in.
Eighth goes to entry
Good
number
job.
2182. Maddox
Other than Ricky
Tedford,
being down there, you would be
Aledo,
doing a lot better,
FFA,
wouldn't you, ladies?
Aledo. Ninth goes to entry number 2276.
Oh, got him down.
And that's Cody.
Going to be clean here,
Vegas
7
of
and
Magnolia
16.
West FFA, Magnolia.
Bryce
And 10th goes to entry number
Wizard to
2396.
Tinseltown.
And that's Luke Williams,
That
Collin
is number
County 4-H
837,
McKinney.
owned by Tracy Billy. Let's get it all
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Our results for our last class over on the West Ring, class number 14.
but it
In
sounds
10th place is
like a
entry
lot.
number 2090, Mason Stafford, Lufkin
gonna be Thane
FFA. In
Vinchattel
9th place is
out of
entry number
Cold
14, Carson Addington,
You're on
Ponder
number
FFA.
8.
8th
Matthew
place is
Hunter,
entry
you're on
number
deck.
130,
And then Hayden Cockrum,
Cristobal
Hayden
Bass,
Israel.
Alvin FFA. 7th place is entry number 1663, Zoe Parrish, Waller County 4-H. 6th place is entry number 816, Bryson Goodman, Shepherd FFA. 5th place is entry number 817, Hunter Goodman, Shepherd FFA. In fourth place is entry number 2225, Kara Tasha, Liberty FFA. Third place is entry number 967, Jake Heyman, Laporte FFA. Second place is entry number 324, Ellie Cabo, Montgomery County 4-H. And in first place, entry number 1170, Kylie Kelly, Fayette County
It is gonna be a clean
4-H.
roll,
Congratulations,
number
exhibitors, in the ring now on the
970.
west side. Entry number 50, class number 15, fall senior heifers.
If we take a look at on the Hereford side of the ring, just 3 females and certainly good adequate type of Hereford cattle. But the one that's going to win the class does so pretty handily. She just has a distinct advantage in bone and profile and look. Does a nice job as far as just getting out and moving around the ring, showing us and exhibiting kind of future brood cow look to her in terms of width and shape and bone. So a nice female. Then I think you can do different things. The second heifer, in my mind, just kind of had more practicality in terms of depth of body and frame size than the one that's right behind her. You can go ahead and lead her out. Good, useful kind of a female. Got some length of body, got some body and power. This one didn't want to come in and lead very well, did she, young man? And so we've all been there, trust me, no matter what you do with them at home. This one's a little sounder and a bigger bone, perhaps, than the one that's right ahead of her. I think she gives up some depth of body. She gives up some kind of forerib and horizontal dimension as you come back through her structure and down into her base width, but good cattle for sure.
Thank you, sir. Our results of Class 9 late summer junior heifers. First place goes to 149, Slade Bierwinkle, Spring Lake Earth FFA Earth. Second place goes to entry number 1990, Jay Shipley, New Caney FFA New Caney. Third place goes to entry number 1499.
All right, here's 327 now.
Adian Misk,
Sparkling Duel,
Fayette
Matthew
County
Hunter.
4-H
Out of
LaGrange.
Dayton, Texas.
Ladies and
thanks
gentlemen,
for that
we're now
help,
going to be
Cowboy.
lining up our championship
How about that
drive.
run right there, folks? 960.
Back over on our ORB side of the ring. At this stage in the game, it is so important to have these females calved out and in production. And I give bonus points to these first 2 heifers for that. Kudos to these young 4-H and FFA kids for getting that done. Because I said it yesterday, and I truly believe it. And the most important trait in beef production is reproduction, and getting these cattle going is what matters. The female that wins, out here, I think she's just the most functional, complete heifer out here. She have that wow factor or something that we've seen earlier. No, but she's the kind that doesn't cause you troubles when you get them into production, and that's what's important, doing a nice job raising a nice calf. The heifer that comes in second, or the pair that comes in second, comparatively to the one in first, just a little coarser about her teats and udder. If I could refine that about her, I certainly like that heifer.
Hey, listen,
she's
Cole,
just a little
next,
tighter made
Cole,
everywhere in the way she moves. But I do appreciate the fact she got a token inside, and kudos to her. Heifer that comes in next in line, I like her in terms of her kind. She probably fits the mold of more what we've been picking today. I just need to see her further along in gestation to move her up in class. Next one in line, just a little quicker and more terminal in her build. Need more gestation, more udder under that female. Bold rib, big body kind of a female. Got a little larger frame, longer scaled heifer here. Just gets a little plainer in her overall makeup. I like to balance her up just a nickel better. We get into another trio of heifers. I just need more gestation, more calf, further along and closer to that end game of raising a baby. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for class number 15 are as follows. In 8th place is entry number 591, Chloe Duff, Lumberton FFA. 7th place is entry number 147, Hollis Berkham
on the shoot.
Beckham.
Strip and shoot
and
everybody.
6th place is entry number 1144, Colton Jordan, Victoria FFA. 5th place is entry 2114, Mackenzie Stevens, Little Cypress, Marshville FFA. 4th place is entry number 743, Abigail Gammons, Franklin FFA. 3rd place is entry 2454, Lacey Yarborough, Santa Fe FFA. And 2nd place is entry number 413, Lily Contreras, Pasadena FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 512, Nathaniel Davis, Denton, Browswell FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Oh, every time you break out, you rope 2 feet. It's just an automatic thing. Going to be a barrier, judges. Clean on the back, 10 on the front, 15 and 69. Let's go to draw 14. Going to be Tyler Benson on Tamu. New Bars Aries, owned by Sydney Frames and Ty Benson. Draw 15, Bryce Briggs, and then we're going to go to Thane Vin Chattel. Thane, you're going to be 3 away, buddy. The one in front is going to be a scratch.
What an awesome division, and the quality runs deep. And as we get to the end of our show, you know, these kids have done an awesome job. They worked hard all week and all year to get to this point. You know, you just see it in their eyes, and you can feel it, like Mark says. When you pull them, you feel that emotion. You ride the roller coasters with them. The kids that win, you're happy with, and the kids that you see disappointment in, you feel for them. But, man, when it gets this tough,
7 and 60.
it is certainly a pleasure to be able to evaluate it. But
7-6-0.
let's give all these kids out here a
Draw
big round of
15
applause
now.
for an awesome
It'll be
division.
Bryce Briggs. Draw 17, Thane.
You know, I
Vin
talked about her
Chattel.
when you
You're gonna
came
be
in.
on deck, and then
Young
Cole
man,
Davison, you're gonna be
that's
3
a
away.
good
Cole
one. You're
on
going to win this
3-3-2.
division. Congratulations.
Your champion comes out of class number 13, entry 1071, Tegan Hirsch from Bland FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is entry 1261, Jalen Lamb, Bandera County 4-H. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 1170, Kylie Kelly, Fayette County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors. That's your champion and reserve champion senior heifer division. We'll now have our
we're gonna be
champion
no
and reserve
time.
champion,
Tough luck, Bryson.
ORB heifer of show.
It'll be no time. All right, let's go now. Going to be first call, draw 16. Second call, draw 16, Ricky Piggott. Third call, 1190. We're going to scratch. Draw 16, judges, number 1190. Scratching 1190. Let's go to draw 17, Thane Vin Chattel now, number 365. Cole Davison and
What
then
a
DK
Hereford show.
Smith.
Another
You
young
ready?
man I'm jealous of. I said earlier,
Wells,
I don't look
Senior
good in a hat.
Heelan.
You can
Senior
rock a
Heelan,
hat.
we are
And it was fun to see you smile
away
when I
from
selected
ya.
you.
5 away.
Just really cool. And your heifer wins the class in terms of just sensibility of size. I think these two are pretty similar as far as their balance and profile. I think you're a little sounder. I think you're just more sensible in your kind of late stage what that one's going to look like as a cow in the pasture, and then you just get one that's profile is good, bone work is good, balance is good from end
Well,
to end.
hopefully that'll
We'd
work,
like to
Timmy.
blow her
We've got
apart a little bit, kind of
4
in her
more to
midsection,
go
right
in this
behind her
class.
shoulder, right into that middle part of her skeleton to make that even better, but a good one. Young lady, I like your big heifer, and you know, the size is one thing for sure, but I just don't see as much true width and shape in that female,
Gonna be no
right
top.
through her skeleton, all the way back in her stifle. But wow, that one is huge bone. That
Well,
one
it's
is
gonna be draw
awesome looking. You know how to get
going
that
down
one stuck
for real.
to make that one look
Dougie
good, and you
Thompson,
should be
it's gonna
really,
be
really
Bill
proud
Davis,
of your Hereford heifer. Then we go
Draw
up and
19,
down a
best of
little
luck.
bit. I mean, this heifer is plenty mature, plenty heavy condition for
gonna be
me,
one short.
but she does some things really well. Her body shape is good. Her practical fame size is good. And for one that's
Folks,
this
we're
kind of
gonna bring our
stout and
steers
mature,
back
she does a nice
in
job of moving
3,
around the
and
ring.
then
And she's
we'll
just
pick
got so
up
much more
Kyle, buddy.
body
We gotta bring
than the one
Kels
that's
back
right
for you,
behind
Kyle
her.
Horrell.
Perhaps this one is a little bit leaner. I'm not convinced of that. I
We
just
don't.
don't think she's got
19
quite
is
as
a
much
scratch.
shape. But a nice, again, profiling female that's sound enough, big enough, footed, does some good things. This female here,
Gonna
as
be
we
no
get
time
one
here
that's
at
really
18.
long and extended.
Now 19
Folks, look
is
at
a
from the point of this
scratch,
one's shoulder to its
judges.
nose.
19
That is
is a scratch. We got
giraffe-like in a
2
good way,
teams
young
to
man.
go. 2
So
to
she
go.
does some things there that are nice.
Tim, you got
I
2
just
left.
didn't see this female out on the side.
That's
It's just
that mojo.
as
We
good
got
in
it
terms
working.
of
We
depth
got
of
it
body,
working.
in terms of width of structure, in terms of moderation
Well,
compared to
here's
some
gonna
of
be
the others.
Casey
So
Rice.
the cattle that are going to
Number
complete the class, good,
347,
useful
Doc's
kind of
a
cattle. Just give up some size,
gonna be
some
owned
power,
by,
some
Casey and
flexibility
Jody,
compared to
Washington,
some that were at the
Texas.
top.
All right,
So
Kaser.
interesting class, certainly some different
And
sizes
then
and
Kyle.
shapes, but good young people
Here you
here in
go.
Houston.
Thank you very much, sir. First place goes to 265, Brendan Brown, Bullard FFA, Bullard. Second place goes to entry 2181. That's Shelby Taylor, Howe FFA, Howe. Third place goes to entry 231. Carlisle Bremen, Refugio County 4H,
728.
Fourth goes to entry 1692. Gardner Perkins, Springtown, FFA, Springtown.
Oh, yeah.
Fifth place goes to entry number 254.
That's good at 21 now.
Trip.
This is going to be your last
Paradise
horse
FFA,
judges
Paradise.
on the senior head.
Six goes to entry number 2198.
She's a Jen and
that's
Cat
Wayden,
now. Going to be Kyle Hart.
Waylon Thompson,
We're going to bring steers back.
FFA, Dieball. And seventh
we're going
place
to move
goes to
into
entry
our
number
senior healing. It's going to
639.
be
Jackie
Levi
Epps,
Watson,
Fairfield,
DJ
FFA,
Smith,
Fairfield.
and John Ryan Foster.
Ladies
Clay
and
Burnham.
gentlemen, we're now going for our junior champion.
Well, back over on our ORB side, man, this quality out here just knock your socks off good. I mean, from one end to the other. It started when this one came in the first class of the day, and it ended all the way down here to our last division. These cattle are awesome. The kind that I like that have some functionality, some real-world productivity, and then still put it with a show ring look and eye appeal. It just makes them an outstanding set of individuals. You know, as I get out here and I think through this, you know, it's really not a decision for champion. It's a decision for reserve, and I probably a little like Mark. I didn't leave much to the imagination. But when you bring in a brood cow with an udder that looks good under me, there's no way you're not winning, young man. She's way good. Congratulations.
And your champion ORB goes to entry number 1071, Tegan Hurst of Bland FFA. Moving into contention for reserve is entry number 1170, Kylie Kelly.
We're going to have about 28
and as I talk about our reserve over here on this side of the ring, you get a little more give and take, a lot of quality, a lot of difference, but they're all good. The one thing I'm going to do is bet on the come on this one. Young lady, you'll be reserved with the calf. Congratulations.
And your reserve ORB goes to entry number 2058, Maddie Smith, Henderson County 4-H. Congratulations, exhibitors, to all of our ORB exhibitors. Thank you so much. Mr. Cody Sankey, give our judge a round of applause and thank him. I want to recognize John Griffin, Alan Kaminsky from the Texas Farm Bureau. You see down in the ring handing out awards to our young people. We appreciate their support and their continued trust in the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo and what this show does for the youth of Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start our Simmental division on the west side in just a couple of minutes.
Well, it's getting this second division of the Hereford Show. Fun stuff, no doubt about. And, you know, there's some variation out here in terms of size. But hopefully you can see that we've been able to sort the cattle that have had some look, some natural shape, cattle that are going to stay fresh enough in their makeup, and cattle that are sound enough at the ground. Heifer that comes out of our first class, and she dominates the class in several categories. And from my perspective, and I think in terms of relation to her skeletal size, she's by far the most opened up, right behind her shoulder, and we keep that openness all the way back into her stifle. Boy, I love one that's moderate and sensible in their frame size, but yet long-spined and long-hipped and attractive fronted, and she does that incredibly well. She gets out and moves as good or better than any of them. She's just a little finer bone in the bottom 1/3 of her skeleton, and maybe perhaps for some a little bold-shouldered, but that's being picky on one that from just a true cow perspective, and one that's a good representative of what this Hereford breed can do in kind of real-world scenarios. She checks those boxes, I think, really well. Thought it was a tough decision in this second class. This one's a little bigger than the one that was in second, but was bolder boned, and one that I just felt like put herself together a little better from end to end. And I still really appreciate this female, and she's just so attractive. Yeah, not the sleekest necked one, but everything just kind of fits. You don't look at it and say, wow, like her neck doesn't fit her body, or a bone doesn't fit her skeleton, or her shape, her muscle shape doesn't fit her overall look. Like everything is in great proportion. The one that comes out of her third class, we talked about her. She doesn't have as much natural true shape. Right behind the front part or the back part of her shoulder doesn't bring that back. It's quite as much substance, but there's really good traits to this female in terms of length of body, good dimension down her top, keeps that dimension wide out into her tail head and pin region really well. Heifer that comes out of her fourth class, a young man rocking the hat, just doesn't give us wow factor, but gives us practicality, I think, from end to end. Good bone, huge footed, can get out and move nice. Again, maybe not the elite show heifer look, but everything comes together very well for that female. So nice class of Herefords, Hereford enthusiasts, parents, grandparents, supporters. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice division.
There's your champion, ladies and gentlemen, 458, Gage Creamer, Ellis County 4-H. How about a nice round of applause for our champion? And now showing for reserve is 948, Riley Harris, Kaufman County 4-H. And there is your reserve champion in the Pole Hereford breed, entry 1566, Carolyn Munson, Shallow Water FFA, Prairie Valley FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, we certainly want to thank our judge for many hours of working today. How about a nice round of applause for our judge here this afternoon?
All right, we are ready. Ropers, here we go, folks. It is going to be our senior healing, class 24. We're going to draw 1, 3, 14, Sunita Hand Redwood. Going to be owned and shown by Levi Watson. Let's go to Brazoria, Texas. DJ, you are on deck. And then John Ryan, followed by Clay Burnham. Oh, you betcha. It's pretty here. Going to be 7-94. Clean. That's the way to get us started. 7-94 clean. It's going to be 428 now. Best of both. Going to be owned by Punk and Rita Carter out of Salina, Texas. DJ Smith now. John Ryan and then Clay. You're going to be 3 away. Clay, 3 away. Oh, get him, DJ. We're going to be a barrier judges. 10 on the front end. Going to be 1792. 1792. 10 on the front. Clean on the back. It's going to be draw number 3. It's going to be 309. KJ Corona Cartel. And John Ryan Foster out of Brock, Texas. Oh, KJ Corona Cartel. Quarter horse running. Corona Cartel. One of the leading racing sires. That is going to be a clean run. 776 here. John Ryan. 776. Let's go to draw 4. Going to be 441. Patty C.D. Olina. Going to be Clay Burnham. 5 is a scratch. So we're going to go to draw 6 on deck. Casey Rice, you're on deck, brother. Hayden Hockram, be ready. Hayden, you're 3 away at 7. We're on draw 4, Clay 441. Outside field here going to be +5, 1209, including a nickel, 12 and 09. Oh, it's going to be draw 6, draw 5. You are scratched. Draw 5. It's going to draw 6. Casey Rice. Here's Doc's a cat now, 347. Hayden Cockrum, you're on deck. And then Sarah Mills, you're 3 away. All right, Casey. Draw 6, 347. Gonna wave it off. No time here. Kaser. Tough luck, amigo. Gonna be no time. It's gonna do 7 now. 306. Hot Xanapar. This is gonna be Hayden Cockrum. Sarah Mills, you are on deck. And then Thane Vinchettle. Thane, you're 3 away. Going to be +5, boys. You're going to be 29-11, including 5. 29-11. Draw number 8 now. Going to be Sarah Mills. She is on CW Spark and Shine. Back number 299. 299. Thane Vinchettle, you're on deck. And then Ty Ross, you're 3 away. Ty, draw 10. Going to be no time. Tough luck here at 299, Miss Sarah.
Ladies and gentlemen, our judge has excused some of these heifers. How about a nice round of applause to these exhibitors that brought your cattle here in Houston, and I'm sure they had a good time. But anyway, thank them very much with a nice round of applause.
Draw 10, Ty Ross, and then we're going to go to draw 12. Gus, draw 12. Gus, you're 3 away. Going to be 10 at the front end, clean on the back end. Judges, that's going to be a 15-34. 15 and 34 with the barrier. Draw 10 going to be Ty Ross now. This is back number 350 on SMS, Scarface Badger. Gus Mosley, you're going to be on deck, and then Cully Morgan, 3 away. Cully at 13. Well, going to be an outside wheel plus 5 here. That's going to give you a 1344, including a nickel. All right, let's go to draw number 12. Now, draw 11, first call, 405, Bo Patterson. Second call, Bo Patterson. Third call, judges, we are going to scratch draw number 11. 405, we're going to go to 442, Ruff's Gunner Man. Going to be DNK Performance Horses, Gus Mosley. 13, Cully Morgan. You're next, amigo. Go, 3 away. Go, yeah, oh my goodness. Oh, I mean, pretty as an Arizona sunset. Going to be 615. 615. It's going to draw 13, Cully Morgan. Going to be Meet Me at the Tank. All right, here's going to be draw 13. This is going to be number 330 now. 330, Cully Morgan, Meet Me at the Tank. Cole Davison, you're on deck, and then DJ, 3 away. DJ, 3 away. Oh, you betcha. Pretty here. Going to be 7 and 34.
Well, young lady, you've got some fans. If you want to know where they're at,
34.
they're right there, the ones that are really loud. But I thought these top 2 started to come together and get pretty close for me compared to maybe how I saw them when they first come in the class. And a young lady said this one's going to calve in April. So we're getting close to that opportunity to see what she'll produce. My mind, her advantages are kind of the extension of her front end, the head design, and the femininity overall in the front 1/3 of her body. I think she also kind of naturally expands more through the center portion of the skeleton, and maybe that's just calf maturity inside of her, and maybe that helps her. Gets out and moves really nice, long-sided, really long hip. Her tail head is fashionable as it sets itself down in there where it should be. You know, I think as we start to see udder development, I think separation of teats is an opportunity for this one to make that udder perhaps be a little better in terms of what that's going to look like. So there's a little bit of a concern there, but I just think that that is a really awesome female. The one that's right behind, the dark red one, you know, just awesome in a lot of respects. I think she gets just a little bigger, bolder foreheaded and faced and a little deeper necked. And when she first come in, I didn't see her as comfortable in her stride. She started to figure it out. I had perhaps kind of refinement of teats and udder as an advantage for that one. That's why that pair is close. I appreciate both of those cattle for sure. This heifer here that comes out, I think she fit with them really well. I don't know if her balance from end to end, and as we draw lines and ones to try to make them have the best symmetry, I don't know if she quite fit the top 2, but she's a player with them for sure. Sound enough in her structure, big-bodied, got some dimension to her, just some true power. She wants to get a little more open up in her shoulder and meet the surface a little wider up front, but that's a good bovine. Next one that comes out, good, useful kind of a female. Doesn't get out and move quite as well, gets a little closer at the hock when you look at her from behind, but a good animal that's got as much boldness in the middle part of her body as any in the particular class, and so you just have to appreciate everything about her, and she gets out and moves pretty well too. Let's have her here, long-bodied, big-bodied, gets a little wastier down through her sternum, but certainly it's got some foot shape, certainly has got some mass and substance to her for sure. The one that's going to come out here right behind, one that gets a little bigger perhaps, but yet, I mean, maybe you could argue that even though she's a little wastier down low, that she's got maybe better design than
Nice
the one that's
grab
right ahead of her. I didn't see her as
Citadel
quite as
17,
much
gonna be Clyde
true
Bojack, number
power
389.
right in her forerib as that
Cole
one
Davison,
that was ahead
you're
of
gonna
her.
be on deck.
Next
And then
female
we're
that
gonna
comes
go
out,
Cole Davison. Cole, you're
just
gonna
a
be
young man's good,
1819.
unruly one for sure, but that's a nice animal. A little shorter bodied, but besides that, that one has got depth of rib, depth of flank, and kind of rear quarter. Got some body shape overall, got some bone, got some foot size, one that gets out and moves good. Heifer that comes out here, very angular in terms of just femininity. We get back to one that's a little trimmer pattern, a little neater made perhaps, but we give up quite a bit of body shape with this one at this point in time in her career, just to get her to look more like a brood cow. We go down through the rest of these. These cattle are going to get close to production. Now the fun part, young people, starts is you get to have a calf. You get to see how your female produces, maybe a cow-calf pair, maybe be able to sell and create revenue and learn a lot at the same time. These cattle just kind of didn't have as much design and profile. We finished the class with a good young lady here, just a female that doesn't have as much body, doesn't have as much flexibility as some of the others. So it's fun to see these cattle getting so close to production for these young exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause on the Hereford side.
Thank you very much, sir. Our results of Class 13
That's gonna be
Spring
clean
Senior
here,
Heifers.
7 and 10.
First place goes to entry
Joel
878.
Davis,
That's
332,
Canley
7 and
Gidry
10.
of
Cowboy.
Royal FFA.
All right, go. You're going to be on
Second place goes to
399.
1569. That's Wesley
Bo
Zeb
Patterson, you're gonna
Murphy,
be on deck
Hamilton
now.
County 4-H, Hamilton.
At 381,
Third
draw
place
21 will be a
goes to
scratch.
entry
So Cully Morgan, you're
943,
going to be
Callie
308.
Harris,
Cully.
LaPrior FFA, LaRue. Fourth
20
place
is a
goes to
scratch.
entry
Oh, my
2098.
goodness, hang on.
That's
I gotta
Whitney
get caught up here.
Stenzel,
I'm
May
a lagger,
Pearl
I'm a lagger.
FFA, May Pearl.
Lagging behind
Fifth
here.
goes to entry number 1500.
All right, so we're
That's
going to go.
Jillian Milam, Whitney FFA,
Oh, we're good.
Whitney.
All right, we're going to go to
Sixth
Cole
goes
here.
to entry 1517.
He's going to be on 399. CFR, a rate gun.
McClellan County 4-H,
Then
Waco.
Cully Morgan, draw
Seventh
22.
goes to
Cully,
entry
you're on deck.
1451.
And then draw 23.
Ty
Gus
McInnes,
Mosley.
Brown County
Gus, you're
4-H,
3 away now.
Brownwood.
We had
Eighth
a
goes to
scratch
entry
at 20.
1021.
Number 381.
That's
and a
Macine
scratch
Holland,
is gonna happen
McClellan
at
County 4-H,
21.
Waco. Ninth goes
So
to
this is going to
entry
be Cole
828.
Davison on
Alexander
399. Cole,
Gorsh,
if you need to move,
Beaumont
buddy, we can.
FFA, Beaumont. 10th goes to entry number 442. Adeline Cowling, Paradise FFA, Paradise. And 11th goes to entry number 511, Marshall Davis, Ward County,
he's
4-H,
good. He's good.
Monahans.
This is going to be 399 judges. Draw 19 on by Jared Crane out of Gallatin.
Over here on our
Tennessee.
semi side,
Cole
what
Davison
an
and
awesome
Boyd.
way to start off our first class here. Young man's Baldy heifer. She has the look of the kind that we come back here 12 months from now and be standing in the same ring. She'll be a one that I think has some potential to be a player. As you study her and her angles and the way she reads right and down at the ground, where she excels over the heifer in second, she just reaches and flexes and up better, sets in her shoulder and steps down at the ground with more strength and stability. Sure, she's not as big and woofy as the one behind her, but still, I think all the pieces are there for one this age to be just right. The heifer that comes in next,
That's gonna be clean.
I really
Well,
hit me
here,
hard when
Cowboy,
she came in the
pretty
gate.
work,
I just
pretty
love
work,
the massive
787.
power and forerib and body,
787.
three-dimensional
Now, draw 20,
shape as you get in behind her and out from
is
her
the
hip.
scratch,
You know,
judges.
as we ask
Draw
her to
21,
track, she
first
wants to
call.
swing wide
Second
and pound
call.
down at the ground.
Third
If she
call,
just
Ricky
step a
Pickett,
little
we're gonna
softer
scratch
and more
21.
fluid off that hock and hind leg,
1190. Let's get
maybe
22.
tuck that tail head in just a
329, Cully
skosh,
Morgan.
I think you got a
On
heifer
Sparkling
that's a
Sea
serious
Gus,
contender
you're
in
gonna
this
be on
class,
deck,
but
and
two
Blake
awful good
Sullivan
ones
be
at the
ready.
top
Blake, you're
end.
gonna be 3 away.
Next heifer in line just gets a little more rigid in her structure, a little roachier in her top. You just like to lay her angles in a little better to get her to reach and flex and nickel better. But the kind of cattle is right in body and balance that we put together there. Heifer that comes next gets a little coarser about her front end, her front 1/3, wants to kick her tail head up just a touch. Blend those things in. I think a heifer that certainly has some potential to move up. Get in a heifer here coming next in line. Just a little more rigid out of her front end, but still big-footed, long-made kind of a heifer that's got some length of hip to her. Get into a little frailer heifer here
Pretty
next. A
work
little
here,
more
Cowboy.
length, a little more scale,
That is
frailer
gonna be
bone, a
color
little
marking
tighter in the rear flank,
329 on a
but certainly a lot of good there.
752.
Young man has a little more
752,
conventional kind of a heifer, a
All right,
little
draw
quicker in her
23.
typing kind.
This is gonna be
Angles
number
read right,
4,
just need to stretch her out just a
44.
titch. Then we get in here to another heifer
is
coming
just a
next.
bit twisted.
Certainly a,
Well, I know a few
nice
of
heifer in her
those.
body and balance,
Gonna
a
be on
change
the
her
heat
structure and her
closing,
angles and the way she moves. Next heifer in line, similar deal.
Blake
Wants to get a little
Tolliver,
tight
you're
in her
on deck,
loin
and
and
then
kick her
DJ,
tail head up.
3
Maybe get in
away.
just a skosh at her
DJ,
hock.
3
Got
away.
a heifer that gets a little more straight up front, like to lay her back. Got a big, bulky made, plain fronted heifer here with lots of body and mass. Have a heifer here. It's a little more round in her muscle shape, a little tighter in her center rib. And then we got a heifer here that gives you a killer look when she's set up. She's just a little green out here today. Give her some time to get caught up. Certainly one I think can have some potential. But let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Cody. Our results for class number 1 are as follows. In 13th place, entry number 226, Sophia Bradshaw of Randall County 4-H. In 12th place, entry number 1532, Maddie Moore, Robertson County 4-H. In 11th
No
place
time.
is entry number 1959, Paisley Siemens,
draw 23.
Coleman's Mill
Let's go
FFA. In
24
10th
now.
place
Blake
is entry
Tolliver.
295, Addie
This is
Burkard,
4,
Sam Rayburn
22.
FFA, Ivan Ho. And in 9th
Flex
place
the
is entry
cat.
number 203, Haley Bono,
Flex
Montgomery
that
County
cat.
4-H. In 8th place
Stone
is
Oak
entry number
Ranch.
1687, Kaylee Peoples,
here, Dillon,
Rockwall
Texas.
County 4-H. And in 7th place is
DJ,
entry number
you're gonna be on deck. Clyde
1824,
Bojack, you're 3 away.
Aaron
Clyde at 26.
Rexrud, Floyd County 4-H. 6th place is entry number 720, Dakota Franz, Waller FFA. And in 5th place
gonna
is
be
entry number
422.
522,
Get him.
Mackenzie
Got it.
DeBerry, Lamb
Hello.
County 4-H. 4th place brings us to entry number 1195, Braley Kidd, Floyd County 4-H. And 3rd place is entry number 24.
Here's going to be
53,
25.
Matthew
That's gonna be
Wybro,
DJ
Belleville
Smith on
FFA.
Count
And in second
checks.
place is entry number 1133,
Out by
Brianna
Darren
Jones,
Blanton.
Eustace
Now, high
FFA.
brown cat.
And in
Give me
first
DJ
place,
Smith.
entry 2141, Cade
Clyde, you're gonna
Stuckley,
be on
Pilot
deck,
Point
and then
FFA.
Cole,
Congratulations,
you're 3 away,
exhibitors.
brother. 3 away. Well, going to be clean here. That is a 7:42 DJ 7:42. Well, Mr. Ricky Piggott, I hope your horse gets better, brother. Yes, you didn't. I didn't get the memo. You are correct. We'll see you tomorrow, brother. Be safe. All right, we're going to go to draw 26 here. Going to be 394. Going to be Custom Catalyst Jack from the Oaks Landon Cattle Company. It's going to be Clyde Bojack, Kel Davison, and Garrett Reed. No top.
Well, this is
That dropped
tough,
26
and
here.
you can just
All
leave
right,
them right
Senior
there.
Healing, we got 3 to go.
Just
Youth,
between balance of those
Be
that have calved
ready.
and not,
Youth
and
headers.
udder design and not
Youth
being able to see the
headers,
calf.
Garrett Reed,
And there's just a
Rendon,
lot of things going on
Powell,
here.
And Levi
But folks, there's a lot of
Watson. The youth
awesome
headers,
things going
be
on
ready,
here
boys.
as well.
Be
It gets
tight.
me
Let's
jazzed
get
up.
right.
Love these
3
young
away.
people. Love what they're doing.
This is going to be
the
number
heifer that wins the class
355, six
does
shooting
so pretty
Savannah
easily for
from
me.
Terry Lisak.
Certainly, we need to
Out
get
of
her
Clarks,
a little
Nebraska.
sappier middled at this
It is
point in
Coleman
time in her
Davis'
career. But
son.
she's
Garrett
the moderate
Reed,
one
you're
that's
next.
sound and good looking and just does a lot of things from a profile and balance perspective really, really well. And so she's the logical one to start with. Then it gets a little dicey for me. The second heifer is a little bigger than I'd like to
Spin 'em
see.
right back.
I think her udder design is
Spin
going
it
to be
right
fairly
back. All right, let's
good.
get it on 28
I get that if
now.
you
Number
argue she
380,
should be in
Tees Alley
production,
Cat.
she should be more
This is gonna
moderate.
be Garrett
She
Reed
should
and
have
then
more
Kyle
middle shape.
Coral.
That's where it got really tough. let's talk about the
Now
amazing
we're going to run
thing.
2, and then I'm going to read
This
you the
calf
results
was
of
born
this
7
senior
hours before they
healing.
left
I
here,
will read you the results
and it was a 2.5-hour
of the senior
drive.
healing.
And if this bull calf could talk someday and he saw a picture, he would say, "Really? You took me to the show." And he looks like he doesn't want to be here, doesn't he? Just like, I don't want to be here. You've got me in a wagon. I'm now 48 hours
Gonna be
old.
+5 here.
But at the
Outside
same
wheel,
time,
that's gonna be
these
a
two young
13
men made the
and
trip to
50.
Houston.
A
And I don't know if they're
13,
brothers or they're
50,
helping each other,
45.
but that's the
This is gonna be draw
goodness of
29,
what this
number 12,
business is
04.
all about. And I mean the business of raising young people. This cow, more moderate than the one that's right ahead of her. She's
folks,
in
we are gonna
production.
drag
She's
in
had
one.
a
We are
calf.
gonna drag
Udder
in
design
one. We're
is a
gonna drag
little
after this
challenge.
run. We will drag
But
for the youth.
at some
It'll leave
point
us
in
about
time,
25 or
you've
so
got to
runs.
give credit
We
for
will
a
drag
48-day-old
after this
pair,
run.
our
Equipment
pair that's
committee.
at the show, and appreciate for her design, the cow's design, the boldness, her
1204,
attitude
gonna be she's
of,
a
hey,
Jenna
you've got my
Cat.
calf in
She's
a,
gonna be
in
Kyle
a
Hart.
wagon as well.
Hockley.
Let's give those two exhibitors a round of applause.
Draw
That's a
29,
pretty cool story.
1204 judges. This is your last horse.
And then I think we've got a 3-week-old heifer calf here on a cow that's really extended, one that obviously doesn't show the body dimension, but she's had this calf. She's nursing this calf. Udder design, I think, is adequate. You never know how this all works when you come to a show. I like the design of this heifer calf. I think there's a lot of future to her as well. I just didn't see as much kind of mass and power of the cow long-term to build off of compared to some of the others, but unique for sure. Good job, young ladies. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Love these pairs.
And we are going to be clean.
The next
run
heifer that
here.
comes out here
Clean
just
run
gave up
here.
some body shape to me. She's
gonna do,
long-sided. She's good and extended up through her front
29.73
end.
judges.
Just doesn't
That is
perhaps
gonna be
show
our
those kind of
senior
production characteristics yet that we'd like to see, but lots of goodness to her as well. Next two females that come out are moderate. They're useful.
folks,
They've
gonna be
got
drag
body
time.
shape. They've got
All
some condition on them
right,
for sure. They get a little
let's
more
see what
refined in their
we
bone
got
work, but they're
here.
good cattle that have got good dimension to them. Both of these heifers,
All right,
very similar in their
it
type
is
and
gonna be our
kind. We'll
amateur
finish with
healing.
one that just looked a
Amateur
little out of
healing,
place
first
here
place
in terms
under
of lack of depth of body,
Judge
but
Shelley McNully
one that
is
is
gonna be
attractive-sided. Her balance and
329
profile is
Sparkling
good.
CD,
Her
Donnie
femininity is
Wooten.
good. Just need to
Second,
power
gonna
her
be
up at this point in
350,
time in
Ty
her
Ross
career.
on SMS, Scarface Badger. In third, 361, Done Spooked
First
Friday.
place in this
Brian
class
Ingram.
goes to William
Placing
Tackett from
fourth,
Iola
number
FFA.
1202,
Second
My
place,
Worm
Rhett
is
Terrell
Patron
from Bell's
Val
FFA.
Horrell.
Third place
In fifth
is Braxton
place,
Lockhart
gonna be
of Burleson
400,
County 4-H.
Colonel
Fourth
Smooth
place in
Bar,
this
Chet
class is
Hutzler.
Kylie Locke from Mount
Placing
Enterprise
sixth, gonna be
FFA.
1204,
Fifth place
she's
is
a Jane
Kaylin
Cat, Kyle Horrell.
Creel from Mount
In
Enterprise
seventh
FFA.
is
Sixth place, Lexi
353,
Foster,
Aaron
Coleman County
Brandt,
4-H.
Royal Pain
Seventh
in the
place,
Boom.
McKenna Epis
In
from Fairfield
eighth
FFA.
place,
And in
number
eighth place,
411,
Darcy
TRR
Jennigan
Pepto
from
10,
Bosque
Robbie
County
Kelly.
4-H. Congratulations to
And
them.
ninth place under Judge McGully is going to be number 403, Sterling Haskell and Playboys A. Looker. Now let's go to Judge Bozo Roger. Let's go to Judge Tom Macbeth. First place, 350, Ty Ross, SMS Scarface Badger. In second place, going to be 329, Donnie on Sparkling CD. Third is going to be 1202, Kyle, My Worm is Patron. Fourth is 400, Colonel Smooth Bar, Chet Hutzler. Fifth place is going to be Done Spooked Friday and Brian Ingram. Sixth is 353, Aaron on Royal Pain de Boone. Seventh is number 1204, Kyle Horrell on Cheesa Gin and Cat. In eighth place, going to be 411, Robbie Kelly. And in ninth place is going to be number 363, Metallic Grace and D. James. Let's go to Judge Bozo Rogers. Now, this is the amateur healing again, folks. First place, 350, going to be Ty Ross on SMS Scarface Badger. Second is going to be 1202, Kyle Horrell. Placing third, number 329, Donnie Wooten. Fourth, 353, Aaron Brandt is fourth. Fifth is 1204, Kyle Horrell. Sixth place, 361, Brian Ingram. Seventh will be number 400, Chet Hutzler. In eighth place, number 411, Robbie Kelly. And ninth place is going to be D. James, number 363. All right.
Well, as we get
Let's
into
go
this
2 hours.
final Port Hertford
Senior
division,
healing with
excellent class winners out here and close to production,
first
stayed
place, Judge Tom
sound,
McBeth.
stayed fresh
It's
in their
gonna be
look,
309,
feminine in the front 1/3 of their body, all the things that are difficult to do. I think these cattle have done it really well. Heifer come out of her first class. Probably didn't even recognize just how long-bodied and extended she was from head to tail in that particular class. Sound featured both in terms of angle or shoulder, flexibility down low from behind. All those things she does incredibly well. And we talked about what's that udder going to be like at some point in time. And always a concern. Sometimes easy to predict, sometimes not. The heifer that comes out of her second class competes with her for sure in type and kind. Maybe not quite as elite in her front 1/3. Maybe not quite as bold and big in her middle section. But two really nice older Hereford heifers. Let's give them a round of applause. We'll find you a champion.
329, Cully Morgan. In second place, going to be 350, Ty Ross. Third, 309, John
And
Ryan
our
Foster.
senior champion is Kinley
Fourth is gonna be
Guidry
314,
from Royal
Levi
FFA.
Watson.
Moving into
Fifth is
contention,
422,
Weston
Blake
Zeb
Tolliver. Sixth,
from
430,
Murphy.
DJ Smith.
What's all
Seventh,
this?
332, Cole
Murphy
Davison.
Hamilton County 4-H.
In eighth place is going to be 399.
Back over on our
Cole
Simmental
Davison
side,
CFR
a little more challenging class. I think some give and take and trade off. Ultimately started with the black heifer here. She just kind of puts it all together for me. Balances up well, like her length and her shape and the way she comes in. And I think she gets out and travels about as good as any of them that we have out here. Just I think she comes to the top. Red heifer that comes in next in line is a heifer I like her. Right in from her chest floor into her flank, maybe compared to our class winner. Just a little more depth from the back as we move back on her. As we go ahead and walk her out, young lady, I think a heifer, you start to see she wants to just duck underneath herself and get those hocks in and kind of just get underneath. And I just like to just relax her and how she travels. See her get out and go out of her hip and down to the ground just a touch better to move her up. Buddy, you're doing a good job. Go ahead and head her on out the gate. You're a true cowboy. You fought it all day. That heifer there is round-bodied and thick and beefy made. Just a little quick and conventional in her kind for me. The heifer that comes next, a real long-made heifer. We start to compare just a nickel shallow all the way back. I just like to soften her up, but the kind that looks like she grows into one and gets bred right can be competitive on down the line. Red heifer coming next in line. It's just a little more not quite the width. When you stand in beside her, she caves in underneath. Just like to give her a little more of that three-dimensional outward shape. Sets up nice, gives a nice look, attractive. The black and white heifer here, bold-bodied and thick-made. As we go ahead and walk her out, young man, that's where she falls apart for me. She just gets a little choppy and restricted in her movement. I like to see her get out and go with a little more free and ease. Got a little quicker kind of a heifer in terms of her head and shape and type and kind. Body and thickness is right. A little straight and restricted in her movement. A little more of a round, muscled, coarser tail-headed kind here. Just like to smooth her up all the way through. We get into, excuse me, get into a set of heifers here. Just a variety of structure issues that we'd like to pull together. But an awesome set of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
And our reserve senior is Weston Zeb Murphy, and that last will now select our overall champion female.
Our results for class number 2 are as follows. In 12th place is entry number 334, Wyatt Canterbury, Caldwell FFA. 11th place is entry 1999, Luke Sigmund, Giddings FFA. 10th place is entry number 763, Caitlin Grayson, Henrietta FFA. 9th place is entry number 1901, Slade Shaha, Matagorda County 4-H. 8th place is entry number 1840, is Maddie Ritchie from Commerce FFA. 7th place is entry number 872, Callie Groves, Panola County 4-H. 6th place is entry number 1795, Slayton Rader, Montague County 4-H. 5th place is entry number 1405, Cooper Mao, Fayette County 4-H. And in 4th place is entry number 1361, Bailey McCat, Austin County 4-H. 3rd place goes to entry 2103, Kate Steedman, Quinlan FFA. And in 2nd place is entry number 1801, Kendall Rayfield, Lubbock Cooper FFA. And in 1st place is entry number 548, Brianna Diaz, Royal
It is gonna be
FFA.
draw number 1, 3.
Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming into the ring now will be Class 3 late winter heifer calves.
And Levi Watson. Folks, draw 4 is a scratch. 1190 is going to be a scratch. So we're going to go Garrett Reed, Rendon, and Levi. 1, 2, 3, boys. All right, 380 here. The youth heavy.
Well, obviously a really competitive Hereford show, and that's what I would have expected as well. And it's been that way every time I've had a chance to come down here. Now, does that make this decision easy? No, it doesn't. I've had these kind of all over in my mind about what makes sense for sure. The heifer calf does so many things so well. She's incredibly attractive in the front part of her skeleton and up through her head. She comes down her top line okay, and we talked about that. She wants to ridge up there just a little, but I think generally her balance in the top 1/3 of her skeleton's really good. You come down into, I think, is about as good a body shape as you can get for a April heifer calf. I mean, I see the right maturity, I see the right condition of this female, I see the right body shape. I think the question with about this one is her size. And, you know, as you can look here, I think I've got a heifer calf that's a little big at this point in time. I've got a fall that's a little small, perhaps, and that's why we're almost fairly even across these 3 divisions. But they're high quality cattle starting with this calf. The one that comes out of our second division, you know, I fell in love with her boldness and dimension from end to end. Big top. She's got as much width and dimension when you look at her from behind as any of that we've seen today. She certainly gets a little more refined down low. And then as she comes out here this time, she's sound enough and takes a long step, but she's got that extra little click in her pastern when she comes around here almost every time as she's setting them down. And so that's another thing in a person's decision criteria. This beast here is just pretty amazing. It'd be fun to see, and I appreciate how you show these heifers, so don't hear what I'm not saying. It'd be interesting to see this one fit, to be able to take all those elements and bring this together, but at the same time, love to see them presented in their fresh and natural way. She's a female, as I talked about, incredibly long-bodied and long-necked and really long out through her hip. One that I think opens up with a decent amount of spread right behind her shoulder and brings that back through her skeleton quite appropriately. And I think handles herself well. She's been able to keep fresh enough that kind of that right before her shoulder, that forechest or sternum area has stayed tucked up in there quite fine. And I think her balance down low is pretty consistent. That white kind of wants to trick you and say that she open up enough right behind her shoulder. If you get out here on the 3/4 view, that's where you can really appreciate this female, because she does come in to a very bold, I would say, like cow-looking, production-looking kind of a feel and a look at the 3/4 view. She gets out and moves really well. And again, as we've talked about, just what we're going to end up with an udder design there, we don't know for sure. I just know those are good heifers, and like that are good cattle in any breed. And so I'm going to take a look again. I think it's a tough decision, but high quality young people, high quality cattle. Let's give them all a round of applause. I'll find you a champion female.
As Mark gets ready to select that champion, we want to thank our friends again and sponsors, Mr. John Griffin and Alan Kaminsky, representing the Texas Farm Bureau, handing out a trophy. Our grand champion, our champion female, Kenley Guidry out of Royal FFA. Moving into contention, Weston Zeb Murphy from Hamilton County.
To Melanie Moran. Melanie Mom's birthday today. Happy birthday, Mom. Let's get it on 7306. Hot Xana Par. Going to be Hayden Cochran.
And
Draw
our
8
reserve
gonna be
champion,
Colton
Polled Hereford,
Watson. Colton, you're gonna
goes
be
to Camden
deck.
Chris from Valley
Hannah
View
Willis, be
FFA.
ready.
Congratulations to all of our red polled exhibitors.
Well, he wasn't born with it.
Excuse me, Polled Hereford exhibitors.
Well, judges, we're going to be 10 and 5 here. You're going to be 23-31. 23-31. 10 on the front, 5 on the back. We are equal opportunity penalty getters. Let's go to draw number 8. 313 Piscataway, Wallywood. Colton Watson. Colton, I did not get that horse's name right, I know. This is 313, I know that. Draw 9, Hannah Willis on deck, and then Colin Fox. You're going to be 308 at 10. This is 313, Colton.
Kim.
Oh, yeah, he got him. Oh, Brisket, how about that heel shot? Get tight, boys. There you go. Going to be 26-56. 26-56. Draw 8. All right, we got 3 to go now here on the heading side. 3 to go. Let's go to 418, Hannah Willis on Weavers, Docket Jim. Colin Fox and Cole David Wood. Draw 9. All right, come on, lady. Stick it on them. Hold it. There you go. Let's get him. We can't give up now. We are going to get him +5. Ladies, way to stay in there. I hope that hand's all right. Going to be 43-28.
Another challenging class. There's some give and take and trade-off as we work through here. Young lady I'm going to start out with. I think her heifer's just really one of the longer, more extended made heifers in the group from nose to tail. I think she's good in the way she comes in down out of her top line and her forerib and her flank. Is she the coolest fronted one you've ever seen? Probably not, but I think just good enough and good cattle. Nice place to start off with. Heifer in second, fighting the halter here a little bit. I think a heifer, as you study her, just gets a little played out from hooks to pins and down to the ground. Just like to widen her up just a bit. She gets her parked and she can put her together. A nice balance, has some body and forerib shape to her as well. Heifer that comes in third, really attractive through her front 1/3, has some forerib, plays out as we go back into her rear rib and flank and out from hooks to pins. It's like to power up her rear 1/3. Heifer here, balance is nice. As I study her, she starts to give away there from hooks back and down to the ground, wants to hawk in and kind of duck underneath herself and just open her up all the way through. Heifer that comes in next in line, just a little more restricted in how she hits the ground off those rear 2 legs, digs and plants into the ground, not being easy to show today, and I think that hinders her ability to certainly get out and show you herself as she travels. Got a bulkier maid heifer coming in next. Just kind of gets a little plainer in her overall general makeup from nose to tail. Baldy that comes next just gives up a little bit in terms of performance and pounds and performance out here. Just need a little more mass to her. We get in this next Baldy heifer here. Nice in her parts and pieces, just a little quicker in her kind. The heifer that comes next, just a little frailer in her overall makeup as she shallows into her rear rib and flank, but extremely long and put together well. Ever the red heifer here, stout, featured heifer, wants to crank her tail head up, maybe be a little more rigid and restricted in her movement. Then we get in here to another heifer, certainly one a little tighter in her type and kind in her body and the way she blends together. And then we got just a tighter structured, tighter bodied heifer to wrap it up. But really an outstanding set of kids. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Horse here.
Cody, thank you so much. Our results for class number 3 were as follows. In 12th place is entry number 1437, Mackenzie McCullough, Austin County 4-H. 11th place is entry number 1473, Elizabeth Melton, Miller Grove FFA. 10th place is entry number 846, Carson Greenway, Wolf City FFA. 9th place is entry 2452, Kylie Wybro, Belleville FFA. 8th place is entry number 2260, Georgia Vance, Garrison FFA. And in 7th place is entry 994, Abby Hessler, Henderson Academy FFA, Little River. 6th place is entry number 2178, Mackenzie Taylor, Chapel Hill FFA, Mount Pleasant. And 5th place is entry number 1122, Jerry Johnson, Lamar County 4-H. 4th place goes to entry number 155, Cohen Bell, Sulphur Springs FFA. And 3rd place is entry number 2084, Abigail Spivey, Eustis FFA. 2nd place is entry 2072,
in 4th is
Addison Soapchop from Hardin FFA. And in 1st place, entry number 2214, Claire Todd, Needville FFA. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming to the ring now, Class 4.
6th is going to be 321, Jet Garrett and KHOU Creek Missy. 7th, 327, a sparkling duel, Matthew Black. And 8th is going to be 826, 7S Red Hawk, Tyler Benson. Placing 9th is 618, Colin Fox on a little Prissy Star. Let's go to Judge Tom Macbeth now. This is going to be first place, 347, Casey Rice, Doc's a Cat. Second, 407, Tyler on Tamu New Bars, Aries. Third is 837, Bryce, whizzing to Tinseltown. In 4th is going to be 327, Matthew Hunter on Sparkling Duel. 5th, 321, Jet Garrett and KHOU Creek Missing. 6th, going to be 313, Colton Watson. 7th, 364, Thane Vinchattel. 8th is 826, Tyler Benson. And 9th is going to be number 618, Colin Fox. Let's go to Judge Shelley McGully. First place, 837, Bryce Briggs. Second, 347, Casey Rice. Third is 407, Tyler Benson. Fourth, 364, Thane Vinchattel. Fifth is 321, Jet Garrett. Sixth, going to be 313, Colton Watson. Seventh is 327, Matthew Hunter. Eighth, 826, Tyler Benson. And ninth place is going to be 618. That is Colin Fox. Youth heading. First place is going to be the same on all three judges. That is number 380, Tease Alley Cat Garrett Reed. First on all three cards. Let's go to Judge Shelley McGully. Second, 321, Jet Garrett. Third, 312, Levi Watson. Fourth is 327, Matthew Hunter. Fifth, going to be 618, Colin Fox. Sixth is going to be 306, Hayden Cochran. Seventh, going to be 418, Hannah Willis.